Says you do it in Hebrew and in English. That's what we missed. Uh, um, I just share with you the last picture I took of the house. The last. Then I'll share it a little bit later. This is the last picture I took. There's some cows in the background. See that? A couple of huts, the typical Swiss hut. Visiting the MDY family meetup. Ezra Layton, Rabbi Yankee Levitin at Horizon Camp. Nathan, 12 years old, laughing at the British F1 Grand Prix. F1 Formula. Another UK, Manchester boys satellite going somewhere else. There was a big happening. I really decided I was going to be in London and in Manchester today. The thing was that I wasn't going to give it proper respect. We're going to do a little bit of Manchester, maybe in Hebrew, London in English. I want to go maybe in a few weeks, do a commercial star. Also, coming after a trip like that, it just didn't all of a sudden hit me. It's like, I'm not going to be myself. I'm going to be tired, and it just doesn't make so much sense. And it's not like on the way, you know, it's probably closer. It's just easier to just go to England and come back than to go stop over there and just learned that 65, got home and found this cricket that's outside in the house. This looks like an elephant, not like a cricket, but okay. Maybe it's a seder. The Masech is sponsored by Zevin Yal Shulov, Perek, Ilan, and Mary Davidovici, who were there, and hence the Shabbos over there. Lili Nishmas, Shaya, Ben Aaron, and Yochevet Chava, Itel Bas, Avraham, Daf, Son of Zion, by Meir Planko. L'zech Nishmas Yisrael Osher ben Avram Yehudo, L'zech Nishmas Moshe ben Alexander, to remind Oila Meir Planko, when we only had about 500 people on YouTube and we had to get to 1,000, otherwise we wouldn't be able to transmit on YouTube. So I went around the Merkaz and I walked through the store, so I said, they said, do me a favor, put in, be a subscriber on YouTube to my share. He says, what's your name? The whole thing. His name is Meir Planko. And he did the daf that day, and he never left us. That was 7 years ago, probably. And that was 8 years ago, trying to get Meir Planko's father-in-law. So, who's the guy sitting next to you? What's your name? I know what Meir looks like. 8 years, right? Shalom Aleichem. Nice for you to come. I want to give a gracious shkoyach to Ariel. Your Foxman? You brought food every single day today. Wow. Gracious shkoyach. Every day. Brought it in. Nobody asked him on his own. We need more people like you. The Masechta, David Solomon, dedicated memory of Avi Mori Baruch Baruch Chaim Tzvi Doish from the Positive Power Foundation in honor of MDY Latin America and the War of Hospitality Anonymous. And Smoke Ruchnis, the Gashmis, and thank you to Benny, Shmona Uva Schuster, for the Sloch and Nachash from our children. Anonymous for the Blue Refush Name and Arif Skelm Kalea Bas Esther, Yom and Daniel Rosenfeld, Bris Simcha. Multi sponsors, Chaim and Leah. Oh, Shalom Aleichem. What's your name again? From? Launches. Let's go back. Where's that? Oh, Shmuel Over Schuster. That's spoken after our children. That's your child. What happens when I say, is that they take it in the right way, or like, do you really think we're that bad? Yeah. I see him. He's going. John, what's your name? You're the troublemaker, yeah. What's your name? Sweet. You see this troublemaker? You are. Sweet. Okay, I got it. Okay, fine. Where are we holding? Right there? Oh, there's a lot of people here. A lot of guests. Are you guys here from like last week still? Or does you have? What's your name? What's your name? And who's the gentleman? Your grandfather. What's your name? Shalom Aleichem. From? Stay. What is that? You wrote in or something? Uh-huh. When? 2 years ago. You know, I go with places, the people say, I just wrote you an email. I go, yeah. You know the thing, yeah. Okay, you. Fine. Really? So when I asked the question, he was going like this, and he was being serious. Thank you. And finally I came back. Unbelievable. I gotta say, it was a very good trip. We got talk now. It was a little long, but it was very geschmack. Very geschmack. Huh? Next year we're not gonna invite these people, just friends. And so, yeah. It's obvious. Chaim and Leah. Louis? That's the guy from Muncie? Chaim Louis from Muncie. That sounds like in honor of the MDY family. So you know what? It was geschmack, and all the guys came, but it was also geschmack. I met a lot of new people I did not know. Like this guy, Simon Leah Louis, and then Sakra Hasidim. We had a Sakra Chassid. I said it over in Shir, but I'll say it again because you guys didn't listen. Guy comes, it happened like a few times, the same exact thing. The wife sticks up for the husband. My husband does this shit. My husband does shit. He learns Torah. I said, I know, but did he do shit today? No, not today. Did he do shit yesterday? No. And he does do shit usually when he's in New York. He's doing Friday? No. That's what we're talking about. But your husband wears tefillin every day. And then all of a sudden, Nafal Asimon, they say in Hebrew. And the guy's like, you know what? I'm joining. Stop marriage. He's like, we don't do Daf Yomi. We do another program. Oh, shit. I'm joining. And afterwards, he spoke to Benny, the whole thing. So the people that we met there, also very, very interesting stuff. Hi, Simon. We missed you. We're full Shlema. We Murray, Baruch, and Miriam. Anonymous. We have 3. Leili Nishmas Yonatan Eitan. Anonymous. Leili Nishmas Yonatan Eitan Ben Mordechai Zev HaKoyin Zochron L'Rocha. The Tzvis. Leili Nishmas Yonatan Eitan Ben Mordechai Zev HaKoyin Zochron L'Rocha. Weekly Spazis, Spanish Jews, Spazis, being full Shlema, the close friend of Tali Harris, Bechai Pesach. Strauss family. Leili Nishmas Chaim Gavril Ben Ari Yoel Jacobson Zochron L'Rocha on his Petira Friday. Yuchas Pamos, and there's more. The West Hempstead MDY Hebra. We mourn the loss of a beloved son of our Kehillah. The Muncie MDY firefighters. This is a big loss. Also a young guy. And this was our unforgettable chief, Chaim Gabriel Ben Ariel Jacobson's 46-year-old. George Roof, in memory of my father on his 52nd yard side, Mayor Ben Shmuel Dover. Anonymous, may she feel Ben Fredo layout for the merit of Zachary Bedin, Ulatzlacha, all made. And the way art, the first time we're going to Esther, the first Ayala, Daniel said, Ben Ayala Esther. The voice night, it's a sad day today. We're finishing one of the best Prokim and Shas, Elu Trefus. I get a double on offering. The first one was very geschmack, and the pictures of geschmack. But all those naysayers, all those people say that Elu Trefus from the hardest Prokim and Shas turns out one of the easiest and most geschmacks for Prokim and Shas. So it turned out. So don't believe those people. People that say Eruvin is so tough. One of the easiest receptors. Yevamis, I'm not going to talk about. Wasn't so bad. Who is that guy? He's not a guest. He's the Spanish. You don't wear him? I wear him. You don't? He's all the time. Just making him feel good. Okay, Rabbi Rothschild. We're holding up Samach Zayin with Aleph. We did a bunch of lines over here, but we could go back a little bit just because, there's people that don't really, they're not holding. The most, where's this guy? You didn't call him up 4 times. Okay, I said 4 times. Rabbi says there's 4 types of waters. The Yamim and the Chalim are the top when it comes to worms. You have a sugi here, just in time, Sabi. So will I him. You just made Aliyah, Naftali? Really? Wow, so nice. He said, for him, you can see the trouble bar, not for me. That was the stuff. That's a bit distinguishing against it. She's more of a is Babus. She's a famous guy. Unbelievable. I didn't know you were making Aliyah. Welcome. All right. So we're discussing a sugya of different types of worms that you can eat. You can legally eat. Halachically, you can eat. The worms that grow, that were produced, so they were born in a vessel. We're going to see later on also worms that were born in fruit, detached fruit, not detached fruit. No, we're not talking about spontaneous generation. There is no spontaneous generation. The Rabbi already discussed that based on today's science, we know there's no such thing as spontaneous generation. What the Gemara calls spontaneous generation, regeneration or generation, spontaneous generation, the Gemara means what the Gemara knew then, basically to the naked eye, that there was, if you don't see the eggs, then it's considered spontaneous generation. Then you're allowed to eat it. It doesn't matter. So it doesn't really matter how it was created or not. But anyway, we're not going into that sugya. The point is that any worm that was created in the oceans or the Nachal, here, that's the picture I just showed you. Oh, the Nachal. I guess that's why I showed you subconsciously. My last picture in Switzerland is a Nachal. And my son, my oldest son, was drinking from the stream. I said, you're not supposed to drink from the stream. It says in Eretz Yisrael, the streams don't drink. No, we found out he was right. You're allowed to drink in the Alps. You're allowed to. So it's not a problem. Huh? We did a lot of stuff. I can't talk to those. If you come to Shabbos, I'll tell you more. Those we did a lot of stuff. Yoda we included. Yeah. I have no idea what it is, but yes, we did it. It's something I don't want to know. Okay, so let me just say real quickly the 4 types of water, and then we can move on. It's something similar, almost. The next step down, it's haritzin. It's water that comes from the ground. It comes up. It keeps on moving. It's not the same water. It's moving. Then you have non-moving water. It's water that is stationary. You created a bar, a shiach, a ma'ara, different types of what are they called? No, not reservoirs. Reservoirs. You have different types of ways to keep water, for the summer or whatever. There's a rectangle. The other one has a cover. It's more like a cave. Great. The worst of the worst, and for us, and now it's like the best of the best, in terms of eating worms, are worms that were born in a vessel. Okay. So we had a cloud. We learned this halacha that the worms that were created in a vessel, but you're allowed to eat it. We learned it from a cloud, trapped a cloud. So now what? If you look at the top, it says, V'mayim, v'yamim u'v'nachalim. V'mayim is general, all waters, all bodies of water, doesn't matter what. And then there was a prat, v'yamim u'v'nachalim. The Gemara asked, but v'yamim u'v'nachalim, the prat is all the way at the end. It should be a sandwich. It should be cloud, prat, cloud. Or we were cloud, prat. And that's the top of the Gemara. The Gemara says, Hota prat b'neim, we're mamish in the middle of a word, but it doesn't matter. It's as if, pretend that the prat goes in between the two clouds and you get a legitimate cloud or prat cloud. A Mayan cloud, a Mayan called prat, a Mayan cloud, cloud, the cloud, you have to know, cloud, my brother, first, Mayan Noivim, I've called Mayan Noivim water that has a source, it's a moving, my Rabbi, and what am I saying? That is also to eat worms, charitzin u'ni'itzin li'isura. The number 2 one. The pasuk talks about oceans. We're going to add these guys also. They're also awesome. Umaymiyat, and what type of worms could you eat? Boirois, Shichin, Uma'orois, Lateira, these guys. Okay, so this is where we're holding. Bema, asks the Gemara, Ma'aprab Mafurish Mayim, Gedalim, Agavi Karka. It's gathered, water is gathered on top of the ground. I've called Mayim Gedalim, Agavi Karka, my Rabbi. I feel the birds, Shichin Mars, the Surah. Maybe the bars, Shiach should be also. Well, my me, the Caleb. Let's take one more. Let's do 3 that are also. Oceans, Karitzin that come from the ground, and even a bar Shiach Mahara that doesn't come from the ground, but it's stationary, it's there, it's a body of water, so to speak. Maybe that should be awesome. And only one type of water that the worms grow in, they're motor, and that is in a clay. My name is says, well, no, we already learned. We have here. The pasuk says Ezet Toifu. That adds one more thing, and we have a cloud, proper cloud. So now we have 2 things that we added. We have 4 types of waters. You have to add two types of waters to it. So the worst is the plea that we got from the cloud about the cloud, and then we also have. Sorry, not this one. We have the Toifu, which is the second one, and we're going to add the Boirois, Shikamaras, which are stationary, they're very similar to the and then now the Gemara just goes over very, very similar. So when we have a cloud, brother cloud, by the way, this is going to be over very soon. So again, just for the few people that have trauma from this stuff, you shouldn't, because it's very simple. The difference between a cloud, brother cloud is, I mentioned it the other day, we'll go over it again quickly. Cloud. The Torah says, all types of water, you're allowed to eat the worms in them. Then the Torah says, no, only the ones from those. Then the Torah says, again, another cloud. So when you learn cloud, brother cloud, it adds many things to the prat. It's not just oceans, it's many. And it has to just be similar to the prat. But when you do a reboot, it's the same exact thing as a cloud, brother cloud. It's just throughout Shas, you're consistent. When you either learn, you're the Kiva, you learn the entire Shas, cloud, brother cloud. You never do reboot. If you're a type of person, a type of kana that does reboot, so he does it throughout Shas. What's the difference, though? The difference is, the reboot, you get to include more stuff, and you only take out one thing. The thing that's the furthest away from what we're discussing. So if we're discussing an ocean, or ocean, what's the polar opposite of an ocean? A plea. So we're going to take off one thing. Here's a interesting kasha on the side. Notice in Thursday Shas, it says, all the time you're small, you give them midas and katar in the dresses better. You ever notice in the you give them midas, boy, you got midas zoo, how come it doesn't mention reboot? So he brings the Taisus. You need for potato Taisus for what's that? Okay. Says the Gemara. Huh? Yeah. So now we know it's a Taisus where? In shorts. No. Yeah, Taisus for what's that? You're right. Tells you the Dimmer Massive. Dimmer Massive of the time. So you're just going to do the same thing pretty much, very similar. The baby Shulchan, Bamayim, Shtepamim. If you want to look at the puzzle, we call it a cloud. He calls it a ribu. Ain't just cloud of prat, a ribu meal. Bamayim riba, Bayam Mia, Bamayim cause of a riba. What we call a cloud, he calls it a ribu. Ribo meal, riba, I call. Riba, I call. My Rabbi. What is he adding? Haritzim Yitzim Yisura. He's saying that the water that's most similar to an ocean, the worms that grow in them are also. My me is, what are you allowed to eat? More stuff. My riba, the surah. Who my me is the same question that we had a second ago. Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe you should not be able to eat the worms from a bird, but you should be able to eat the worms from a tree. That can be, okay, since we have 2 limudim, we have this parcel, which is a ribui, we could actually change it if we want. And we have this meal, there's a particle, so we have 2 miudim, They include two different types of waters. The cloud, we know already, comes to include a kli, and the zetotli comes to include the boiris. As the Gemara of Eibel Chana say that charitzim are mutter and bar is asr. No, they're talking about this year. They're talking about this year by Yehuda, my Reisel, the Rabbi's Baruch Shemaz, that Torah lights of charitzim is Surah. It makes more sense. Because what's the most similar to a kli? A bar. The water's not going anywhere. It's just a giant kli in the ground. The water is constantly moving in a charetz. It gets water from the, how do you say tahim in English? Groundwater. It keeps it moving. All right. I had a aura. I know no one's going to like my aura. I'm going to tell you my aura. What's shot in the Alps? What's shot in the Alps? Huh? This is the shot in the Alps. Shot in the Alps, it's, for me, I realize it's like kibbut avim. Let's try to kibbut avim. Why? Because we're from a father, a mother, and a child. So that you understand the love that a person has for his own child. They do irrational things all the time to save their children, to help their children, to support the children. And then you say, well, that maybe it's a muscle. It's a muscle to the Rabbi Shalom. We have to treat the Rabbi Shalom. He loves us and we love him back. The whole thing. It's a certain. It's to give us musagim. We have no ideas. The Alps are to give us a muscle of what Olam Haba might look like. A muscle. A mashu shebem mashu. You're sitting there with waterfalls and streams and cows grazing grass. The grass is green over here. Then suddenly there's a sheer thing. Let me show you some pictures, bro. Just from the last day. Here's one picture. This maybe it's a little bit. You're sitting there with a Gemara, learning like that. It's a muscle. That's why Hakadosh Baruch Hu made. Why Hakadosh Baruch Hu made it? For them, for the Swiss guys to enjoy. Here, really, I don't know if you can see, but there's a sheer rock on top. There's green in the middle. And then on the bottom over here, Stam is like, just. I didn't filter this. There's nothing. This is just how it came out. There's a couple cows grazing. It looks like a picture. It looks like a painting. My son, Leslie, chilling. We did 17,000 steps yesterday, right, just to get to this lake. It was brutal. Anyway, and this is the guy with the broken arm. I told you about it. The Baruch Hashem, only one broken arm, no surgery. And he started bending for 3 days while he was down. 3 days got to run with him. 3 days straight. The entire day. To get an x-ray in this country, to get a CAT scan. You know how it goes. Okay. Oh, and then a couple of chickens thrown in, and then there's the lake over there on the bottom. You know what I'm saying? Jesus. Anyways, the mask into this shot? Oh, yeah, something about it. So I don't know how, but if you do something with it, I don't know if you learn. It's time to look at it. Oh, hey, Salsom, Behemoth Forest. The Gemara brought 2 psukim. Here we go. Just simple stuff, and then we get into the worms and it's Shema. We're almost done here. We have 2. Me and Benny and I, we had an argument. Aryeh, if day 1, you're just gonna unload on us 2 weeks worth of stuff. So what's your name? From? Toronto. So there's a guy from Toronto who came from people came. 2 people came. There's a Yeshiva, Yeshiva guy, spoke with his wife and his only child. Never saw the guy in my life. Only Thursday, Friday, Shabbos could be there. Spent a lot of money on a taxi. Doesn't drive. Taxi from here, taxi back. Very, very. Who else? Oh, Sakura Kosher. What's his name? No, not the new Sakura. The other Sakura. That's what type of what chassid are you? Says I'm a chassid of Meli Stefanski. I have no Rebbe. That's it. Oh, right. I know. Enough Gaiva for Mendy. It was so close. The Gaiva hurts it. Zorgi Gemara. Hey, Sassamay before. So you have these two psukim, and the Gemara mentioned to us, just in passing, that worms that grow in a kli are mutter to eat. One pasuk is straight out. One pasuk is more. It's not as before. Which one? So we're gonna have a machlokes still over here. It's really wonderful. Yeah. No. Oh, edit. No. I think yes. I know about the guys. Hey, Sasam Mefurish, the guy that bought an Aliyah. No, you don't have to edit. Hey, Sasam Mefurish. Here, yes, way. The voice said, just I'm showing you the password. You see in purple, Asher Lord. That's yes, way. You see over here the next password, it says Ein Lord. It's yes, way and Ein Lord. But the Gemara asked, like, can't we figure it out ourselves? If you have to have it, you have to have snabber because to eat. Then certainly you have to. Then if you don't have, you can't eat. And if you don't have, it's not because you can't eat. So if you do have, you could eat. That was the other thing. But anyways, hey, I was driving down the highway, and I make one of these short stops. Oh, what are you doing? I got to turn around, and I take a picture of this house. My wife was like, why? And because this is part of the Gemara. So how is this part of the Gemara? Because this has, does everybody see what I see? It has kaskesas on it. The whole house is kaskesas. It's mamish kaskesas. No, you can't even make it. You have to be able to see these things while you drive. It's a cute little house, and then the hillside of Switzerland. What? Oh, yeah, he's right. He's right. The Ramban, kaskesas just comes off. It's like a garment. It just peels off. And this doesn't come off. Rather, this junk looks like it comes up pretty easily. Anyway, Zokti Gemara. Hey, sounds amazing before speaking. What about you guys can explain how and where. One Manama said the first pasuk, Asher Loi, is the straight out over here. You can see that you're letting eat worms. But anyway, says the other pasuk Yod is not as before. But no, you ain't like before. Yes, my time is not yes before. That's a shot. When you learn from the first pasuk, it's not before. Well, if we name the commissioner Taylor, that is the source. Pasuk test. My time is not hey before. Why does he say that the second pasuk is the one? The higher the gemucha hey. You think about it. The Torah says that worms that grow in these, or fish that grow in the ocean, you're allowed to eat if they have standard kaskesas. But what about if they grow in a kli? So we're learning. If they grow in a kli, you're allowed to eat them even if they don't have standard kaskesas. Maybe the child is the exact opposite. Fish that have standard kaskesas grow in the ocean, you're allowed to eat. And if they grow in a kli, even with standard kaskesas, you're not allowed to eat. But that even makes more sense. We're used to like not eating things. So anything that grew in an aquarium, a salmon that grew, those raised, cultivated in an aquarium, maybe the Torah is saying you're not allowed to eat it. Only that in the ocean you're allowed to eat, but that in an aquarium not. Fish farm. You're telling me the exact opposite. If it has standard kaskesas in the ocean, you're allowed to eat it. And if it grows up in a vessel, an aquarium, even without a standard kaskesas, if it's shrimp, you're allowed to eat it. It's tasty. That's why he says it makes more sense the second part. But we're learning from the second part. If you're just going to learn from the first part, I would say the opposite. You're not allowed to eat even fish. Even a salmon, a kosher fish, with salmon, because you're not allowed to eat from a farm, from an aquarium. That's why I needed the second part is more the first one. Okay, that's it. We're done. Now we're going on to another string of very interesting stuff of worms. All right, boy. Just want to point out that if you eat a small, tiny worm, somebody, Jewish guy on the trip, he took the berry off the side. He says, taste it. I said, I can't taste it. Trust me, good stuff. I want to say that eating a small worm, people, strawberry, he says he has the whole you. So if the dad says that the strawberry twice and with soap, this soap, the whole thing, it's not so much to eat strawberry. Hummus of machmirim. If you eat a small worm, it could be a greater issue than eating a full plate of pork. The tiny little worm. Stop. Keep that in mind. It's not a joke. No. Depends. You know what? It's a whole very, it's a bigger problem than pork. So says the Gemara, let's start. The Mishpei in the Shikra do not pour beer, special big beer. They made beer out of dates. It seems from the Gemara, it's nice and thick, because they wouldn't use regular sifters because it wouldn't even go through. So what do? They put a bunch of toothpicks, wood chips, yes, the wood, why? The Motarish La'el, what is going on here? If these worms that grow in the beer, drinking isn't very appetizing. Wormy beer, protein beer, very good. Protein beer. Bit better, but if the worm comes out, that's all you say to worm. If it grows in something and it stayed in that something and it was detached from the ground, great. But once it's it walks on the ground, what does it say? How much in the ground? What if it's in the ear? What if it's here? But if it walks on top of your wood chip for a moment and then plops itself back into the protein beer, then it's also you to eat it. Now it's at night. You didn't notice if there's any worms or no worms. You shouldn't do this at night. Oh, but it's during the day, you don't see any worms. Drink. You see them swimming around there? It's okay. They most likely they grew up, the chinuch and everything was in the beer. Well, then it tells you the cup. As the Gemara, but even if it's in the beer cup, a lot of times worms like to walk their way up the wall of the cup and then pop back down. That's not a problem. This is how they operate. If a worm goes up and then goes back down, it's not a problem. That's how they grow. We're not saying that's a good excuse, and that's a good reason to be able to eat it. We learned we just had it. You're allowed to bend down and drink straight out of a pit. And now we see in New York and all these places, you see, I remember in Camp Morris, there was like a stream, like a rock, and water came out of the rock. Cold water. Not a lot. So we used to take our bottle, fill it up from there, and bring it. And one Shabbos night, Friday night, I take a look at the bottle. I thought there's like 20 worms swimming in that water that I just caught off the rock. It's in there. You don't have filtration. That's what you're going to be drinking. I'm not saying it's awesome. That's the whole discussion in New York. A few years ago in New York, they had a massive issue. But I saw it with my own eyes. I was the one that found it. Like, this bottle sitting on the table. What? And you see these guys just going like this. They live in the water. They swim. And they breathe water. They're like fish. So you're allowed to bend down into a bar and drink, knowing that there might be worms in there. You're allowed to eat everything that's in the water. She was saying it's not noticeable. It's mamish to the naked eye. You can see it. But this worm maybe went up the vessel wall out of the water. It's not in the water. It says in the water. But once it comes out of the water, it's short on the aretz. It walked on the ground. It becomes also automatically. Well, then it fell back in, and then you drink it. That's normal for aquatic creature to come out of the water and back into the water. So too by us, we're not concerned about this beer worm coming out for a moment and going back in. So we have a video. There's a tighter way to say two beers. I would like a filtered beer. Let's start off with me now. Where are we holding? Yeah. We said, the rabbis have functions for sitting on these little flying insects, like little they tiny mosquitoes or little fruit flies, little just sitting on that were filtered. You know how to eat the filtered flies that come out on the top of the filter, holy sitting on. But if you didn't filter, they're inside the drink. Sorry, you gotta eat it. Oh. You have some gourd that, as it was attached to the ground, it became wormy. Why? Because when Shmuel says Shmuel, this famous Shmuel, and we actually pass the way Shmuel. So it gives us less of a heter. So what? If the worms were introduced to the fruit while it was attached to the ground, attached to the tree, which is attached to the ground, that's considered a sharetz al haaretz, even though it's in the fruit, because the fruit is attached to the ground, so it's working around on the ground. Asura b'shuk. Asura b'shuk is a sharetz al haaretz. Sponsors. Non-corporate sponsor of the NDY League, Encore Healthcare. This is for all clients. You enjoy yourself over there? Is it smart? For real? It was great. Don't tell me it's as good as the safari. Yeah, you said this is no, not Oscar. I was talking about this, I was talking about health. Right. Oscar because of that. Correct. Leeches. The Gemara says there's leeches in the water and this and that, So, moving water, what could be wrong with a little snow? Says the Gemara. Later say maybe I have a right to Shmuel. The what? When it's attached to the tree, then it's also to eat that worm, even though it's inside. Huh? Attached to the tree that's attached to the ground. Kanakada. Lohoiti. Lohoiti means to give a heter. As hazizin shabbadoshim. You have little mosquitoes, bugs in the lentils. Basically, you have tushim, shabbat kalisim. This is more like chickpeas, hummus. With the Elijah Matmarim, Bishop of Royce, they were created inside. These worms were, they were born inside the dates and the figs. So those are mutter. All these little yitushim are mutter. The rabbis over here, Lahaitzi means to give a heter. The rabbis means to add to the ister. The rabbis say, the ones that they grow and the roots of the olives and the grapes. My love, you didn't pay her. The third one about both of them are inside the fruit. And one is attached to the tree. Attached to the tree is considered like the tree, like the ground, and then it's also. And if it's not attached to the tree, then it's water. No, the whole attached to the tree. Look at it. The way it's attached to the fruit are in the color. Fruit is something that you're about to take off the tree. So it's not considered attached to the tree. Really allowed it. But the tree itself is also. The economic should be decreasation. Should be equally fun. I'm talking about the root of the tree itself, not the fruit of the tree. The root. Oh, we don't pass in like this. We pass in like small. Then what? So that's why people are not good. Yes. How can people check dates and I don't know what? Apricots. I don't know what. They open it up. They look. Why? So you say, well, so what? It's supposed to be a little worm, but maybe the worm came while it's attached to the tree. While it's attached to the tree, Shmuel says it's also. You're right. If the worm was developed when it was detached from the tree recently, in the last few weeks, from the time it got off, it was cut off the tree, the time it came to your table, then it wouldn't be such a problem. But since there's a problem that maybe it developed while it's attached to the tree, so we have to be masked. What did Rabbi Rothschild say? What if? Oh, we have all these guys there. It came out of the date and it died right away. It never had a chance to walk on the ground ever. So it's not on the aretz, but it's on the aretz. Somehow it came out a little bit. It came out to the world. Is that considered on the aretz? Teiku. What happens when you have a teiku in this situation? So there is l'chumra. Where Rashi l'gag more will climb to the top like this guy. L'gag garinoso. Here it is. It's climbing out of the pit to the top of the pit. Tomorrow, here. Ooh, shmak. Maybe that is considered. Maybe came out of his house. He came out of his date and went to another one. Maybe that's awesome. La'avera is mama's detached from the actual fruit. He's separated, yeah. And you grab him out of the ear. And never went to the arts, but over here he's still on the date. Orange is these worms that you find in the liver of an animal or in the lungs of an animal. Asiri, also. My timer? No, they didn't grow. They didn't develop in the animal. They came from the outside. So once upon a time, only creatures on the ground, and then they get into that. It looks like he's making up. Everything going smoothly. In fact, he came from the world. What does that mean? He came from the world? He laid a bunch of hay. Hay had a bunch of worms. And it went through his digestive system. So wait a minute. It went through his digestive system. It came out the other way. So find it in his feces, in whatever it's called. How do you find it in the liver? Maybe someone gets the liver.
I like to play ball line.
You don't see it over there.
You know you can watch the whole game on stream.
These worms, they find the liver.
I know. I like to play ball line.
Look at this man, I'm watching it with you.
Why do you not know I can agree with you? So they don't say, you don't see it, you don't yourself is good as you. No, you should know that is that these worms are also in my time on in the night. When the animal falls asleep. Vitally boosting, they go into the nose, into the nostril.
It looks like they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 field goals. That's a lot of field goals.
They find a bunch of worms in the meat. I've never heard of such thing.
Look at that, you
That's also Shiloh. They came in afterwards and they developed it.
like in 2 weeks.
Here, fish. Don't worry about it. Leave the worms inside the fish. Mix it in there, make it what's the shot? So I heard the shot that.
You know when NBA starts?
What? Take it out.
It
What's the problem?
starts in the fall.
It's not child. You don't want to tell his mother.
It'll start up around October.
Really, Bishmari Kaddish wanted to show that the reason why he doesn't eat worms on a daily basis is not because it's just it grosses him out. He doesn't eat a worm because it's just their rice. I'm going to show when it's mutter, I eat. So when it's usher, and I get sick. You eat not eating worms. You ate worms. You look at it, it's gross. For not eating worms. All there, I'm sure we got my team going.
Yes, sir.
Words that grow an animal are awesome. How come the fish?
We are going to deep fry.
The problem with the worm is that it's a live worm. It's Abraham and Achai. How can you eat a live worm? Let's say it's mutter, but it's alive. It's Abraham and Achai. It's alive. The animal's dead. This thing's alive. It's not it's not part of the animal. When it comes to the fish, it's alive. Because fish themselves, you don't have to check.
Okay.
Interesting. Something to think about.
You can watch it. It's all on streaming. If you want to watch it.
There's no way to tie in a fish. Just gather and eat. It could be it's about the tax or something. But the honey, you can gobble them, the dairy can gobble them. And maybe the worm on them is mutter. You know how to eat a snake. Rabbis, there's something like a snake.
It's a big deal.
A giant worm, a very long worm. It looks like a snake. Oh, awesome. Interesting. They talk about
Are you excited for it?
He uses four.
It's a big deal.
They managed to do what they call today. The most popular car ever made, the Beetle. And there's, I forgot how many tens of thousands of types of Beetles. I forgot to look it up. It's in the thousands. No, I'm talking about the time.
New York Yankees.
5, 6, 6,
They won last year.
I was wondering why you just walked in now. You had this so prepared.
Not yet. No draft. That'll happen in the next couple of weeks, hopefully.
Why is it called a centipede? Because centipeds, it has 100 legs. So something interesting about a centipede.
Are you going to do it?
Told me this, but he's wrong. People think that they have odd.
You know how to do it on ESPN.com?
They have Jordan number, like they have odd number of American.
Yes, sir.
20 pairs. They have 21 pairs. They always have an odd number. Always 195.
I think I'm joined her. They have 100 feet.
They walk.
You sent me your
they just discovered it.
fancy thing on the meerkat.
Library glides and all those. I've called.
I don't know if that was one of them.
I'm sorry, Mike. I mean, so like.
You're good, big dog. Don't you apologize.
I'm just saying for football.
Excellent, big man.
They just get the field. 49ers just get the field goal.
There you go, big man.
I'm for all I'm a big sports guy.
I know you are, big man. Big weather guy, big sports guy.
I'm a big weather guy. I'm a weatherman, and
These are the scales. Before you jump, Chazanish once told the Rebbe Galinsky, that was a famous I had this question myself, so I'm just the answer, I don't know. So why do you need a raya that was is kosher if you're supposed to feed it to the tzaddikim? What's love it? So Rebbe says, because if there's no possible, if you don't say it's mutter, then because Baruch Hu wouldn't be able to serve it. Something like that. I don't get it 100%, but okay. I just thought it. From the parents, that's time it gets guessed. But anyway, this is how he flies through the water. Oh, he's not saying it. How do you know the tray boys? How do you know the tray boys? How do you know? The tray boys. What a geschmack of ferret.
Very Swift, spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Rothschild. Live. Last year, live from the Alps of Austria. 1 o'clock in the morning here. Okay. First year was in Hebrew, it was about 12 o'clock. Yeah. It's very interesting. I want to say 25% of the year right now is Satmar. Last time that ever happened was when I gave the year in Monroe, and there was 200 Satmars, and now 20%. It's unbelievable. So I met a very husband Satmar guy, and he wants to remain anonymous, so we're going to remain anonymous. And I spoke to him. I think I spoke to this other chassid last week, a friend now, Rabbi Levi. And he says, no, he does a shir every day. He says, yeah, he goes to shir every day. I said, Valdik, but here in the house, you go to the shir, you come in. He says, no. On Friday, no. Shabbos, no. So it's not every day. Right. We write, the kids here within 5 minutes, he says, okay, I want to check it out. So today's his first day. We're in the middle of filling up Samachov. It's a great place to start. It's always another argument, another very interesting thing happened today. So a guy introduced me to another person that used to do that for me, and he says, try to convince him to get back on. So I start talking to him. So this guy with a strimo right next to us, he buds and he says, listen, don't start right now. Start pulling this too hard. You don't start now. Start later. So I had a whole conversation with him. So I had to give him, explain to him how it works. So that guy actually showed up today to the leadership. What did he say? Don't start it. Chulin is too hard. He said, first of all, Chulin is not hard. Chulin is from the easier receptors. A lot of people say it's hard, it's not true. But this is not actually when you have an inspiration to start something. It doesn't matter what. Torah, business, working out, whatever it is. Do it right now. You don't wait. You don't push off. Oh, when vacation is over, I'm going to go on a diet. That never happens. That never works. Certain one is start right now. That's why that's on a volume of dollar is the first time it has to start. That's when you start. That's when you start. And when you make a seal, when you get the whole that's all over that. That's the seal shot. So that being said, because it's 1 o'clock in the morning, we're going to skip all the emails, all the geschmack stuff that we did before shir. And we're jumping right in.
Yeah, that's like just
if somebody eats a treasure fish. Oh, you're right. You gotta be sponsored. Sponsors you can't skip. Go ahead. Remind me your name again? That's not enough for me. Moshe Banda. He's the only guy that came for the full 2 weeks while I was here. And he's an MDY. Okay, Givaldi. Officially, this is MDY shots and self responsible by Zevin Yal Shula, Eric Bagilad, and Mary David Vici. David Dibi. And he said it's not David Vici. You don't pronounce the ayat then? Davidovich. So why is there an ayat then? Davidovich. Ilan married Davidovich. A very interesting thing happened that Ilan was sitting right next to Alex at the Suda, and they became like best of friends. The wife didn't stop schmoozing. At the end, I don't know whether they made their own Suda, the wives by themselves, and the husband over there. It was a beautiful child, beautiful child. First of all, so first of all, Shkoyach for sponsoring the parent, and Shkoyach, I can say again, Shkoyach for sponsoring the name of the Sefer Torah. Thank you. The Daf, Son of God, Naftali Simon, to Eli and the MDY team, thank you for changing my life and so many others through your Torah each day. Shkoyach, David Solomon. The second spot of David Solomon dedicated memory of every murder, school, birthday, time to see. And the Boston Family Foundation in honor of the NY Live in American War and Hospitality. Anonymous, and some group of attachments very seen right here on my left. For our older sister, the Divina Tzach and Nakas for our children. Anonymous, beautiful children, which Shem Kaveh Assessment. The young and young Rosenthal, Bruce Simcha. Multi-sponsors anonymous, the Nishma Jonathan Itam Ben Mordechai Zera Kohen Zebin Bracha. And the Tzvi's Nishma Jonathan Itam Ben Mordechai Zera Kohen Zebin Bracha. Simon, who came up with Mary Bell for Miriam. The weekly sponsors, sponsors, the beautiful photo of the first friend, Holy Husband, Kaya Bessia, Stratz family, the Lishmas Chaim, Gabriel Ben, Ariel Jacobson on his Peter Friday, Lukas Tamos, daily sponsors, Yitzhak Hershkowitz, Mordechai Sapaznik, Ziv Lishmas Rachamim, Ben Sadio, and Yemima Harari. And do I art? What are you looking at? Ben Sadio. NY Art Monk for some more Habanesi, if it's a yellow, Daniel says, Ben, yellow Tesla. So this is how if a guy eats a non-kosher fish, what is he over on? That's one question we're dealing with today. What is he over? Is it the rice, the Rabbanon, 2 Isurim? We're seeing it's actually Isur Asay and an Isur Lois Asay. 2 Isur. Another question that happens in New York, that happens, big controversy in New York. Drinking water full of worms. I saw it with my own eyes. They showed me a glass bottle just from the tap. You open up the faucet, put it in. See these little guys swimming around in the water. They live in the water. Are you allowed to drink it? A lot. It's a little gross, but you're allowed to drink it. So these are things that we're going to be discussing today. You have in herring, you have worms, the grown herring, and different fish, different worms. So when you see the certain parent to eat worms, doesn't have to be crushed off. If the worm was created in the fish, that's one thing that you might be allowed to eat. If it's created in water, but the water is in a kli, that's another thing you're allowed to drink. But if it's not from a kli, it's from a river. So what about the water here? We were on a hike the other day, and my son was drinking the water. I said, "Stop! He's older. He's married. This is the best water in the world. So you're not worried about leeches, this, that." So it says in the straw when going on a hike, there's big signs: don't drink from the water. It could be leeches, it could be worms, different things. So I looked it up tonight. It said, but in the Alps it's different. The Alps most likely it's good as long as it's moving. You're good. Okay. So we're holding the first word in Nafsamach Vava now. What's going on? Today we're going to finish up the sugya of grasshoppers, remove grasshoppers, and then we're going to move on to the sugya of fish. So here's a grasshopper. Grasshopper, the Simon of the Torah tells us we have 4 wings, and the 4 wings cover most of their bodies. They also have 4 legs, and then they have these jumpers, full cartsunai. One here calls it Ra'ayim. These guys, they're massive compared to the legs, and then they push on them and it launches them. They jump very far. Don't even need that. Wings, okay. So, just think maybe it's like the aircraft carrier, you get launched by that wire thing, but it also has its own. It could fly by itself, but it gives it a little bit of a head start. That's a puzzle. Now, the Gemara says there's 800 types of Hagavim that are coming, and today, scientists, whatever, they know about 11,000, I think it was, 11,000 types of Hagavim. It doesn't say coming, not coming, so it's not a steer to what the Gemara says. The Gemara says 800, which is not a good number. 800 is a low number. There's 800 types of Hagavim that are coming. The Torah tells us only about 4. On the bottom parts you see, it says, it says, Solam Liminoyu, it says, 4. The first part is a very general cloud. It says, if it has these jumpers, we're not eating it. So 800 types of this, 11,000 types of grasshopper that have jumpers, you got to eat it. That's a kabbalah. That's a conversation. No, not so fast. So that's to be one of these 4. So, what's going on? So yesterday we saw Machoides, and you see on the Samachor with the Aleph on the bottom, you don't have to go there, but I'll just read it. It says, one man donor says that from these 4, I just put it, I changed it a little bit today, the 4 Liminois, because we're going to need it for the next sugi, so I changed what's red and what's blue. But anyway, there's 4 extra types. In addition to these 4 that the Pasuk brings, there's another 4 you're allowed to use. So first, remember I said yesterday, the Gemara in Tom says if you eat half of this tziporish kramen and you learn a lot of Torah, learn the whole Shas, and then you eat the second half, you'll remember it all forever. That's Gemara in Shabbos. So Alex told me that if I could find him this thing, he'll give $10,000 to MDY. I think it's low. Something like that is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, $10,000. So I'm not going to go look for it now. That's for Israel. Israel wants. Okay. And by the way, happy birthday to Israel. He's 10 years old today. How many got to do Israel? Dara. How many did a few seconds? A few hundred? Oh, that's right. Today it's the second shiur. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Is a second shiur. This is coming out to you, know. They are Yiddish. Yeah. All right. So now, and the 4 that the Gemara says it's coming. Yochanan Yushalmi by Tzuvia. Sorry, it's first coming. Yochanan Yushalmis. Or Tzuvia Baras bonus. The Yochanan Yushalmis is 1. Or Tzuvia Baras bonus. Okay, fine. We're not going to remember the names anyway. No, not really. So now we're holding Daf, Sanavon, and Daf on top. Oh, and the other one says that it's a cloud about the cloud. We're going to get into that. That if it has a long head, let's talk about this long-headed guy. Where is he? Yeah, long-headed guy. He's a grasshopper with a long head, and comes to exclude this. Comes to be married with just a long-headed guy. Comes to exclude a cricket. If you're in the mountains, if you're in the swell, that crickets everywhere. They make a lot of noise. It looks very, very similar to a grasshopper. Has the 4 legs, 2 jumpers. It even has a little bit of a tail going on, but it's not a grasshopper. Okay. We might go maybe. So until we get to the fish, we have to finish off the grasshopper situation. What's my place to do arguing about this guy right over here on the screen, the long-headed grasshopper. So the soccer is for sake for doing this every single day. They know what cloud soccer is, so I'm not going to talk to them. What's cloud and crowd? Very, very simple. You can do this. This is cloud. Cloud means everything. Everything Torah says, everything that has a jumper, you're allowed to eat. So if I just stopped right there, I could eat everything. Greens, blues, yellows, all the colors, all the shapes. The problem is, the Torah says, 4. It went from 11,000 to 4. How does that happen? So what do you do when you have a generalization and then a flat? It stops the whole cloud. There's nothing. The cloud is bullish. And you go straight to the cloud. All 4. Instead of 11,000, now I have 4. I was selling the cargo calling the cloud trap in the cloud. And I say it's black. You say it all the time to brothers. Some of you don't know what you're talking about. But cloud is trap. In the cloud, the cloud is nothing. You go with the cloud. It's very, very different. If I add another cloud at the end, then it becomes a star word. Then I add a lot of stuff. What stuff? Everything that's similar to the cloud gets added. So now I went from 4 to 200. If the 200 are similar to the 4, then it's all the 200. So right now, I'm just at a cloud on a cloud. Cloud drop, ain't the cloud on a cloud. The meaning in, if it's those 4 yes, the love meaning no, any story. But what? Who married the government? It says, we do add, and what are we going to add? We're going to add anything that has two similarities. First of all, it has to have the 4 simonim. What are the 4 simonim? Not from all. 4 legs, 4 wings, 2 jumpers, and the 4 wings, they cover most of the body. That's one side. Second side is it doesn't have a long head. Here, if you look closer at this picture right over here, you'll see these guys, there's a whole sugi yesterday. It has here, it doesn't have here. This guy, if you notice, he has a tail. This guy's the one next to him on the left is the long-headed one. Okay. And the one, the Chaga, is boring. Has nothing special about it. They don't have a long head, they have a tail. It's bald. Okay. Says Gemara, Color comes along and says no. Instead of me just adding 4 types of grasshoppers that are similar to the 4 types of Torah, there's also about I have the jumpers, anything that has a jumper is a cloud. I have this whole cargo, the Torah talks about 4 special ones, that's pride. But then the Torah says, and here, that's why I did it in the puzzle. You can see, Asher Karayim, which is in red. Yeah, that's a cloud. It means all the grasshoppers. So then the Torah says, Solom is a pride, and then Limino, on the bottom of the puzzle. 4 times it says Limino, that's another cloud. That makes it a sandwich. I have a cloud in the beginning, cloud at the end, and the very only 4 types of grasshopper in the middle, it's a cloud by the top. Yeah, the dog, so it lets me add a lot of things, but they have to be similar to the crop. And remember, if you're going to look at hot side, it only has to be similar to one thing. So what's the one thing that has to be similar? As long as it has the 4 simonim. 4 food, 4 wings, 2 jumpers, and the 4 wings cover most of the body, and that can include many grasshoppers. Okay, so we're done with that. You want to ask, well, what kind of sandwich is it? If you take dry bread on the bottom and you put a burger on the top, that's not a good sandwich. That's a funny kind of sandwich. If you're going to give me one cloud that's like this and another cloud that's different, that's not a cloud by the glass. So the double cloud is all about the first one is done similar to the second one, right? The first cloud that should have jumpers. So the second cloud could also be jumpers. Yes. Well, that's why we covered by both simonim. But that's that jumper and stuff. For legs, the 4 wings, and the cover is really good. So we really start to follow the guy. So the order is why I told you before the I got it done. You can't hold that this is a power by the time and all that. But believe it or not, this is the Mishpari. You learn it from me and the rest of the class later in the small. Learns like that from our figure right here. I mean, the Rana, the Baron, Tana, the Record, so we talk it by God, the hard parts from this figure right over here. Look at the way right here. It's not the whole 4, 26 right there. Sorry, 45 minutes not. All right, what? Oh, that's right. I had to say fast to Kobe. Kobe goes to one of our editors, and he's online right now doing all this technology because Marcus Kanavi is in America and it's the Shabbos. And it is 2:30 in the morning by him. So he starts very night. You have a crazy dedicated staff that's there, stepped in and needed. You had a fight. Who's going to do it? I've already told it out there. The guy with the picture, the nice trophy on right now. I don't even know. I hope on him. Not a real fight. A fight for Central Night. Oh, no. We said it. We said yesterday, as long as his name is Chago. So there's a Maisa. What? Don't say I don't know, Victor. There's a famous story in Bet Shemesh where a guy sold hundreds of apartments. It's called Festival. And people put a lot of money down there, and the guy that developed it ran away. He got into a lot of trouble, he messed everybody up, and he ran away to Italy. So the Shabbat went down to Italy, and they found him. And how did they find him? They all chose his name now. So he's screaming out his name. He said, "That's right!" And he's turning around. Yeah, the grass is going back to Israel, and whatever he did from the Israel. Meanwhile, hundreds, maybe thousands of French people lost their lives. What's the name? That's his name. If his name is Chago, then he's good. He's good to go. He's a grasshopper. Actually, that makes no sense. He says that a grasshopper has that force in him. Who cares if they call him a grasshopper? Anybody calls him one of my logo. Oh, but I believe the person is telling me that he has to have a simon. I'm not only here. I think about calls him. I said, man, anybody calls him one of my logo, so why should I say that he's coaching? We had a flower by the clouds. After he has to be the simon. You want to tell you why. Oh, I mean, how do you say what you talk about? He likes his shalom. You're right, if you wouldn't have the third one, Salah. Which one is it? The second one. Salah. But it says Salah. And what do I learn from him? The Rabbi Rothschild, if he's a weird-looking grasshopper, has a long head, then it's still kosher. Mela once I make an exception to the rule. I say that long-headed guy is kosher. So Mela, I would think that anything is kosher, even if his name is Chagam, even without the simanim. National no, you need the full simanim. No monkey business. And finally, the last sugya for the grasshopper is very simple. Just 4 lines here, but it's very simple. Yesterday we said if the Solom, the one without a tail, let me show you the tail. I gotta show you the tail. This is with the tail. See that long thing in the back. The type of grass has a tail. That's the name of cargo. Is an equal. Cargo is with a tail. Solom's without a tail. But yesterday we said Solom, they call him a Russian. And cargo we call him an equal. And today, the Am is Solom's an equal, cargo is a Russian. We flipped it. So there's another nice class day. It depends on what city you live in. Sometimes you call it an equal, sometimes you call it a Russian. But the basic thing, Solom is without a tail, and cargo is with a tail. Just sometimes you call it Solom Russian, and sometimes you call it Solom equal. Because that depends on the city. But a Solom is without a tail. Okay, here we go. New sugya. Sugya first. So, the Torah says, we don't usually stop it because Kaskesses that we don't know. Kaskesses is like the armor, the little things that he has on all the scales on his body, they peel off. Oh, that's the Ramban. I didn't say in the Hebrew, I wanted to say it. I said I'll say it later. So let me say it now so I don't forget. Ramban says, I just like the way, if you ever watch the guy in the fish store, he takes the knife and it comes right off. In other words, it's in the bush. We're going to see in a second. It's the bush of Goliath. It's a armor that goes on top of the body. It's not part of the body. It's not there. The fin is part of the body. You can't just take a knife. You can cut it off. It doesn't scrape off. The fact that the scales scrape off, it's more like a beged, more like a levush. So says the Gemara, what if he's born without it, and later on he develops it? Roshi felt that this is something that we should show him. I'm not even sure what this is. What is this? This is a video CAT scan. What is this? What technology? I don't know. Okay. Developing it. Okay. He's just going to discuss. It's a guy. The fish the size of his person. That white stuff, yeah? It's right on. Look how big it is, no? That is an escort. Stop. If you have scales, you talk about scales without a snapper. You're saying you're asking me a question. The first says snapper with discussing, so obviously you can have one without the other. And we're gonna say no. If you have discussing, so you have scales, you automatically have snapper. So what's the question? The question is gonna be then why is there to say snapper? Just say discussing. There's one simon. The rest is you're right. At the end of the day, it's true. No, that's not around. No, that's not it. Okay, so let's say right now he's born without scales, but he's going to develop scales later when he becomes a big boy. The boy has sultanas. So what's sultanas? Rashi says, Bilaz Quinino. Sounds like tuna. But they say it's not mamish. And what they claim, the article says over here that sultanas is what we call today herring. Okay? Bafion on a flyer. I have no idea. Just made that up. Harid the Mukra. There's the Afshal. That's the last year of the show. Show them in a nice. If he has scales, but it comes off when they pull him out of the water, keep going. For instance, Hakunos, Chesapayos, Batunos. This is more like tuna. Harid the Mukra. Talking about tuna, I always have to show this picture. I'm very proud of this picture. I only went fishing once in my life, basically. And they took me on like a thing. This is usually as far as I could share. I had time. 2 hours to get there from Eretz Yisrael, from the shore of Eretz Yisrael. 2 hours out, boom, we catch tuna. I don't know how frustrating to catch it. It's a small tuna, but it's very, very tasty. So I didn't check to see if its scales fall off or not. I don't remember having scales to fly, but it was kosher. And he says, I read your motor. So here's a video of them catching this fish. And when you pull it out of the water, the scales come off, they're coming out of the water. How do you know? You just have to. They're excited, but look at how many, the whole thing is full of their scales. It just pops off. Okay? You gotta wash off your duck. Your body. Sackers, they go fishing, it's not a thing by soccer. They don't even know what that is. Huh? Really? Well, what about you? No. Sponsors. Yeah. It's not exciting. But he was on it the first day. It's not like it took him 2 weeks. He's been on it. Some people don't consider this for months. I'm going to go to swim as a sponsor. I died today with official non-COVID sponsor of the NBA League. Anchor Healthcare as a source for all of Fly Yisrael's Shemai. What? I'm sorry. He's preparing that. He's going to, as soon as we get there, it's going to be like he's going to let everything out. Not also. Well, she used to get specials, just snapper. You hear this? And you say, if a fish has scales, he automatically has a snapper. And when Rabbi Rothschild says, you hear this, he says, Givaldi, he says, what's kaskeses? The protective fish. What's snapper? It gets you places. Like this gets you places. He says you can't go places if you don't have a protection. You have to have protection and rippiness. You have to protect the goof, your neshama. First you protect, then once you protect, there you go. So the ikir of a person, the ikir of the fish is the kaskeses. We don't care about the snapper. It's actually snapper, maybe kaskeses. What's the shot? Yeah, actually kaskeses is a snapper. Maybe has kaskeses. He has the armor, then automatically has a snapper, goes guard. Then it's stuff. Yeah, actually snappers, he only has fins. Anyway, kaskeses, it doesn't have kaskeses. That coming. These are coming fish. So, you want to ask right away. First of all, I want to say places. Places has the fact. How do Chacham know this? How do they know? Who's closer? There's going on. I looked it up. There's 37,000 types of fish. There's only 6,800 types of animals. There's 37,000 types of fish. How in the world the Chachamim, when they went in, they scuba dive down deep and they know every fish? It's not possible. Where were they? Because they knew all this. So he says at the end, he says, maybe, maybe they got it from other region. They had such a Kabbalah from other region. The Kloisenberg Rebbe says, we'll see it in a second. In Yagdu Torah V'Yadu, I'll say. Remind me, he said the Kloisenberg. But now, based on this thesis, it's more Gishmak. So, yes, it's not really Kaskasas, it's not coming. Ask the Gemara the obvious question. We rely solely on the Kaskasas, on the scales. We don't care about the snapper. So then why in the world, if the Rachmana Kaskasas, if the snappers, then why does the Torah even mention fins? They're not important. The main thing is the Kaskasas. Says because of Rachmana Kaskasas, because of snapper, I don't even know what Kaskasas means. It's a funny word. What's snapper? So I would think that snapper means scales. I feel that tummy, so maybe I would start eating tummy fish. That's why. That's why I need both. Says Gemara. That's goes on snapper because we might discuss the Bushu. How do you know which one is what? You say it says both. So okay, one of them means armor, one of them means scales, one of them means fins. But how do you know which one is what? We might discuss the Bushu. It says like Goliath, Bashim, Kaskasim with Lavosh. Who went to fight Goliath is wearing the whole armor. It says before Kaskasim. That's like you have saying armor, one piece of metal on top of the other. That's what scales look like. Which everybody asks. Goliath is a novel. How do I know? And what? And from the Torah until David HaMelech, we didn't know what it was. So they talk about it. They didn't know. We don't know. Okay. So now that we know, and here's the big question. Now from Goliath, from David HaMelech, we know what kaskasim means. So why does the Torah have to tell us both? Which is interesting how two things go together. Becomes very small. Yagdu Torah v'Yadu. It's a puzzle. It's to enhance the Torah, to make it more geschmack, and to more interesting. You have snapper, you have kaskasses. Kaskasses is enough. But it says snapper and kaskasses. Now we know that when you have kaskasses, you have snapper. But over here, the Kloisenberg Rebbe says, and that's based on what Kloisenberg says that other Mishnah already knew, that Yagdu Torah Yagdu is a way to tell Klal Yisrael Torah is real. How do I know Torah is real? The Chachamim had, it's not, I don't want to use the word. I'm not going to use that word, not a good word. Chachamim had no problem stating a fact and saying that snapper, kaskasses is the simon, and automatically you have kaskasses, you have snapper. 2,000 years later, we have scuba diving gear, and we have submarines. We can go down to see the Titanic, and down there, that fish that you don't have up there, that fish that never come up, that these fish, you ever seen these pictures? Giant light in front. It has like a tube and a light in front, and it swims like 3,000 feet below the surface. And other fish go to it. It's like this thing right over there. This maybe I should show it. Oh, that guy. That zapper right over there. It attracts flies, that thing. And his light is a glowing thing, and it shooting the gazap that attracts other fish to it and it eats them. So how does Chacham know that if he has, how to do this? Let's see the way. Oh, okay. So how does Chacham know this? All the fish in the world they have kaskasim. That's the Agda Torah V'Yagda. That is, it's proof that Torah in the Shemayim, but they were able to say things. We saw a similar thing about the Amos and Chayim. Others say that even later generations will never find a fish that has kaskasim that doesn't have things. The Torah says eat fish that have snapper kaskasim, and don't eat fish that don't have snapper kaskasim. It's basically saying the same thing twice. Why? Because if I tell you eat fish that have snapper kaskasim, that means don't eat fish that don't have. Hold on, did I miss a video? Hold on. I'll show that one. She's bugging me. That was a very interesting one. Oh, that one, yeah. Okay. So we'll get to it in a second. So that's a Gemara, simple question. Since it says you should eat, do eat. That's the issue. Don't eat, so it doesn't have something. Then the second part, it says, don't eat that, and I learned the opposite. If you don't eat this, but you could eat one that's out of this thing. So why is the Torah repeat itself? Oh, so remember this. I think it's something important to remember. If a person is stuck in China and he has a taiva to eat, an eel, a funny fish, you should know that you're over on two surim. First, you're over in a loisase, the usual, but also in a say. Because there's two fish that have snapping with this fish. Oh, now we're getting to super interesting. Let me show you this first. It's not music. It is all a cappella. It's a video. So Sakura, please close your ears. Just read the...
היי, משקיע, אנחנו לא נצלן, אנחנו חונים למהגרים, לא ככה. אז איך יש פה דגים שהשם ישמור? חייבים לבדוק מטעם ומטהור. אהוב לי הקסקסת, לא קשה. הדג בלי הסנפיר, לא קשה. ועוד אחד בלי קסקסת, לא קשה. איזנישט שייך. למה יש דגים כאלה במטבח? תגיד, לא למדת דף יומי? עוד לא צריך קסקסת, הדג קשה. אם נשרה קסקסת, קשה, כל שיש לו קסקסת, קשה, אבל רגע, דף שלו לומד דף יומי, מעיז לדבר, קחו אותו מכאן, מהר.
It's a typical Yossi Shachar video. These are Shabbos, Friday Shabbos, our weekend artist. He's the one that did Alala Roach. Same, okay. But I don't know if it's a good video to show a Satmar, first time Satmar this year, but okay. This is what it boxes. Thank you so much. The next one, I didn't show the other one in the English. We went without showing it, but I'll show it. I'll show it the next one. First of all, it's at a very high level of art. When it comes to show, I don't know exactly. It shows one of our light in the Torah, or the other Irish, I don't know. So you want to okay, we did this. No. Very cool. So this is the sugar of both sides of eating worms. The heck is. You're not eating worms. Why? You're not eating worms that grew within the tree. Not worms that grew in the ocean, not worms. So I want to show you the 4 types of water that we're talking about. Very important. Here's Yamim in the Cholim. The Cholim we all know. We all went today to see the Nasa Gargoyle Street. streams of water. This is not even a guzma. This is what it looks like over there. With those pink, purple flowers. I don't know if you know it, they also have purple moths. So purple moth. Yam. This is one type of. There's also another type of water called haritim and eatim. This is actually water that's moving as it comes out of the ground. You can make a hole in the ground, but it's water from the behind. Then we have bar, shiach, umara. What's the difference between a bar and shiach? It's all the same thing. One is round as a bar. I know some people call it shiach. Shiach is a square, a rectangle. And ma'ara means it has a cover. It's like it's a cave. You what? Yeah, like in Gaza. Like what they try to do to them in Gaza. Fill it up with water and then, yeah. So, those are the, and then we have one more. We have, this is the worst of the worst. This is the furthest thing from a yam. And that's putting water in a clay. So, the other interesting thing was, I think I mentioned it here, but yeah, the idea of drinking straight out of a river, like, are you going to eat something you're not supposed to eat? Are there any worms in there? No, it's fine. Yes, it's fine. Sheimani tofu. That's where we are. Tofu we call Shem Moyim, not Tamalona. Eat anything that's in the water. Shiach and Hoyle eat it in fire, with the stamp, which we're going to discuss more tomorrow. Is a apostle that tells you straight out that you could eat these worms that grow in the water. There's a apostle that's more of a mister, it's awesome. Makish Hitler, the fire, the leader of Caleb, apostle that says straight out, you're allowed to eat these worms. The after is when it's in a vessel, in a clean. So too, the other apostle that talks about Stam, we're going to show the two psukim, but we don't know which one is what today. The night in the rabbi's prayers, Shifra Ma'aris, so Shoichev is Shoichev ahead. You can bend down and drink straight out of the bar. Bend in that, and you don't have to worry about all these worms. We're going to see, Mamish, to us, is going to be mind blowing. That you lie to L'chatchila eat worms in certain situations. Pasuk says, eat everything that's in the water. Worms. Even if it became you should eat all these fish that are in the water that have snap rivikas. But only from the ocean and the Nahal are you allowed to eat with snap rivikas. The less like only from those places you must have snap rivikas. Oh, the Caleb, what if they grow up in a vessel? So even if they don't have snapper because gases, you're allowed to eat it. So in New York, they're saying that a lot of the water is the water, it's a shiloh, is the water coming from a river, or the water comes from a reservoir. Remember in the mountains you see, you drive by, there's like a reservoir, it's like stale water. They put it in there, or like, you know, those giant water towers. In this middle of the cars. Okay, but you see it more like when you go to these cities in America, you see these big towers, those big balloons, and then that's a cleat. It's mam's cleat. It's a cleat on the ground, attached to the ground. It's more like it's character. Okay. So, but the Torah tells us that if it grows up in a cleat, you're allowed to eat this worm. Obviously, it's not a worm that grew up somewhere else and jumped into the cleat. It's grow up in the cleat. What about if it comes out of the cleat? What if it goes up the walls of the cleat and it goes back in? So that's going to be the discussion tomorrow. Also, that's fine because it's normal for it to go up, down, as long as it didn't come from another place. Ask the Gemara, maybe say learn it different. You you're making a difference between the ocean and a kli. And somehow you came out that if it grows up in a kli, you're allowed to eat it. Maybe if maybe if it grows up in a kli, even if it has snabber guesses, you cannot eat it. That makes more sense almost. We don't eat worms, right? We're not worm-eating people. No, I'll tell you what, because we have another passage now. No, that shouldn't even enter your mind. You see, but Yamin the less layers they hold. Only from the oceans and the rivers if they don't have snabber because it's in LA. The less leg, the hog, and these are super we're talking about the conclusion itself. But one becomes to the same conclusion that when you have these creatures that grow in the Kliyalari, as the Gemara of a Mayim cloud. Here, check this out. So we have a cloud. What's a cloud? All the types of waters, all four waters that we discussed. The ocean, the Charitzim, the boy, and the creek. As it says the word Mayim. Mayim means full water. Then we have a prat. Let me get to it. Prat. The Yamin Ubenachol. Only these two. And we have another cloud. It says Bamayim again. But take a look at the puzzle. If you see the puzzle inside, it's all gonna. You're gonna ask the question yourself. Look what it says over there. It says Bamayim. That's cloud, and then the prat is Bayamu Ubenachol wasn't the failure. The prat is at the end of the puzzle. What's the problem? Usually we have a sandwich. We have Bamayim in the beginning. Bayamu Ubenachol wasn't the failure should be in the middle. And then once again afterwards, Bayamu. Bamayim. But over here we have cloud, prat. Does that work? So let's see. So first of all, the Gemara doesn't go to the cloud by the cloud. I think it says that. No. Well, so now the Gemara starts, it's not a cloud and prat. It's a cloud and then a prat. And what happens when you have a cloud and prat? We don't care about the cloud at all. We go to the prat. So what? A prat yamu necholim. In the eating of Haritza Loi, we're going to take even the thing closest to the yam. What's number 2 on the list? The eating of Haritza. They come out of the ground. No good. Says, well, no, I have a cloud by the cloud. Bamayim. There's another Bamayim. Cause of a cloud. Now I have a cloud by the cloud. Well, it says the Gemara, here's crazy. It says the Gemara, but how to treat clothes and sweet cloud. Doesn't he know? But the two Mayims, let's go back to that puzzle for a second. The two Mayims are one after another. How does that work? How to treat clothes and sweet cloud? Honorable is not a problem. My Rabbi said it's a strong. When you have these two Mayims, one after another. It's not a you pretend as if it's a sandwich. As if the word Bamayim, the second Bamayim goes all the way to the end of the puzzle. So you have Bamayim cloud. Bayam Ubenachol, it says all the way to the end of the Ubenachol. It's a prat. It says once again Bamayim. Cloud. What time is it? 2 o'clock in the morning. What do you expect? Wow. My first day, it's going to make a serious shot musician. My first day was when he gave a shear at 1 o'clock in the morning. And he was so famished, and his eyes were closing, and he was saying, flap. He didn't know what he was talking about, but it was still symbolic. And I'm here, and I'm saying, I'm making a serious shot, making a shot. Cloud, so now that we have a sandwich, so the prat is not so bad. The prat just gives us direction. It tells us it should be similar to this. You can add a lot of types of waters, but they have to be similar to the prat. It's water that keeps on coming out. So what does that include, my Rabbi? Hold on. Let me show you this crazy video. Mom is the sugar. I have to understand what's going on here. This is a special restaurant that serves worms. You can eat worms that grow in a cleat. Oh, and here's that fish that has that light bulb on top. That's where I got it. Okay, great. This is Rabbi Rothschild. He's in charge of this restaurant. He's also, he helps out a lot with the videos and the humor. How do I get it to go there? Okay, just that's the balloon in front. Trying to grab people. The Yokim then slowing down. If you eat it straight from the thing, you grew up in a aquarium, you're allowed to eat it. That's a puffer fish. There's a sushi here. It's all around. It doesn't come out. They serve it straight. They do the thing. They do delivers with it. I think so, and that's good. We should all be brave. With the way I act, we should all be actively trying to. So, when you see somebody doing something crazy on the internet, get in there and make sure I'm not killed. I don't have time to do stuff. Hey, yeah. You know how long it takes to make something like this. Rabbi Sai, have a good talk. Respect for joining. Oh, I have to finish? Thank you. My Rabbi, sorry, where am I? My Rabbi Charizin is in the Surah. My Miyat is called Brother God. What do you take out? Moiros, Shichem, Kumaris, Lepera. Those you're allowed to eat from, but Charizin meats them is like the river in the ocean. And that's also to eat from. If you want to eat shmaka, things that grow, things that grow, if you go to Yochanan restaurant, the shkoyach and have a good
Very disclosive, spreading joy throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. NBLsponsor.com and sponsor at NBL.com.
Christian Zaragoza, I'm not going to have you explain me anything. Christian Zaragoza got salsa thrown at him at a comedy show. He went viral for it, and he keeps posting the same video over and over. So this is a new post. It's not the original salsa post. I thought you were going to do it. I got so happy there for a second. Damn, 19 hours ago, this edit is up for those of you who asked what happened after he got kicked out. And he said, I don't know what he got kicked. Good Rabbi Sai, good morning, Rabbi Sai. A good 3 Wochen, Rabbi Sai. Live from the Alps. Austrian, Swiss, Italian, they're all the same. Right? Very easy. That's a point. So we have Shmuel's here, giving me a beautiful bottle of wine and a nice email in Hebrew. I have to translate it in English. I'm trying to translate. Huh? Oh, it's in English too. Wow. And Lef was here. I forgot to say her name. And what's your name? Where'd you go from? Where do you live? Toronto, but you're a Hebrew speaker. Italian. That's before ideas. He's from Carmel. Wow, okay. And I'm going to guess how much your battery is left on this thing. 32%. How much is it? I better hurry up now. Okay, so we're here. It's Erev Shabbos, an hour and something before Shabbos. Once the Shabbos here is it's from the hard ones, because you only get to start the first year at 11:30, closer to 12, and then the second year is like, okay. So anyways, we'll deal with that. That is the Shaito. Here's Shmuel Kleiner, who's here with us now, doing the daf in Appenzell. Oh, this is the place you're telling me about that I must see. Appenzell, Switzerland, and right, spend Shabbos with the elderly in Austria. So I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to go from Austria to Zurich. That's where my flight is. Hopefully, I get to see some good stuff. So here's an email from you. Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi Rothschild. I would like to express my thanks for the past 3 years, during which I have been zoich to learn that through the Rav's daily shiur. These 3 years have been a constant source of physical inspiration and simcha for me. When I chose this gift, the wine, expert explained, this particular bottle was aged in an oak barrel for 3 years until it reached full maturity. And immediately I thought of 3 years that have been zoich to learn from the Rav. Here it is. Boys, check it out. Schmack stuff. All of a sudden, everybody's coming over. Chavez. Oh, you want a little bit of this? Okay. Hey, go. Yeah. No, I'm opening up once a Shabbos, $5, boys. I don't even try to come Friday night. Just as fine wine becomes richer and more refined with time, so too have been zoich over these past 3 years to grow through the Rav's Torah, the remarkable clarity of the shiur, the consistency, and the many Kabbalah stories I've taken upon myself, including my mikro, the Targum, and more, all inspired by the Rav. Just as this one requires 3 years, I can see this was translated to, you wrote it in Hebrew, right? It's the Rav. It's, another Rav. But you might be too. This is the one requires 3 years to reach its full potential. So too, these 3 years of learning from Makachir have become a priceless gift that will continue to accompany me and enrich my life many years to come. May I show grand Makachir health, Arif Yisrael, Shar, Koya, Simcha, and abundance Yad Shmai on me. You can hear this Koya, Abbas Torah, inspiring thousands of Yidden, being close to Torah many years to come. Think of everything. Hashem bench, Makachir, his family, Bracha, and stuff, and only some things. With heartfelt appreciation, deepest respect. Shmulik, Liner, Brooklyn, New York, food, travel, respect so much Shmulik for coming here and sharing this beautiful bottle of wine. 2021, made in Italy. Oh yeah, better be good after that. An MDY every Shabbos in Australia, don't find this really Shlomi Rosenbaum. So we started doing the daf of his father's day after Yeshiva with the Simon office. I'm coming bar mitzvah just after Pesach. So our good friend Don Farb is supposed to visit Jimmy. And what does he find? Or not?
Can you speak up much more about friends?
They heard the bell ring, they're ran, they open up the bar, they go to the Yummy! Schmack! Our ambassador in Australia, Shlomo Ben Jamie Azulai. Shlomo Azulai and friends launched an NDY Jewish style location in Shabbos Metamas, Givaldi. Instead of watching Shtusim, so to get through the kindness, they watch Torah. So there's a lot of recommendations. You go to these hotel programs, there's typically a guy that tells you, go here, go there. And I just like to say it the way it is. You must go here, and you must go here. These are some of the things that are not a must, but they're very good. The Alpine slide is one of the longest in the world, maybe the longest in Europe. I think 4 or 5 kilometers, goes down 500 meters. You go up on a chairlift, a very fancy enclosed chairlift, 8-person, a 10-person chairlift. Go up, beautiful views, most gorgeous views. And then you come all the way down. Obviously, it costs money. I don't even know how much it costs. 25 euro per person, something like that. And and it's very safe. Why is this safe? Unfortunately, at our Shabbaton, somebody pointed out 2 women or 2 men. There's a man. I'm getting confused. There's a guy there. Who came without his wife. He's been dealing with his wife for months. She was in a coma. She was this. I went on one of these and flew off. She had to be airlifted, and she's in big stars. Today, I don't know. This is already a year ago. Not a year ago. So I went in Utah and I asked the guy, "Could I fly off this?" He says, "No." I said, "I can go as fast as I want." Yes. I was going as fast as I went with my granddaughter on my lap, and we came around the turn and it went flying. The thing came out. Because it's not sitting. This is super safe. I took it to its limits. I took the turns as fast as I could possibly go, and it's stuck in the track. It catches the track from underneath. It's like a real roller coaster, like in America, where it doesn't pop off the track. You know what I mean? So there's just a little bit of a. You're not supposed to take videos while you're going on this thing, especially when you're going fast. But certain personalities do things different. You gotta learn from this guy, whoever he is. The guy with the long blue pants and like he's married to the Cheers wife. Okay, anyway. You get the idea. You did it twice, no? Another one you went to? I see you looking for these. It goes even quicker. What is that? I'm not so, this is my kids. Once was enough. You went on this twice, and your mom's living there. No. So, this is called Rosengarten. I went there just because the name is, such a religious name. But Rosengarten. It's called Rosengarten Schlucht. I'm not making this up. Literally, it's the way we spell it, and that's the way it's spelled. It's a very nice place. I didn't do the whole thing because I was with some of the kids, my students' wife's sons. So, no, plus we were carrying babies with us the whole thing. So, we did half. It was very nice. Very nice. But I do recommend more than this. I recommend you guys should all go to that place. I went yesterday. He says there's a place called Siri. He's on number 6 bus. Place I went yesterday. What's it called? Iron Sea. Super Sea. I'll tell you the name later. It's 2 lakes. You one or two boats, but just driving through it is Leila. I was sitting there, with the cows, with the bells, and they're touching the cows that come over to you. It's weird. All right, what else do we have today? And then we have to go. Oh, yeah, this one. This I saw already. No, this is a topic to everybody. If you're waiting for your wife or anything, you're waiting for a doctor, whatever it is, open up a Gemara. Guaranteed that all doors will open immediately, all lines will finish. That's Steve Sartre. I got 1.5 minutes worth of learning. Who knows where? It's okay. They're not coming. I gotta prepare. As soon as I open it up, boom. There's also shots every time. Every time I open up the Gemara, the chazan starts. It's just easy. Try it out. You'll see it works. Beautiful. And it works before you get to learn a little bit. Official edition everyone shots with 7 Yaw Shulov, Eric, Ilan, and Mary David Vici. I didn't meet him. He's here. I don't know. Ilan, Mary David Vici, the Elishma Shai Ben Aaron, and Yocheved Chava, Little Bas, Avrol, Daf Samachay, Bayeli, Yakubo, Shlema, Michal, Ben, Guru Bracha. And a 7 days sound and dedicated in memory of a murdered small forest, very tight to those who draw from the Patrick Town Foundation, the mountain of any Latin American to warm hospitality. That was Super Adelante. And I was a couple of guys from Benny, Shmuel and Ahuma Schuster, the Sloth and Nachas from our children. Anonymous for Shlema and Ruth from Eva Sester, Yonan Daniel Rosenfeld, Reese Simcha. Anonymous, the Nishmas, Yonatan Itamin, Mordechai Zeva, friends of Rabbi Rothschild, the Tzis, the Nishmas. Yonatan Itan, Ben Mordechai Zeva, friends of Rabbi Rothschild. Ari Simon, Fushman, Abi Mari, Barth, Miriam. Weekly sponsors, Spanish here, sponsored a big, your first name with a close friend, Naftali Hertz, from Kaya Pesca. Strauss family, Nishmas Stein Gabriel, Ben Ariel Jacobson on his hero today. A very beloved person from Muncie, only 46 years old, big Ashkin, a very, very big loss for the whole Muncie Mishpacha. Daily sponsors, Rachel and Alex Katz. Oh, that's you guys. Wow. A very happy 10th birthday to your favorite Talmud. Azriel Katz, happy birthday, Azriel. Get over here. Get over here. You know how to do this, right? Without tripping on this wire. It's a big. So, guys, let me tell you something real quickly. I almost forgot to say this. Azriel was here in the shear at almost 3 o'clock in the morning. 10 to 2 was when the shear was over. That means he went to sleep after he was done. Okay, you have to walk to your room. He was here for chakras bright and early at 8:30 in the morning. So, as real Machayev as adults and all the people, it's a lot of cousins that come to share. He pushes his father to drive him from Shalayim. And his father is the father of the year, for sure, that he drives his kid every day, sometimes twice a day. I'm not exact, twice a day. Why does his father drive twice a day? You could do both, but it's hard for him to drive, right? And he also has to drive back. That's like 4 hours driving. It's this. You follow me, right? Sometimes he works. He learns more than he works, huh? He wants you to be a big tzaddik, a big brother. You gonna do that for him? Okay, do it for yourself. Okay, great. Givaldic. Nachas. Shkoyach. Peter Merker, in memory of Evelyn Merker, is it Rachel or Rachel? Okay, we gotta get on it. Rachel Alex Kaz, a very happy 10th birthday to your favorite Talmud, Ariel Katz from alive. Peter Merker, in memory of Evelyn Merker, Abba Moshe, on his 10th yard site. And our sponsor, Mazel Ministak, proud son, husband, father, very grandfather, Shulaimi Yorif. Stefanski family, Yiddish must be grandfather, that's my wife's grandfather, on his yard side, Aaron Ben Yaakobir, my Chor, Aaron, is named after him. I was sorry to see him very few times, twice, 3 times maybe, and he was lifted 30 days before my wedding. So my shver was just the persuasion at our wedding. He's the person that went through the Holocaust, and he married his cousin who also went through Auschwitz, and they had 3 sons. Mark Ashkenazi. Yiddish Master Moshe David Ben Rav Esher Anshel Ashkenazi Zetzach Zirocha was Rav of Sfas and known as the Bolshevik Rebbe on his yard side, Mikrit of Talmud. Mark, I didn't know you were a chassid. He's a Yichus. There's a Yichus. Ashkenazi is a real Yekhet, and he has a there's a Yichus. And the way I one, the first time I walk up an Esther, the yellow, the real said, then I yelled at us. Rabbi Rothschild. This is the second time it happened. I don't know what the simon in Shemayim is, something about Austria, but it's basically in the same spot. I missed the same amount of lines, and we started this year. This was the confusion with the English and the Hebrew. So I'm just going to read over here. You guys don't have to do it with me. Tanya, Rabbi Omer, Daf Samach Gimel and Beis. I'm just going to do a few lines and go with the son of Dalar on Beis. Tanya, Rabbi Omer, go to be doing with Nimisha. It's a guy. Go to be doing with Nimisha. She'omar, B'hoya Oilam. It's known to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the one who said the world should exist. There are many more non-kosher animals than kosher animals. Therefore, what should make sense in the Torah if you're going to say, you want to say a list, and you have two species. Talk about the kosher, talk about the non-kosher. You're going to mention the ones that are fewer, and then you know that the other ones are automatically the opposite of the ones that you mentioned. So, since there are many more non-kosher animals, that's why the Torah says, what are the kosher animals? There are only 10. The rest of the species, 6,800 species of animals, are common. But when it comes to birds, there's 11,000 species. And they're all tar, besides 24. That's why the Torah only spoke about 24. Micah Mashma, what's the big finish over here? Mamish like me. That's why I skipped this Gemara to begin with. I was trying to be Mekatzer, the daf, but I got caught. This is the punishment. There's no punishment. In Chicago, I don't want to say this, but it's Chatoy and I'm sorry, I look around, I see you guys are on your phone texting. There's no texting back then. I don't know what they had. They had like flip phone. I would say that they're spacing out. They're not with me. So I just sit out. So I skip 5 lines. Still not space. Another 5. I guess I would finish stopping. So because of that, because the punishment, I had to go back. I can't do it anymore because somewhere, even though you guys, I worked with you guys, I forgot. There are other people watching, and they caught on. So I can say, listen, I said it live. Just cut out a mistake, But That was the beginning of the year. They know the beginning of the year. Yeah. So you should always teach your Talmidim in a short, concise way. And that's why you say 24, and you don't go through a list of 11,000. The boy side, we're holding it up Samachay Omerah. Beautiful. We did a few more lines yesterday, so we could start from Samachay Omerah. So let's just jump into the Mishnah real quickly. Very good stuff. It's all about grasshoppers today and a little bit about birds. We're going to finish up the sugya of birds. Here's the Mishnah. Any bird that attacks birds. But what it means. Have a good Shabbos. I'll see you with Hashem later. Shkoyach. You want to hear it out for us? No, it's sense. So, the Simanim in the Mishnah, a bird who does drisa. So what's drisa? So we saw Rashi has two pshatim. One is like this, that he grabs the food with his mouth. Another one is that he steps on it like this. And I have my own video that I found today while I was searching for the video of the seagulls. Here's a Shmaga picture I took once in our property in Miami. Here he is standing on the fish. There's another one that's taking it in it's the same spot, really. I wonder if it's the same boat. There's a different boat in the back. If you look closely, he's also he's gonna eat from it now. Standing on that fish. Okay. So that, according to one Shana Rashi, that's Dayas. And that automatically is a simon of treif. You can do that. Now, what's the simon of kosher? Says the Mishnah kosher shleich. That's what you say, right? Has an extra thing we're going to see. The zepek. Let's look real quickly. It's not in order, of course. Zepek is that first thing. We don't need to see that. We have better pictures than that. Our niklaf is that yellow. I showed you the video of the gizzard, how there's a bunch of stones in it. Really. There's a great picture of the parrot eating with his hand. That's very good. Here's the extra finger, 3 fingers on one side, one on the back side of the branch. That's a kosher hand. That's Visera, Rashi, Tosfos, the race. Lawyers according to Tosfos. That's basically what I showed you from Miami. Okay. So, says Gemara, if he does the drisa, it's 100% guaranteed that he's coming. Even though one simon of car is enough to consider it a car, but if he does something called drisa, it overrides all simanim, and he is coming. Usually, if he has extra fingers, then you automatically know that he's tall. But the laws are to tell the guy, man, you do a wire test, take him like this, you put him on a wire. First of all, here's a parrot eating with his hand, but here's a wire test. Not the best way, but the point is, you see that if his 2 fingers go on one side, and on the other side, then he is straight. So parrots are straight. Toilet is right on time times time. The time, coming 2 on each side, he's coming. Shows the time. That's the time. But if he doesn't like a chicken, 3 and 1, then it is 3 and 1. Card. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar called if he could catch food with his mouth in mid-air, coming. Bunch of Geshmaki videos. Here's seagulls. I had a video. This is what I was searching. I wasted a lot of time this morning looking for it. It's real. It's not AI. It's real. I saw the whole video. You can see the guy. You see his hands. It's slow motion. You see the birds missing. He's on a bridge. He's standing on a bridge. There's another type of bird. This is a raven. Raven also. Okay, and then we have this Gishmaki video, not really catching in midair, but we got something else in midair, which is fascinating. Isn't it though? It's a beautiful bird. Oh, catches the fish. So here's the interesting part. He eats it mid-flight. Takes a little snack. Crazy. That's it. That's the banana. See that point? It's just so any bird that can do that in mid-air is brave. Yeah. As the Gemara, Tziparta Nami Mikal Kota, there's a kosher bird called Tziparta, which could also catch food in mid-air. You have to catch it like the seagull, but also eat it. The problem is that kosher birds, maybe they can catch, but they can't eat it. Here's the video to prove it.
Tomorrow, an important rabbi is coming, and you are going to be the first course. Have a good day. Please, don't let them eat me. I want to join your non-kosher birds club. I don't want to be eaten. Come, we will test you. It's simple. I kick the ball in the air, and you have to catch it in the air.
So now I'm not kosher?
Almost. You also need to swallow the ball while you're in the air.
Kosher bird can catch it and swallow it. Okay. Says Gemara, Shochen in Tmeim Tomei. I have you say, if a bird lives with other Tomei birds, then you should know he's Tomei. In Tahirim, if he lives with kosher birds, he's Tar. Keman, Kerblazer, the famous Kerblazer, the Sani Blazoimer. All Israelis know this line. Lord the Chinam Halaf Zarzer, that's all right. The Zarzer didn't go to hang out with the raven for no reason. Point is that they wanted to say that was when a person hangs out with somebody who's no good, then you can tell what kind of person he is. Sometimes, I'm saying sometimes it happens that you a cheshbon and nefesh, and you realize, wait a minute, I've been friends with these people, they're not even good people. They were good for when I was younger, when I was a teenager, and I was into, I don't know what. These people were my friends. It doesn't mean that they suck to be your friends. The Oirev and the Zarzer. Zarzer, he is a min Oirev because he hangs out with the Oirev. And if you hang out with a kosher bird, you are kosher. The Maisa, I just have to change the Maisa because I said it just recently, so change it. That a guy was asked, why do you go to the Daf Yomi Shir for sleeves every single time? What's the point of going? She says, because he went on a train, and all of a sudden a bunch of cops stormed the train, and they arrested everybody in the section, including him. And it took him a long time to explain to the cops that he's not part of that group. You're not. You're sitting with them. You're in the same, right there. No, I don't know them. I never met them. I don't know what you're talking about. No, you're part of their whole investigation. And he said, listen, if they were able to arrest me and drive and turn my whole life upside down because I was sitting in that tabura, So, if I come to that and I fall asleep, the Baruch is going to say, okay, you're part of the Chabur, even though I'm not encouraging it. And those who fall asleep in my shir, learn the harder is not a good idea. I used to brag that nobody ever falls asleep in my shir. And those people, they start getting older. Guys that never fall asleep. Today, we just had a guy snore out loud. He goes, hey, hello, you're on video. But it's better than doing other shkosim, and you're in the makom of Torah, and then the chabur of Torah, and the praise of Torah. Says Gemara, even the Rabbanon that argue are Rabbi Elazar, we're talking about the Zarzir who is similar, the way he looks. That's why he's considered like them. Not just though, because he hangs out with them. Hanging out is not enough. You have to actually look. The Mara has to be the same. All right, so now we're switching over to a new sugya. If you recall, in the same Mishnah of the birds, we had also about the grasshopper. Grasshoppers, some of them are kosher, not all. The Simonimar, it has to have 4 feet, and 4 wings. Interesting thing, I don't know if other animals besides we'll see later on the cricket. It has jumpers, 2 jumpers. It causes them to take off. It launches them. They're not feet. He doesn't walk with them. If he needs to get from place A to place, literally, like a spring, 2 springs, and his wings cover most of his body. And Rabbi Elazar says his name has to be Chaver. Okay, so here's some pictures. Here we go. So we have 4 feet in the front. We have 4 wings, which reminded me of a dragonfly that has 4 feet, 4 wings. And I saw or read, I don't remember anymore, like the beauty of the dragonfly. So it's an insect that I always hated until I learned a little bit about it. It's like very scary. You know, like especially if you go like on a lake or something, you know, you're a kid in camp and all of a sudden they fly really fast. You think they're gonna sting you, but they don't. I don't think they ever have anything to do with you. But what's cool about them, from the only insects maybe that can fly backwards, up, down, and they're very, very cool the way they fly. And also they have a certain intelligence, I forgot what it was. So this grasshopper has 4 wings. Great. Now we have to show you a video, the famous video of Kankansky. We don't have. First I want to show you Yemenite guy eating grasshopper today. This is Shadler, Shadler. Oh, usually it's Friday. Forgot to remove that feels coming closer. It looks kind yeah. What does it say? This syrup what? Oh, it puts it with a little sugar, a little sweetness. Okay. Then you have Kankansky, we enhanced it a little bit. The colors much better. Yeah, we need subtitles.
זה בעצם הרוחב של הסידוק של יש לו 4.
This is the cut of this.
יש לו 4 כנפיים שחופה את כל הגוף שלו.
For wings that cover most of his body. Get out of here. It has a special, it has a ches. He says, yeah, I saw it in the place when they bring it. Will this wake me up? Maybe not. Yeah, this one, maybe this. Oh, so now he asks the famous question: is it true that a grasshopper landed on your Gemara when you were learning about grasshopper? He says yes. She says if you want to rely on somebody else's Messiah, like Yemen and Messiah, you might be able to rely on it. Turkey, nobody has not everybody. We're signing on other people's. Yeah, it's like, having a long shoe, grasshopper came to my table. He came and says, check him out. Look. Okay. Very good. So, so we said the four simonim, the reglayim, kaftulayim, knofayim, roiv. My roiv, what does it mean most? Most of the length of its back. Roiv the kefo should go around his whole back. So he asked in the Hebrew shit, does anybody remember what this is similar to? You have a guy here in a wheelchair. He came flying. He came in. Maybe not 100% because of the share, but a big part because of the share. He was shot 5 times by I don't want to say it, by terrorists. The terrorists at the person. He was only married for a year. What's his name? Timur Green. He's here. You see him on Shabbos. Just got married. He's Rishon and gets shot, and he's paralyzed from his waist down. Baruch Hashem, he had a kid. Yeah, he came with his kid here to the hotel. It's just, it's unbelievable to see a guy that to get here, to get the chakras, is a whole cross from the hotel to this building. So it's like whatever you see, the cement is like he has to go backwards. So we take it here, we just walk right across. Anyway, he came here and say something. Okay, you know what I was going to do. Oh, he said that answer, correct. The question is, what does this Rapapa remind you of? And he said, the Sugya, very good nice, he said, and I heard he gives shiurim or something. He gives nice stone. So, he said it reminds him of the Sugya that we just had recently, where the chest from on a cow, on the head of the cow, it says, the Gulgoylas, from the eyes up, is it right from the eyes or around the entire head? And Rapapa says, let's do both. Something like that. So the truth is that, and I just mentioned this recently, that they say a var. Why do we say Rav Papa's 10 sons in the Siyum every time we finish with stuff? Rami Rav Papa, Nachman Rav Papa, Choy Rav Papa, Sukkah Rav Papa, all the sons. Because 10 times in Shas, it's not so accurate, but 10 times in Shas, where Rav Papa makes shalom, he makes peace. He says, Hilkah, Eno, Tarti, you need both. So over here again, who is it? It's Rav Papa. Hilkah, Eno, you need both. Roy Varko, you're going to Roy Veke. Let's make a compromise. Everybody's right. So because he said everybody's right, Mamash, that's what I tell my wife all the time. You're right. We're both right. I've never said it once in my life. It's a nice feeling. We're both right. Hilkah, Eno, Roy Varko, you're going to Roy Veke. Hold on about it. He's like a baby that doesn't have any teeth, and then eventually the teeth are going to roll it. So if he's a good grasshopper, he doesn't have these jumpers. He's a good grasshopper. Why? Check this out. I think this is fascinating. It says in the Torah, if you look in the word, loy means no. He does not have the cry. But in fact, we don't read it with an aleph. We read it with a vav. Loy means he has. It's the exact opposite meaning. So what's the shot? It says it with an aleph, but we read it. So it doesn't make sense that he doesn't have. So right with the vav. The answer is beautiful. Because he really doesn't have. He doesn't have today. But loy in him, slick pride. He has the ability, and one day when he gets older, it's like teeth. Look at the baby. He says, "Loy teeth." He doesn't have teeth. But loy teeth with a vav, he does have teeth. They're in his gums. They're going to come out in 6-7 months. He will have. So it's actually with a vav, not with the aleph. Beautiful. Avishain lo yachshov. So the galaf is man. He's motor. My zachal. Omar v'yaskero. That's the name of the grasshopper. Don't rabbono. Okay. So we're doing a sugya that's everybody's favorite. Here, two psukim. If we read the first part, it says Achzeh. We call shirts oil of you're not letting trust him. You're not letting a snake. You're not letting a mouse. But there is a sheret you're letting, and that's the grasshopper. And it says he goes al-arba. He has 4 feet. Asher loy kra'ayim u'mal. He has these jumpers. They're not there, but Allah. So it says you're allowed to eat every grasshopper in the world. There's 11,000 types of grasshoppers. You can eat them all. And then all of a sudden, a person called base comes along and says, no, stop. What I meant to say is this: it's arba. You only can eat 4. Arba, salam, cargo, chagav. We're going to talk about all these 4 because each one has something that the other one doesn't have. Chagav has nothing special. But the arba, salam, cargo. And if you notice, I put in green because green on top means everything is free, everything is good. And then the word meminoi comes to add something. Meminoi, look at this. The first one is the meminoi, the next 3 are the mineu. The Gemara is going to say those exact words. Meminoi, the mineu comes to add another species of grasshopper. So, just to understand what we're talking about. There's a grasshopper that has a good set of hair, like you say, a good head of hair, like Alex. And there's a grasshopper that has a karakas, bald. There's a grasshopper that has a long head. That's a ratio area. Grasshopper, most don't. I'll show you a picture of a long-headed grasshopper. And then you have a grasshopper that has a tail. It's not the tail in the sense that we know, like a wagging dog tail, that of a horse, or a cow, or in the Alps. More of like a pipe to lay eggs or something, but it sticks out from the back of the grasshopper. These are the 3 characteristics that we're going to be discussing and seeing if it's important that they have, don't have. Okay. It says the Gemara. I say we put man toy chelu, did you see all these? That's arba. And it goes on to talk about the arba. That's the first one. Right here. Arba, you should know, he doesn't have a karakas. In other words, he has hair. He gets a set of hair. Salam, Zerosha. Oh, this one has the bald one. So Yoshi is this. I told you, this is my idea. He did it. It's not the best, but just to see a grasshopper with hair and a grasshopper without hair. I like Avicon Yansky better. Much better. If I was a grasshopper, what's the mindset with guy said when he made a deal with his father's lifter, come to him in a dream. So he says, what's going on? He says, oh, I'm here in the Alps. He says, what do you mean? He says, there's so much to do here, it's crazy. The views are. And then it turns out that he's really a cow in the Alps. He's reincarnated as a cow. Like so excited he is. The view is eating, you're a cow. You're a garnet. Oh, nice, it's nice. It's going to be a cow in the Alps than the grasshopper in Egypt. So Zogin Gemara, Chaygal Zanipol. This is one that has a tail. There's a tail. It could be Yoshi made it up. Just I'll have to ask him. Find out if he made this one up. But it's based on pictures in the Sfarim that of a tail. It's not a real, wagging tail. It's just a pipe. Chagov. Oh, this is interesting. Chagov. That's his name is. That's his name. Grasshopper. Grasshopper is grasshopper. He's gonna give you. As you saw in the pasuk, it says Liminoi, 4 times. They have a boldness, a paracha. They have hair. Okay, so the extra words are to tell us these extra grasshopper. The Gemara in Shabbos Daf Tzaddik, you can check it out. I looked it up. It says that if you eat a half a tziporis crumb, somebody just showed me it's the name of a bird. We're talking about a grasshopper. You eat a half a tziporis crumb, then you can learn as much information as you want, and you'll retain it, provided that you eat the other half. You can make sandwiches, and if you don't, then you'll forget like a whole lot. So somebody in the street asked me, you can find it, and you'll remember a lot more. But it's dangerous if you don't eat the other half, and I'll forget to eat the other half. That's the problem. A forgetful person forgets. The very small. What's that I forgot? Yeah. So I'm at this place. It didn't happen. It just happened at one place. We come in with that. I said I need walking sticks. I saw that it says that you take away 25-30% of the strain on your knees. And I have a bad knee. You do all these walks, these hikes, you do 15,000 steps some days. So after my friends left, I'm only doing 4,000, 5,000 runners. But 15,000 step days. Not if you're doing the outside side, don't worry about it. So I got the walking sticks. And Avi and his wife got the walking sticks. When we come to the place, no walking sticks here. It's like one of these gorgeous, you can wear a helmet, the whole thing. So we put it on the side. And then a guy comes over and says, did you by any chance leave your, what is it called? Your gimbal and your microphones? And I said, yeah, okay, fine. So he's embarrassing. And then I leave, and then I get to the hotel, and say, I was using walking sticks. We put it in the corner really close to put it. It's still there. So, tell me I forgetful. Like, at first I forgot my gimbal and my microphone on a bed. Then I forgot my walking sticks. Yeah, okay. So says the Gemara, no, I was not busy learning them. No excuses. Fine. So this, if anybody wants to remember a lot of Torah, either have it spurs from him if you have in the soul. The very small Tana, Edu, Polis, Edu, brothers. So, to remind everyone, very, very simple, especially if you've done MDY for a while. If not, it's also simple. The Torah says, that first passage that I mentioned, you could eat all grasshoppers, the yellows, the blues, the colorful, whatever, all the 11,000 species. That's a cloud. That's a generalization. But immediately afterwards, the Torah says, no, let's be specific. Out of the 11,000, only 4. Arba, Solim, Chargol, and Chagol. If you look closely, they have special characteristics. This guy is a long-headed guy. This guy right over here, what does he have special? Has a tail. This guy is bald. You know what I'm saying? So each one has something. And this Chagav dude, has nothing. Nothing. This is what
I'm Wesley Snipes. Really? Everyone knows I'm Wesley Snipes.
He doesn't have a long head.
Bitch.
He doesn't have
Wesley Snipes
yes,
I'm the best. What's
Just
this
to be clear,
bullshit, son?
This long-headed guy. I like this picture a lot. I think Yoshi might have made it up. But I'm sure you can find something similar. Okay. So now, come on. Those of you that say Korbanos, you say klal or prad klal, so what does it mean? Klal is a generalization. Torah says you can eat them all. But then the Torah says no, you can't eat them all. You can only eat these. So it's klal and prad. If the Torah would have stopped right there, it would have been a big problem. Then you can only eat those 4. But if the Torah continues and makes a sandwich, a klal in the beginning, a klal at the end, and a prad in the middle, then we are limiting the klal, but it's similar to the prad. So we're not limiting it completely. We're not adding just one. We could add a lot, but they have to be within the characteristics of the 4 that we allow. That's it. That's the whole thing. So what do we get from that? It's not going to help us much because we're not very familiar with these creatures anyway. Bunch of names. So says the Gemara, Arba is a Guvay. The word arba, it doesn't have, it's a gavoy, it doesn't have a bald head. Salam is a Russian. The salam does have a bald head. Chargal is an evil. So what's special about arba? Arba has he has a full head of hair. The chargal has a tail. It's an evil. Chagal is a gidgul. Chagal is the name. Oh no, so I'm already holding in the part. Sorry. The very small. Oh no. Elu Kloli is very brother. We have the cloud part of the cloud. We have the pasuk, the first pasuk cloud. That tells us the cloud. General rule here. There's you're allowed to eat them all. Then we have the prat. Here we go. We're limited to these four. But then we open it up again with another generalization. I'm sorry. It opens it up to similar ones. The what? Arba is a gavoy, we said. Crumb. It doesn't have a ball head. So very simple, means I only know that which comes in front of me with all four good simanim. What are the four simanim? The normal simanim. That's what we're going to stick with. 4 legs, 4 wings, 2 jumpers, called karslai, and it has wings that are choifer roiv guf. It covers his body. So only a ball. Mainly a bachas. And he doesn't have a bald head. Above it, yes, like a bachas. He has a bald head behind. How do you know that also? How do you know? Kamalem is solo. It's a nipple. And a nipple has a bald head. It's funny. Okay, so now once again, we do the same thing over and over. Now he comes to me with all 4 simanim, but he doesn't have a bald head. That's okay. But he comes and he has a bald head. But Habal mainly Zonov. And also we know about the guy that doesn't have a tail. But what about Habal the Yeshli Zonov? What if he comes with a tail? Are you allowed to eat it? Yes, Tamaloimar Chargol. And you should know Chargol's a Russian. And what does a Russian have? Obviously, a Russian has a tail. And you're allowed to eat it. They have they have tails. So it's similar to the cargo. The cargo has a tail. So Melo adds to the cargo and says, you know what, not just the cargo that has a tail, but there's 2 other guys that have tails and you can eat them as well. Let's do the sponsor. Turn on the DAF by Dar Global, official non-corporate sponsor of the MY League. Encore Healthcare is supposed to all price. This guy, Sadi Shabazz.
그거 샤비시 비나다 셰프시다로 쉐나를 비나도데 أبدأ لوي yes make out لوي yes no combine todo yes حتى قشر واحد قشر
أنا فكر لطفو إني فكر
Ako iwas na.
si Adia Chavez
Mali.
si Adia Fagel Chavez.
Sayang yun.
So I want to point something out so you don't make a mistake. If you're ever to eat a grasshopper, you're not allowed to eat them whole. There's a problem with eating them whole. Alive. Not whole. Live. Thank you. Even this is stop for if we're talking about the grasshoppers, they could wreak havoc, as we know, Mitzrayim, and just recently in some countries they had this. No, some billions of them. I was once in Chicago. They had a cicada. They'll come out. It's very. Can't go outside. Where are we? Mainly what? Mainly. Above ain't zono. Above if he has a tail, above ain't roshiyoro. That one. What if his head is not long? Above roshiyoro. Sorry. So a normal grasshopper's head is not long. Above roshiyoro. How do you know a guy shows up with a long head? How do you know you're allowed to eat it? You can learn from all three of the grasshoppers. All grasshoppers are not like the cargo. The cargo is special. What's special about the cargo? It has a tail. What's special about the argo? It doesn't have a ball back. And those two are not like the solves. But what's the common denominator? It's the Shoshim Shish like Arba Reglaim, Arba Knafayim, and Kar Sulayim. He has the four regular simons. 4 feet, 4 legs, 4 wings, 2 jumpers, and his wings wrap around his body. Those usually Arba Reglaim, Arba Knafayim because of his ruboy. So even though his head is a long head, he is kosher. Ask the Gemara a bomb question. And I didn't realize this until Mamish before, a little bit before the Hebrew Shir. I did a quick search for a picture on a cricket. And this cricket reminds you almost identical to a grasshopper. What's the difference? He has 4 feet, has 2 jumpers in the back. Yeah, but he even has a little bit of a tail going on there. He's Mamish a chago. And he has 4 wings. That I guess he has 4 wings, the Gemara says so, and they wrap around his body. You don't see them. I have the privilege of having some of these guys in my house. They're not hard to catch, but when they get into your house, they go behind furniture or something. They make a cricket. They make mamash learn, especially if you're sensitive to sounds and trying to learn and mamash all day long. So all night long. Says the Gemara, make place and not a cricket. Well, it's hard to say. You have to live. I can find card 2 live. He has all the simonim of a grasshopper. Maybe she no. He has to have a name. He has to be from the family of grasshoppers. What if his name is grasshopper? People tell you he's a grasshopper species, but he doesn't have the 4 feet, the 4 wings, and all that. So that's the final Mimineu. Actually, a boy class him on we learn from Mimineu until he has all the simon. Listen, there's a limit. And he says, he prepares and he does and that. But up until 5 minutes before Shabbos. That's it. How can you prove anything? Those guys, they don't have a long head, but damn it, give it a shovel. You know what? They have all the 4 simonim, so just you can eat it. You don't ask any questions. But the cargo also has all those simonim. So it shouldn't even be mentioned in the Torah. But it's Rabbi Solomon. You can learn it out from 2 other ones. Just like the 2 Rabbi Solomon you can eat, so too the cargo. So what if it has a long head? So says Gemara. Those 2, moment, time out. Sorry. Cargo has a tail, not a long tail. Cargo has a tail. You know what? You can't learn cargo from them because they don't have tails and a cargo does. They don't have a long head. At the end of the day, the word Solomon is extra. The name Solomon is extra. So the Torah shouldn't say Solomon, it takes him out of cargo, and you should learn it out from those 2. For my purpose, because why not? Because you're going to ask a question. The Arba, by the way, doesn't have anything. So he doesn't have a ball. So that's not a good question because you see, he can eat a cargo and he does have a ball bag. What kind of cargo is the Zara? Cargo has some special as a tail. But once again, we pull in the Arba and he doesn't have it there. Son, because you can learn the song from those 2. But in the Gufay, from here I learn long-headed grasshopper boy side. Have a wonderful Shabbos. You should go sticking it out all the way till Shabbos. See you once it's Shabbos. Sure.
Plus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Sai. I'm going to show you how that all began and went. But Lila Nishmasim and else was Mordechai. Somebody sent in a Givaldic a video of all the Good Morning Rabbi Sais, and I didn't even know about it until I got back to the hotel. And then I saw that it fits right in with another Good Morning that I did today to add to the whole collection. Rabbi Sai, Sefer Torah gift, the Klaf, Shmois, first half, sponsored by Soul Fishy, a Moishele Fisher. Moishele. And by Yikra, the first half, back to the family. By Midbar, Meir Chai Rivka Official, that's the original. He's the first one that took it. Parshis, what's new for Parshis? Tzav, by Naftali Palchik family, by Yera. He donated that last Shabbos, he was here. And our official, what's that? What did he donate? Oh, I got it. Tzav, Naftali Palchik family, by Yera, our official. Bahaloischa, Jack and Marlene, super. Shkoya. The special psukim, well, every pasuk is special, but these mean something to someone. Naftali Salman, Shmois, Tezayin, Tezvav, Vayir, Bnei Yisrael, Vayomer, Yisrael, Ochav, Mon, who got the Mon one. The Konigsberg family, V'samu Shmiel Bnei Yisrael, V'ani Avar Acheim, and Avram Tikotsky, Vayitzak Moishel Hashem Lemor, Keil no, Refor no lo. Rabbi Sai, really, please don't keep us in suspense any longer. How is your 15-year-old? My 15-year-old son fell, and we thought he might need surgery. We thought he might have broken both of his arms. And Benny Rudnick, who's sitting to my left here, ran around with him, doctors for 3 days until he was able to get insurance. Didn't want to pay it for the chorus, the home ISA. But we got it done, and Baruch Hashem, he doesn't need surgery. We sent him to a specialist, right? And he got a x-rays it, and he got a CAT scan, and then he decided he doesn't need surgery. So now he's here in the hotel with us, Baruch Hashem, with one broken arm. How's he feeling? Which means we're up to carve mamish. If he would have broken both of his arms, he wouldn't have heard the end of it from his brothers. What kind of athlete breaks 2 arms, you know? The devoted Talmud inside Dr. Meir Wickler. Yisrael David, MDY One Big Family. Dear Belly, I want to let you know that what you're doing is great. You've helped me a lot. I feel that MDY is one big family. I'm 11 years old, and so far I've learned 380 daf with MDY. I'm still doing it every day. Thank you, Belly. You've changed my life. I love when 11-year-olds say involved. I just want to say, thank you, Belly. So we have with us Azriel Katz, Blessings Katz, Alex's son. He's here. Hold on, we should turn the camera around. Azriel. Moira the Kamai. So listen to the story of Vaisai about Azriel. Azriel and Alex are walking out of MDY one day, and a guy walks over and said, the water bottle is. So the guy had a baby boy, but he didn't know what to name his kid, and because Azriel came to Shir and they called him up, I said, I'm going to name my baby Azriel. So people are naming their kids after you, Azriel. It's a big skuss. And it's real. How many daf did you do with us? How many? We're not counting. Sayonara. Good evening, Rebelli. I would start with the biblical. You changed my life, but it's too cliche by now. But it actually did. People have asked how it started. The famous Good Morning Rabbi Rothschild. So here's a small montage of the past years. Thank you so much for everything you're telling. It's a little slow. I'm not going to show you the whole thing. I'll just a little bit, and then we'll go jump into today's. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Rabbi Isai. 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 Thanks for not joining the makes it very weird. Good Rabbi Isai. And now we're gonna fast forward to today. So we're live in the Alps of Austria. ViralRabbi myself, Hashem. Today was one of my favorites. I liked it a lot. Did you like it? It was amazing. So you go to this place, it's a half hour away from here, you pay €25, and the gate opens up, and you go in, you can drive. It's a very, very narrow road, which could only hold one car, but there's a bus. It goes back and forth. So when the bus comes towards you, you have to figure out what to do. Sometimes you have to drive backwards, sometimes you go into the mud, if there's a way to go into the mud, but there's a lot of cows, a lot of nature, a lot of Alps. You're in the Alps, like literally you feel the Alps. I know there's a place literally 3 minutes away from here. You can take the bus. Is the $6 free? Or you have to pay? You go to the front desk, so you take the $6, and it's like 10 minutes from here. Oh, something very similar. It's like a reserve. And at the end of this whole thing, there's a lake. I'll just show you here. You're in it. They're everywhere. I hope you're doing well. Baruch Hashem, I managed to secure sponsors with MDY Kids Manchester program. Very proud of them. As you can see from the picture below, everything else is now in place. I'm very grateful to Hashem that it's all come together. The only thing that I'm still missing is the screen. If there's any possibility that MDY would be able to help provide one, it would make a tremendous difference. How's it feeling, Tasha? They got to use out the screens. You know what I'm talking about? He's a pilot. Stop playing. Huh? Yeah. Please know that only half the boys came to the weekend off. Shlomi Schechter, Yankee Gutman, 8 Sky South location, Manchester, give Valdo. Check this out, our boy side. What do you do minutes before brain surgery? Dear Rabbi, I think this might be a first. My friend had brain surgery last week. I've been hacking China him. Another hacking a Chinik is what he means to say. For a while to start doing the daf with you. Oh, like we on that video I showed you. But you guys sent me a video doing the daf with you right before going into for brain surgery. Baruch Hashem, all and well. For Shleimet and Daniel Yosef, Ben Golda Hilda. Since the Firestone, Boca Raton. Since the last couple of daf of Megillah. It is crazy. He's wearing the whole contraption and everything. Crazy. Yep. Beautiful stuff. This was the Hebrew shear. Oh, so Shkia is like close to 10 o'clock at night. The fast was over at 10:20. So I gave shear from 9:15 to 10:05 p.m. Then we dive in Ma'ariv, and then we broke the fast. They had a milchik meal and then a fleischik meal, a whole Israeli matzah. But it was good stuff. Oh, there is a car show of antiques. Somebody look it up. My son looked it up. He said that this car right here is worth $1.5 million. It's a Lamborghini Countach, I think you pronounce it. It's a 1970 something. He said it's $1.5 million. So we get off the road. And just the whole background, the Alps in the background, is unbelievable. And then just for show you, that's my granddaughter. scaring the cow. The cow ended up running away, but that's the setting. Yichap. Does it look good? Similar to what you did. And then at the end, to the wrong one, not the wrong one, but there's one that's easier to get to with a car. You just drive up to it. This one you had to walk 3 minutes, which is not a big deal. But I think the other one might be a little nicer or something to get to it. This one, you're further up. That's similar to like you saw here. Same kind of. Got it. Okay. Oh, so that it could be 1.5 million. 1 and 2 million. Divided. Okay. Yeah, but that's one out of. We saw about 100 of them. Not that a lot of them were Mercedes. The 1935 Mercedes. There's 19. It's a whole. We got me the book. So I went over. Yeah. Beautiful stuff. I mean, if you're into it, it was a T model or whatever. 1914, I think it was. 1914 was the earliest. It just goes up. But I'm saying we're driving this way. They're coming towards us. It's one after another after another. So eventually, I just pulled over with the background of the Alps, and we started taking pictures. My son got on his stomach and took some pictures. Good stuff. Oh, I like this video, Grava. This is for the Hebrew guys. Then we can learn. Actually, I got to do some sponsors. The official edition of the White Shots of 77 Yal Shalom Perek Ilan and Mary Davidovich, Davidovich, which was Shai Ben Aaron and Yocheved Chava Itul Bas, Avram, his grandparents, Daf Sam Dalet, Ari and Heidi Friedman, Lishmas Yisrael, Moshe Leo Alevi, Niftar, Chai Tammuz, Tovshin, Samach, Yosef David Salman. Dedicated memory of Avi Mori, Shmuel Baruch, Baruch Chaim Tzvi, Deutsch von Bracha. The Palsy Family Foundation in honor of the MDY Latin America and their warm hospitality. Anonymous has some groups of Gashmis and thank you to Sheep Betty. Shmona over Schuster for giving us stuff and Nakash for our children. Anonymous for complete refuah statement. I reach the Shalom, Kaleva Sester, Biyom and Daniel Rosenfeld. Rios is simple. Monthly Spices Anonymous, Linish Mas Yonatanitam, Ben Mordechai Zev, Akoyin Zekron Rocha, the Tzviz. Linish Mas Yonatanitam, Ben Mordechai Zev, Akoyin Zekron Rocha. Weekly sponsors, the Spanish here sponsors, a bigger portion of a close spread. Daily sponsors Scott Laufman. In memory of our father and his Yarzeh today, Moshe Dov, Ben Yerucham Fishel, New Jersey, and NJ and AH Hassett. Oh, not New Jersey. NJ and AH Hassett, in honor of our dear son Aaron on his 14th birthday. Gibraltar MD Wire since the Durham. We're so proud of you. Wow, that's a long time ago. How long was in Durham? So when he was before his bar mitzvah, he was 12. NDY Art, Month, Lefush, Demamor, Hebenes, Lefush, Ayel, Daniel Zev, Ben, Ayel, Dester. So, Rabbi, we're holding 12 lines from the bottom, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines from the bottom. So I have 2 questions that throw the oiler for a loop. A cow that dies without keeping said is an avela. What about a cat and a dog? Also an avela. What about a rat? Avela. What about a snake? I really can't answer. You were here for all these years. A snake is not an avela. It's not what I'm an avela one. Because it's only minor shrotzim. A snake is a sheriff. It's not in the 8 shrotzim. A little break that we had here. Oh, here it is. Minor shrotzim. It's in here. Somebody put it in. Oh, yeah. So, it's not one of these. These are just minor shrotzim. And a snake is a sheriff. It's not of this. So, really, it's not the town. What about a egg? Also not. Now, we're going to be discussing eggs today, all types of eggs. the simon of egg, does it have a simon not? And another question, what happens if a chick hatches from an egg and its eyes are closed and you chef it? How long do you have to wait until you can eat it? How long do you have to wait until you can eat it? If its eyes are closed and you chef it right away, right in its trunk. Anyway, guys, it's a tricky question. It's a trick question. So one man says you're not allowed to eat it at all. It's a disgusting thing. It's a sheret. Another man says it's okay. We're gonna see one man today. So Omar Rabbi Yitzchak, 10 lines from the bottom. If you have a tradition that this bird is tar, you're not eat it. You know, you don't know it. You don't see this amount of cash. It's nothing. But you have a tradition. This is a kosher bird. Now, since 11,000 birds are kosher, and only 24 out of 11,000 are non, so you can rely on the Messiah. Nemanat Sayed, a hunter, has, you can trust the hunter, Loimar, Oivzetar, Mosoli Rabbi. My Rebbe told me that this bird is kosher. That's what a hunter would say. So the Lord's going to explain what does a Rebbe mean. Is the Rebbe in Torah or is the Rebbe in hunting? It doesn't even make sense to be the Rebbe in hunting. But at the end of the day, the Gemara says he's the Rebbe in hunting. He's a hunter Rebbe. He can be a big Amar, doesn't know how to learn a word. But he's a Rebbe in hunting. And you can rely on him, he tells you what's kosher, what's not. You can only trust him when he knows the names of these birds, of the 24 coming birds, and he knows what they look like. Tell me that the hunter says, this is what my Rebbe told me. Rabbi Chacham or Rabbi Tzara? Are we talking about a Rebbe in Torah or a Rebbe in hunting? Tashma, prove to me, but he has to be familiar with them and their name. Now, the says, how would a Chacham know what they look like? He's a big brother, he knows how to learn, he knows names, but he doesn't know what they look like, he's never seen a zoo. Yeah, I'm just saying Rabbi Tzara, I think he's saying he's a hunter, Shapir makes a lot of sense, he knows what they look like. Eliyahu is Rabbi Chacham, Shemai Gomer, though I can understand he knows all 24 names by heart, even the other ones, but how would he know what they look like? And the last one, no, Rabbi Tzara. That we're talking about a Rebbe who taught him about birds and how to hunt birds, but he's not the Rebbe in Torah. Called the Rabban brand new city. Like him, Beitzim, Min, Isaac, Yeshavim, Mechamavim. Anyone out there went to this store? Wollen bitte Sachen, good stuff. Das fühlt sich gut an. It feels good an. I don't know what that means. In the spot. So we bought some eggs. We get some of these eggs. It's very special. So here's, those look like tomatoes. There's one egg. And these come boiled. How do I know? They got one on purpose. Craft it the hard boil. So they sell this in Europe everywhere. I don't know, like in America, I don't know if they do this. I don't remember seeing these. I remember going to the stores when I go skiing, and you always see these weird eggs. Are these kosher eggs? So based on what the Gemara tells us, one of the simonim, at least from the outside, they look very kosher. Kad v'chad. It's round on one side, right over its round, and sharp over here. Right, so that's what a chicken egg looks like as well. It has a pointy side and a roundy side. These are quail eggs, which should be kosher. Now, how do you know they're quail eggs? Maybe they're eagle eggs. Now, I'm assuming the eagle egg is much larger, but let's say. So you can rely on the guy. The guy tells you, hey, these are quail eggs. Now, if he tells you they're kosher, it's not good. Let's tell you what name. Let's tell you these are quail eggs. Okay? Even in the Alps of Austria, the Farmachen, in every place you can buy eggs from a goat. So here's two things that could be a big problem. What if the chicken died and you remove the eggs from the chicken? That's an avela. That would be us free to eat with the rabbanon. There's another problem called the treifa. Treifa is if one of a chicken has a defect in its heart, a defect in its lungs, a defect in its sense, like we learned the other day. The pennies are rich. And that would be also to eat the chicken, but you will also be also to eat the egg of that chicken with their rice. So that's the kasha. The question is, so then how do we eat eggs today? Maybe the egg was laid by a mother chicken who has a broken stomach and has a hole in the heart. Eventually, when they shut the door, they toss the chicken away and say, we can't eat it. It's not good for the section. Shalom. So what do you do? Same question is asked about milk. How can we drink milk from an animal that's good? Now that's a harder question to answer than the egg. When it comes to an egg, you can look at the individual egg and say, okay, this is an egg, and it has a roe or not safe, great. When it comes to milk, the milk mixes in with other milk, and even though roe is okay, but within it now, you certainly have one cow that's straight out of the 100, and it's milk mixed in with the others, and you're drinking straight milk. Because every cup of milk is going to have a mixture of all the milk. So they deal with it, and we go with roe, and we're not concerned, especially chickens that lay eggs don't have as many problems as the chickens that we eat today. We say, so how you check? Ask the Gemara, how can you eat his eggs with dinner dogs coming? Maybe it came from a bird that's in the list of coming birds in 24 hours. It's small bird. It's because the non-Jews, it comes from this quail bird. That's stuff. Okay. And the idea is that something that you can detect and figure out later. If he's lying, he's not going to lie about it. So since this is quail bird, and check out this particular ask ChatGPT what this is, or you go to your friend who looks like he'll work about it actually. Each one is a different. It's crazy. It looks like somebody drew on it. Okay. Now, it's very important to see this. This is how an egg develops into a bird. Then we eat it. So, says Gemara, the lame Shalom car. Why is the I don't know what bird it is, that it's a quail? You should just say it's a kosher bird. No, Yaki says Tamute, he could always wiggle his way out of it. And I'll say, oh, I remember another bird. But now that he said it's a quail bird, now he's in a corner, he's not going to lie about it, because you can catch him easy. As Gemara, why do you rely on the non-Jew? The big thing is small. Doesn't every egg have its own simanim, its own signs to tell you that it's kosher? The sign is money based, but money doesn't. Just like eggs have their own siman, so too fish, or the semen of an egg is like that of a fish. Ask the Gemara right away before we go on. Somebody dug it, so it doesn't. It's not because someone tells you that a fish has scales, fins and scales. We know eggs don't have fins and scales. Elahema, what it meant to say is that the caviar, the fish eggs, have similar simonim as an egg. So the kosher caviar would be chad v'chad. And we'll explain in a second. Anyway, so I don't know, there's a picture in the school that explains it like this, that even the way that it lays in the stomach of the fish is like a egg, not a round thing like in a non-kosher fish. It's like this versus like an egg-shaped. Not so much that each individual looks like an egg. Zog Gemara. These are the signs. Kol shekuderes ba'agus beres. Every egg has to be round but a circle. Meaning, a circle could be a flat pancake, could be a circle, but it has to be round and a circle. If the bottom is circular and the top is pointy, then it's far. In Hebrew, we say chad means like a sharp one. We say that a guy in yeshiva who's really sharp, but he doesn't have any zip space, he can't sit because his bottom is sharp, he's constantly jumping up and down. He's not going to be successful learning because he's a very sharp guy. He has to be sharp underneath his head. He has to have the ability to ground it. He has to have the ability to sit and use his sharp head. So that's a simon of tahara. Shnei Roshei Chadrim, or Shnei Roshei Chadrim, made. If both heads, both sides are pointy, like this, yeah. I didn't show so many pictures in here. On the one on the right, both of them are pointy. The one on the left, both of them are round. That's why I wasn't sure if this is a chicken egg. This should be a chicken egg, but it kind of looks. It's round on both sides to me. This one is a little pointy. A little pointy, okay. I can hear that. So, just to show you how they sell these in Europe. They call them in a 6-pack. In America, it's probably 24. No. 12 packs is old time. Small shop. 18, yeah, 18. 12 is like 2 at a time. Oh, yeah, that's right. And this is what they sell those big squares. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Moving on. She says the Gemara, where's your father? There's your father. Oh. Chalban Rachot, the Chalban is named by it. It's real Chalban. You tell me what I told you in the other show. Let's see if you remember. You got it. Chalban is real. Look at this one. This is like this guy. Okay. What's Chalban? White or yellow? How do you know? Excellent. And what's Chalmoin? Yellow. So Chalmoin is yellow. Chalmoin is the white. How do you know how to say it in English? Chalmoin in English? How do you know that? You're not supposed to know. You're Israeli, no? You're not supposed to know these fancy words. Okay, great job. Oh, so I said in the Hebrew shir that the sign that I work with, Chel Boin is like Chalav. It has Tesla and base. Chalav is milk, which is white. You know, that's the white part of the egg. Chel Moin is like limon. It's like a lemon that's yellow. Okay, great. It has nothing to do with Riyadh, it's just a way to remember it. Because it could get confusing, like if you like that, you do a few more lines, all of a sudden it says Chel Moin. Okay. Chel Boin mibachutz, the white on the outside, that's like a typical chicken egg. The Chamarim means him, and the yolk is in the center. Fire, that's great. But if you have the reverse, Chel Boin mibachutz, the Chel Boin mibachutz. Now, everybody discusses what in the world is Chel Boin mibachutz, the Chel Boin mibachutz. You're not familiar with any eggs that have that. That have the yellow on the outside and the white on the inside. So it's different position. I ain't some. The mixture, you do actually bases a sheret, something like that. The turtle, they go into different things where you can find something similar. Okay. I don't think you'll find one of these yellow on the outside with different species of birds. So the next question is, why do you have to trust an non-Jew to tell you if it's kosher or not? Just look at the tag. Well, it's really hard to have to you can look at it, you can't tell because you bought the yolk and the white part, they're already cut. In other words, they already cracked that open. As the Gemara of the Chalban, okay, so they cracked it open. You could see is the white on the outside or the white on the inside. More of the two boys they already beaten. We already made a egg mixture. They sell it already. You know, like they'll go probably to Costco, whatever, buy one of these milk cartons. They're already, you just pour it out, you make all your eggs. So that's why we can't tell. We have to rely on the non-Jew to tell me, hey, these eggs are of kosher species. Which is interesting because they discussed this also. But the whole point is that you can catch the non-Jew if he's lying. But how can you catch him? It's already in a mixture. You never have to catch him. How can you say, oh, this is not a quail egg, this is something else? They all look the same, it's all mixed in. Okay, it's discussed. Says Gemara, how could you purchase a mixture of eggs? A beaten egg. It says before you're not allowed to buy from a guy a beaten egg. Well, Tanya, immersion makes it trade related to farmers. You cannot sell a trait egg, an egg that came from a trait. What's a trait egg? Egg that came from a trait chicken. The egg itself is perfect. It came from a trait chicken. So the egg itself is a trait egg. You shouldn't sell it to the guy. Why? Because he'll turn around and he might sell it to the Jew. Oh, that don't care. He's with the Gemara. If it's beaten, so then you're allowed to sell it to the guy. Why? Because no Jew will buy from it. You see that nobody's going to buy from him. That means you're not a buyer. Eggs from a guy. That's why he's telling you that you can't beat eggs from the guy. Hello, Rizero, Simon, like the rice. So obviously, this whole idea that the egg is round and it's pointy, and the chalman and the chaber, that's all stuff that we said, the chum said, but it's not in the Torah. So then why is it needed? So we're going to discuss that. Because if you don't say that it's just the Rabban thing, other than Ravasi, there are 8 birds that we don't know what they are. We have a suffix. What's the problem? We're basically do see what kind of egg they like. If they have the simanim of a kosher bird, then the kosher. El Shmabi no simanim lav derais. You see from the fact that the Gemara says that these 8 birds remain in suffix. There's no way to determine whether or not they're kosher birds from the egg. So then why do we have this price? It tells us, oh, you should know a kosher egg is round on the bottom and sharp on top. Just like a good yeshiva ball. What's the point? We're telling you, if you see that they're equal on both sides, they're both pointy, both round, then for sure it's straight. Or tell me the yolk is on the outside and the white is on the inside. All these cases are coming. If one head is pointy, and one head is round, that's a good simon. The and the yolk is in the right places in the center. And then comes the non-Jew after you see all these signs, floating the Torah. This is a quail bird and it's kosher. It's not that way. Why? Because I looked at this egg. Oh, not like this. I take a look at this quail egg. I can grab one. I say, oh, this egg is round over here and pointy over here. Ooh, that has good size. And then the guy says, Mom, she tells me it's a quail egg. He writes on the box. It says right over in the box, quail pack. But I don't want to just put a quail. I think it says here, quail pack. There it is. You can see, no? Anyway, it says it. So I can trust it. Why? Because it started out with the word. That's why I need some money. But if the non-Jew doesn't tell me what it is, it's Dama. Dama also likes playing the guitar. Smart, you can rely on it. It's Dama, you didn't say what bird it is. He says, you should know it's kosher. You didn't tell me. You didn't say it's a quail. Like this man, you're not allowed to know. Speaking of the Urba, the Dama is the Yana, because there are the raven birds, which are very similar. Here's the video. Very similar to the pigeon bird. And they like can't rely on it. Okay. So, oh my, what's that video? I forgot what it's for. And here it is without music. Mama's from the Alps with a beautiful waterfall in the background. I wish we had a place like that. That's like student time. The student file is like double the height of that. Without music, come on. Music is the whole thing. Oh. You're getting non-kosher eggs? Kosher eggs. Becoming kosher. These are obviously Chinese. What you should do this? And they're using the salt. Sorry, John. It's a raven. You gotta be careful. You get from the can't trust. How did he get? He's like 3 times the size of the egg you came out of. Huh? No, the one said that the here. Dika the arva is dominantly the aina. The raven egg is similar to the pigeon egg. Whatever it is. You to the show a slide of it. The one says it's not. It's some that are similar. Maybe the white raven that we had yesterday. Okay. Amamar, the Chelmar Murav is there. When you have the white and the yellow mixed with each other, now I know which is what, because it's real Chelmar. Chelmar is the white, Chelmar is the yellow, Murav is the you do actually cases that show. You should know that this is a non-kosher animal. This is more of a show sign. But like, what's the point? Alright, we're going to have a loy machine. Rikma, the nikva. Rikma means that it started developing. The embryo started developing. Once it starts developing, it has the halacha of a sheriff. And therefore, the mikveh kadasha, if the egg has a small tiny hole the size of a lentil. Now, if I touch the egg, if I touch the shell, I don't become covered. Oh, let's show. This is not a good idea. So let me see. Well, here. Mikvah. I just did a naked. The size of a lentil. Now I'm going to touch it. So, since I touched it, and it started developing, so I just touched the sheriff. And a sheriff is the time of the Chadasha. Actually, much more than Chadasha. It's the opening of Chadasha. So, Matana. That's the Chiddush here. You should know that you can come because you just touched the sheriff. You just touched the egg of a turtle. Masculine, maybe it's the egg of a snake. And the egg of a snake is not mitama. Why is the egg of a snake not mitama? Here we go, here's the egg of a snake. It's not mitama because it's not one of the shmoyne shrotzim. We told Rabbi Rothschild. Why do you tell me about that? If it's a mix, yellow and white, it's that of a shell. Not touching. You ate it. Now you're over. You have to be a carbon. Somebody warned you. You're over. You didn't. You should bring a patos. They warned you not to eat it. Your mouth is the squeeze of eating a shirt and shirt time. I love it. That's right, come on. Yeah, okay, my nail. I feel it's very language. Should I have the same exact issue of eating an egg, even if it's an egg of a chicken? If you eat, there, Paul, you doing a video? That's a video, sir. Zigzag, I felt noch eins, no? Eins. 20 noch eins. It's crazy. You know, sitting and learning Torah here, as real 9-year-old, learning Torah at 1:20 in the morning. Go figure. The power of the Daf. It's not a joke. Yeah, the wind, the whole dry. We're not going to go into all the details. His father had 3 extra hours of fasting. We had 2 extra hours because we were in the Alps, so 10:30. But he flew at 8 o'clock in the morning. So he left at 8 o'clock. What time did you leave your house? Well, I don't know now. 12 hours. That's 12 hours. 12 hours of traveling. Wow. It's puzzle. 3 hours of driving. That's a lot. It's a long day together. Wow. But the drive is magnificent. And it's all in the daylight. It's crazy. Once you get to the Alps, there's 2 ways to drive, I found out. I drove in Grand Road the second time, not through the Alps, but through tunnels, and you don't get to see that. I think, to find out. Anyway, the waves is very confusing. They won't take you if you don't have the toll pass, and they ask you, have you toll pass? You tell them, yes, I'm just pointing. I bought. The first, they tell you where to get it. The first gas station, when you cross the border, you go in, it takes 3.5 minutes. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. In and out, you get it, you put it, I don't know. What's the rest of it? Hopefully, you don't get it. So, tomorrow, Mass, dinner. So, you still come, Rabbi, you still come. I'm here for another day. You still have a flight Friday? No, that's it. Next year. You can still come here and enjoy, do the same thing. Okay, we said. The Sanyo, last line on Amad Aleph. Salman, the Sanyo, so shirts and shirts on the Haaretz. The rabbis are perfectly in the Benayah. You see this is real. If you have little chicks that their eyes didn't open up and you eat them, get an avera for eating a shirt. Even though it's a chicken, it's a disgusting little chicken. It's a little shirt chicken. So says Gemara, no, that's only the Rabbanon. It's really the Isser to eat a little chicken. It's not a real Isser of eating sheriff. It's not a sheriff, it's a chicken. So the Rabbanon, it's also a $10 piece on dollars, also the Rabbanon, and you brought me a passing plus nothing down. Okay. Sponsored. Pretty that. But that global official non-quoted sponsor, then you want me. Encore Healthcare is a special value store. Says the Martha Rabbanon, you and dates in the Torah. Divided the Sugya. Didn't take 2 eggs. We're going to call this the trafe egg. And this quail egg, we're going to call it kosher. You put them both in a pot and you boil them together. What happens to this kosher egg? Are you allowed to eat it? Obviously, you cannot eat the trafe egg ever. You can't make a trafe egg kosher. But I'm asking about the kosher egg, that some of the juices of this egg travel into this egg and become it. Says the Gemara, no, really bates in the colors. You're allowed to. We just considered it water. Now, another halacha, bitzim muzaros. Those are basically the eggs that we have today. These are eggs without any male intervention, just females laying the eggs. And the female sits on it. She thinks it's a real egg, so it's kind of gross. So nefesh yofat, even somebody who's a little bit of an istinus, somebody that's not an istinus, could eat it. Rashi says somebody that's not an istinus. Because it has a little bit of a grossness to it if you sat on it for so long. It's not like the eggs that we use today. Now, if you have an egg that did have a male involved, and there's blood. So in other words, the egg is fertilized. So listen to this. This will be a Kiddush Gadol that we didn't know before we saw this Gemara. Because we're used to taking the egg and throwing it out. So no, the Zorik is Adam. You can cut the blood out. Now don't pass on anything based on this Gemara. It's a little bit more deep. Well, it says you want to take the blood and get rid of it, and you're allowed to eat the egg. It's because you're on the knot. You see those little strings? That's the beginning of the formation of the embryo. And Rashi says, in particular, the blood, if it's found on the cod side, on the right side of this chart, not the left side. So if you take the laser off for a second, right over here. That's what he says. This is different. It's not over here. Over here. I don't know why. He said kai, not kai. He doesn't say not kai, but it's just kai. So, who shouldn't talk as usual? Funny story. I want to tell you a Givaldic story. I like the story a lot. Okay, some of my favorite stories are about Rabbi Rothschild. So Talmud was always thought about the other person. So a kid comes to his house with a question about an egg, blood in an egg, and he shows it to him. So he looks at it and says, "What do you know?" He tells him what it is. He says, "Tell your mother it's kosher." Okay? He says, "Talmud says, Rebbe, why did you ask where he lives? Why is that important?" He said, "Because the address that he gave me was 5 blocks away." So his mother sent him 5 blocks to this egg. That means this egg is very important to her. Even she doesn't have a mother. She can't afford it. So that's called a hefsed meruba. If he lived in the same building down the block, okay, so it's a shekel. So I'm not gonna. But for her, that one egg is everything. So for her, she's allowed to eat it. For you, no. I had to think because this was a problematic thing. He said, "She's blood. I let her eat it. Hefsed meruba." Now the question that needs to be asked is not in the story. The story is developing the story, but in general, why do we have an issue with blood and eggs? There's really no issue. Why? Because they're not fertilized eggs. They're not fertilized. There's no problem. The eggs that we have today, 99.9. So it's chashash that maybe a zohar jumped in there. I mean, the way it works today, there's no zohar. There's no what? What? It's not about that. No, the question is before that. How was this egg developed? If there's a zohar involved, so then the blood is real blood and etc. Basically, I think the problem is the reason why we're not going to is because of Ramosh Paisa. The same Ramosh Paisa says that you're allowed to eat 12 stam and all that chocolate and Haagen-Dazs that we eat. Not we. Yeah, not you. So he doesn't eat 12 stam. He's more much than his own parents. It's real. It's this place. Okay. So talk about. He's gonna know shots by the time he's bar mitzvah. It's a different idea. Okay, good. I'm not encouraging eating cold stuff. So, I have no idea how do I eat the cold stuff. Oh, Moshe says he gave the heter to a lot of people. To eat cold stuff. He says you have to throw out all his eggs. It's based on him. That's the one person that says that's a problem. Okay. But just know that this idea that when we throw out the egg is very much. I'm sure there's others and whatever, but that's the main source. And understand that the eggs that we have today are not fertilized, and the blood that we have is, I don't know where it comes from, but it's not from fertilization. Says Gemara. Oh, the story of war. We're 6 lines, 7 lines at the top. The story of war. That this blood was found on the white part. In other words, the kesher on the white part. Let's see, maybe that's why we did that one. Here. There's this kesher on the white. And not on the yellow. Maybe it's kesher on the yolk. Not familiar with those extra. I feel the base asura. In other words, the whole egg is also. Like, I know why. To show the tip of the pool. Now she put she ruined the whole thing. There's a little blood, but that's it. It's spread. It's like a disease. It's spread everywhere. First, they told Abaya the opposite. The was that if it's on the yellow, then it's okay. If it's on the white, it's not okay. But Abaya was okay. Abaya told that flipped it. He said, if it's on the white, it's okay. If it's on the yellow, it's not okay. Omar Iskio. And now in the base of Smash, you have swimming up there. How do you know that the egg, you know that a coming virgin, how it eat? How do you know its egg is awesome? So says the Gemara, I'm just marking it here at the start here for you. Really. So we know Basayana is an ostrich. This is the daughter of a Yana. In Hebrew, it's called Batayana. That's the name of the bird. So you want to say, what's Batayana? Bat means the daughter of. Well, that's a daughter. Yeshua, the Yana, a Yana, she lays eggs. Like the famous mistake that my Chabrusa always makes fun of me, I'll never forget it. I once said in the middle of Fulham, you were at the meal, what happened? Fell asleep? I didn't see you, so I was like, I was getting nervous. It was a jet lag, you know what I mean? So, that was your wife said, you better go to Shear. We didn't come here for nothing. She's like, I don't care if you drove the whole day. You get that Shear. Good for her. Maybe your wife also. We didn't come here for you to fret and this and that. So what if it's 1:30? Get to that Shear for the last 5 minutes. Good for her. Good for you that you're here. Anyways, check this out. See, he perfect. He's now developed a video too. Bastard. Basayana. I have no idea what I want to say. Oh, yeah, my Chabrusa. When we were learning Chulin, I told him something about a chicken nursing. I don't know what I said. Something like, just crap, like mamish nuts. But it's like, it reminds me over here, like there's an ostrich give birth. It's a bird. It doesn't give birth. It lays eggs. I said something like that. I literally said like when a chicken gives birth or when a chicken nurses, something to that effect, he always makes fun of it. Like he's like, not make fun of like that because it's not the type. It's like sometimes you don't associate, especially you don't associate reality with what you read. Like it's like words, like they're not. You know what I mean? Like you're saying these things and you don't cop the things. These facts and you're just saying the word without realizing the 3D picture of it. Anyway, so Basayana doesn't have a daughter. So what does Bas mean? Bas means Eleza Zubeta player. It's referring to the egg of the name is Yana, and it has a daughter, meaning it has an egg, and that egg is awesome. I saw with my own eyes. I don't know how, but I was in the Jerusalem Biblical Zoo, and I saw an ostrich lay an egg. I was there with my children, and I have to find out which of my children were with me, and they witnessed it as well. And it turned around, it laid an egg. It was crazy. See, an ostrich laying an egg, and the egg is literally big. It turned around, cracked it open, and started eating it. So I just asked ChatGPT today, I was like, is this normal? This is not a normal behavior, but in the zoos, it's very normal. They don't like they're messed up in the head. And also the crack, because it was on concrete, she laid it on concrete, which is like, okay, if she finds a crack in it, she will eat it. But she doesn't want to sit, what's the word, sit on it, but it's the better word, incubate it and, waste her time with it, so she'll just, and she wants to recycle all the good protein cells and all the, like, okay, so I saw that. So this Basayana is telling her saying that her egg is coming. As the Gemara, maybe that's exactly Shemayu, maybe that's exactly their name. Maybe the name is Basayana. Let's talk about that. Listen, Bas Amilabza. You see, the Torah calls it Ye'enim. By itself. The Bas is referring to the egg. It's Esa Mishpit Takalim. We have in the Rabbi Chemish, we have it all over the world, we have jackals. And if you pay attention at night, it's much louder now. It's built a lot, but you hear them scream a lot. You ever hear them scream? Every 15 minutes or so, it's like. I don't believe that stuff. So they all, okay, so these jackals, you guys know your line? Yeah, so we have them in Bishana, we live like Canada's, but they live in the hills. And they just scream at each other, like they make this noise for like a minute or two, and then they quiet for 10-15 minutes, and then it starts all over again. The whole night, 2, 3. I like it actually. It's cool. For me, it's cool. Here it's like the wild, not coyotes, jackals. They're like the size of a dog, a small little dog, and not dangerous to humans. This is pessimistic katana. That's what it is. A khan is give a eulogy, a hesper like a jackal. The Eva Kibrois Yana. So there it says like the daughters of Yana. Says the Gemara. No, her name is not Kibrois Yana. It's Kiana Zushi Sabel Sabanel. Her name is Yana, but she's like the Yana who is in mourning over her sons. That's what it means. Give a hesper like a ostrich who's in mourning over her son. Ask the Gemara. Oh yeah, it's time to show this. Yeah, I'll show it in a second. And once again, her name is Benois Yana. Yana is there. She's No, it's referring to her name is Yana, but she lives with her son. So once again, we have a positive that her name is Benois Yana, like in modern Hebrew, Bat Yana. She has like a double name. Interesting name, no? What other animals do you know have two names? It's not Ben Pill, Avkoif, Baskoif. No, it's Kof, Pill. You don't understand. Yana, her name should be one word. Yana. What's Bas Yana? The Tabeni Chayas, I saw the Tanim of Benois Yana. These are the Beitzel. If the word passing the egg, Beitzim Pasmem or Shiri, I can't say Shiri. El Siv Hayano, Siv Basayana. The Torah can call it Yana, the Torah can call it Basayana. Shana Alva, the Pasuk Sifra, the state name. When a Sofer writes this in the Torah, he says it in two, he writes it in two different words, Bas, Yana. And therefore, the Bas part means egg. When we put in Safra, the Tiger David, that means it has two different names. In other words, the Yana is the name and the Bas is the egg. Let's just show this video. Break it up a second.
לא, מה פתאום? תראה את הגודל, רואים? זה ביצה של בת יענה. לא, קוראים לו יען, זה ביצה של יען.
They're a vicious animal. They probably can kill a human being. They run faster than they can run away from a lion. And they have that beak that can really do some damage. Anyway, so by the way, just as a side note, I didn't do this, but I heard that right here, you don't even have to drive far. If you take the chair looks over here, you can see some gorgeous stuff. And of course, on Shabbos, we're all gonna walk across the street right here to the river, and you go up a little bit, like literally across the street. There's a little bridge, and there's a waterfall. It's like Shabbos walk. Okay, let me just finish here these two lines. Elamata is dark, loimer. It's two words. The puzzle is simple as great. So I write in two words. Dark, loimer. We know it's one word. Loimer, it's one person. Yeah, or at the end of one line, and loimer on the beginning of the next line. Words, one name. It's like Gary Ben Moshe. Ben Moshe can't be on two different lines. It has to be together. How do you spell rebellion? Okay, Rabbi Sai. Yeah, but hold on, let's see if it's 1:40 in the morning. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day.
America's Sports is spreading throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Morning rap boys. Finish my semi Rothschild was Mordechai. First we have David Vici, also known as Davidovich, all the way from America. Came with your wife, only your wife. Thank you so much for coming all the way from America. And remind me your name. From Records, really wanted to go with his dancing school. 5 people came. Usually go to diverse or whatever, or another thing. They came here to the shear. The song was the shear here and there, and you are straight from a year ago. Beautiful. Unbelievable. Listen, it was like last Shabbos, it's going to be good on. All we have to do is just pick a repeat. Or maybe a little better. And hopefully the weather breaks. Well, today was just a little rainy. Yeah. First thing operation. We'll talk about it the rest later. Yogi, it's time much more goals and long as gives the family share after the hook of the style. It's unbelievable. However, Ellie Brazil Camp Kylie learning with MDY every night. Call Kavod. Look at this guy. Oh, the pink person from Austria. So we hear live, our boys say live in the Alps of Austria. Beautiful stuff. Right across the street, you'll see. And now you'll see right across the street is a river, and then there's a waterfall. Go there on Shabbos. Just don't carry anything over here. Hearing the doctor came over to say they're in the Gabba. Oh, they heard all the tumult about parrots holding the food in their hand, the virus. Today's going to be a daf, Bezer Hashem, full of birds. These are one of the dafim that I remember most of all shots, because when we were learning filming last time, there was a lot of pictures, and some of the pictures I found today, searching, not the same exact pictures as last time. So I guess I chose good pictures then, and I'm very excited. It says, official edition anyway, shots, and set by 7 Yal Shalom, Herod, Ilan, and Mary David Vici. Oh, first time in the live, in the flesh, I could look at you and say the name. Like, that's how you pronounce the name, right? Good. You just want to Shaya Ben Aaron and your father Itko Bas. Right. Who are these people? Daf survivors. Oh, the Nishon should have an aliyah. Daf Samach Gimel, dedicated by the Simon family. Leonard Lili Nishma, Leonard Katzen. So that's it. The Shavas V'Tamas now. Hope you've been using in some of our videos. The haircuts, the music, Shavas V'Tamas. The good news is that we are in the Alps of Austria. It means the fast ends at 10:30 at night. So they asked me to give a shear here at 9:15ish for the Hebrew. It's the middle of the fast. So the guys have what to do. Or the cheer, it doesn't matter. And somebody said, I remember your shit from last year from this same time, and you're like out of it. That's what he said. He remembers. I hope we'll be better. Reading the Septa, especially this out in dedicated memory of everywhere you're too far in front of thanks to Doug from the drop off. We went today, it was raining the whole day. So I said there was a place I really wanted to go, it was 2 lakes. And it's like you go in and you pay to get out of this road, and it takes about 30 minutes just from the beginning of the road, but it looks like a fairy tale. Like you go, you drive, and so I really wanted to see this place. I said, you know what, we're gonna go, and it can only start at 4:30 at night. From 4:30 to 8 o'clock in the morning. To go with time. So the whole time, like, the family, this, that, okay, let's go today. It's raining, we didn't do anything. Let's just go at 4:30. And I have to run back to get the shear. So, I told Benny, hey, I'm over there, but whatever. So he follows me. We get there. Yeah, not on Wednesdays. Can't come in on Wednesdays. Monday night is the show. You go to the post office. Not on Tuesdays. When, yeah. Every other day. So you come on the Thursday. Not on Thursdays. Come back next week. Come back on Sunday. Yeah, Sunday, but only between 2 and 6. You came at 1. We're like, oh, kids are, okay, we're going to try again tomorrow. I was told, don't go when it's raining. Like, the beauty is to see the lakes and see the reflection of the mountains in the lake. Okay, but I'll tell you, standing outside of the gate, my family really enjoyed it. They would take these cows everywhere and bells. And it's a beautiful mountain. There's a golf course there, probably one of the nicest golf courses in the world. It's right there in the mountains, and it's crazy. Really, we'll go back and try it again tomorrow on the fast. Like, it's one of these things you just drive. You don't really have to walk a lot. I'll let you know how it is. You go to school time on the fast, 700 steps. Just don't do it back and forth because that's 1,400. Housing Family Foundation in honor of NDY Latin America and their warm hospitality. Anonymous, that's not really exactly. Thank you, Chief Betty, Shlomo Schuster for being with us, talking to Nachas from our children on Maine. Anonymous, Yom Talev Asestik, Yom and Daniel Rogenfeld, Simcha. Anonymous, the Nishmas Yonatanetan by Mordechai Zerach, Koyin, Zechon Brocha, the Sphinx, the Nishmas Yonatanetan by Mordechai Zerach, Koyin, Zechon Brocha. Arya Simon, the report, Same of Abimari, for Miriam. Weekly sponsor, Spanish news sponsor, free report, with a close friend of Holy Heritage, Makai Pesia. What's going on with the Spanish here? Is it moving or it's, we don't know. Nana, Hashem should give Yaakov, the Malo Bat, Adele, a complete report name I made. Michael, Winkheimer, something like that. Mazel Tov, Zeven Yao, show off on the marriage of Tamima, Ezra Braun. Zeva, he didn't know this. Thank you. Michael, you're stripped. So now we know to give a mazel tov to Zev and Yao Shula. The marriage of Tamima for Ezra Braun. These are the sponsors of the Masechta. Who else is getting married or got married? I know. Oh, Menachem Ater had a grandson. Who, also, Josh Duker is the other grandfather. He's one of our translators, Lugan Moya. Meantime, it's Ronnie, that's in my business. Name. NYR, come on. Your first name is Mordechai Ben Esther, your first Ayala, Daniel Zev, Ben, Ayala, Esther. The boy side, here we go. 12 lines from the bottom of Samach Beis, Omid Beis. Once again, a very, very easy Gemara. I hope that you people, like our good friend Chaim from Muncie, doesn't think all of Shas is like this, animals and birds. Get some signals, that are a little heavier than this, but this is mine. It's like this. It's reading names today. We're just gonna go through the list of birds, all the different birds, and some of them have pictures, some of them not. We have some videos, some interesting videos of birds. Shmaka stuff. Papa, we're just gonna go through this, and even if we learned it yesterday, we're just gonna do a few lines that we did, just a Hazara. Just to remind all of them, there are two types of birds. They're very, very different families. Tarnagola da Agma Asira. Tarnagola da Agma Shaya. They have a very similar name. One is in the male version, Tarnagola, and one is female, Tarnagola da Agma, of the swamp. The swamp chicken. Okay, one is female, one is male, but they're different birds. So our boys say, let's pay attention here for a second. How many birds are there that we know of today? 11,000 species of birds. Of the 11,000 species of birds that are known today, there are only 24 birds that are humanities. It's a crazy number. 24 out of 11,000. I think it's a species. So when we talk about species, some species have 100 birds. I don't know, 1,000 birds in the species. You have like the ones we're going to talk about a raven. There's many types of ravens. That's all within the species. There's the white, the black, things that we're not. The sterling. We saw yesterday. The sterling. We saw the blue, the black, the white stuff, the black. There's so many different ones. You look at them, you don't even know it's sterling. It's a blue bird. It's a beautiful bird. No, it's a sterling. So, if you had to guess, if there's 11,000 birds, how many mammals are there? Guess. More or less? Less. Okay. That's a good guess, yes. 6,800. How many species of fish? More or less? More than 11,000? No, this is different, like it. I don't even know. Gefilte fish, and tuna fish, and salmon, and herring. There's 37,000 species of fish. A lot of fish out there. Okay. How many grasshoppers are there? Types of species of grasshoppers. So the more you can tell us, there's 800. I looked it up, they say it's 10,000 or whatever, I don't know what that means exactly. But the Gemara also is a crazy number. Say, oh, it's a good one. No, it's not even a good one, it's nothing. Says the Gemara. So the Tanagoylo, the male one is also Tanagoylo, the Sharia, the Mukha. You see, how do you remember this? Amoyne is the male is also, you're not allowed to marry a male Amoyne because he didn't come out with your bread and water, he didn't treat you the Chazizarkim. But the female Amoynes, it's not her job to come out and treat you well. So therefore she wasn't punished. So you're allowed to marry the Aries Amoynes. So too, you kind of go, the Agma, the female you're allowed to eat, the male you're not allowed to. You're kind of go to the Agma Sira. This is fascinating right here. Why is it also to eat? Kind of go to the Agma. Because you, the daughter of Africa, we paid attention and we noticed after all these years that we were eating kind of go to the Agma, we suddenly realized, wait a minute, this bird eats its food with its hands, or it stays on its food. And that's why people tired of today that thank you, the chicken of our generation, they also do some sort of grease, which is problematic. So for this, we have to see Rashi. Rashi says a very big detail. When we were learning the sugya of animals, we said, hey, if you are in a safari, we're in the safari with us, no? I'm still here. So the three of us were in the safari. On a table of 5 people, 3 were in the safari. Unbelievable. A bunch of people, they took a bus last night at 4:30 in the morning. Like the whole hotel was empty down. They went back down. There's a lot of people, not a lot, there's a lot more. Now it's kind of ending, it's filling up slowly. Coming in for Shabbos, what are they doing? Okay, if now we'll just bring the 5 of us. Hey, you're not complaining. You're coming tomorrow. Okay. But the travel, each of us with time is good. When it passes over on 10 o'clock, she says tomorrow. Oh, I want to tell you this, Yisrael. We were learning this sugya of animals. We said, if you look at its mouth and see they're going to have upper teeth, so you know it's kosher. So it's Malagir, you know it's kosher. So what about our little beast? Yeah. Halal, really. Back then, you could just go and open up its mouth and eat it. See, it's Malagir. But the shop came along and said that that's the first time that I found, well, other people can tell me if I'm wrong, is a concept of Messiah, but this concept we see more in the Gemara when it comes to birds. It says Rashi, since we're not very familiar with it, merely the oif habola fonenu, the shloim Hashem is yukra. So that's why you have to have a concern over. You can't just grab a bird, a flamingo, and say, oh, I think a flamingo is kosher because it has, let's say, a zepek and this. Oh, it has one simon, you're allowed to eat it. Because Shemin Yidrog, one day you'll find out, like we found out with the Tarnagolfa. They'll have Tarnagolfa, the Agma, because it says Rashi, for generations we used to eat it. And this is again, this goes back to the same thing. I don't want to beat the same drum, but just because you did something wrong for generations, something twice over did something wrong for generations. Possible. It doesn't make it mutter. And for generations we're eating this bird. What? So my grandfather ate shrimp? Never. Yeah, I'm sorry. He ate shrimp. That's what it says. And after a while, they usually arrest us. And then they realize, wait a minute, we got a problem. It's because of Risa. Birds from us we don't have a seder before. So a bird you could only eat when you have a Messiah. That's why my nephew is a Kamenetsky. He doesn't eat turkey. The Yankee Kamenetsky's family doesn't eat turkey. Why? They don't have a Messiah. There's a lot of people who don't eat turkey. You have to have a Messiah. I don't have a Messiah. The Stefanskis eat it? Too bad. We don't have the Messiah, he says. So once you don't know your Shefis, the Messiah is just one of this one. Fine? Shoftar, you repeat, Shoftar, Nechal, the Messiah. And a lot of the controversies you have on different birds, different chickens, because of this idea of Messiah. Do we have a Messiah for our chicken that we eat today? It has all sorts of different birds were inserted to make it stronger and larger. That's the controversy that they had over the years. Okay? Don't eat birds, don't eat them, you can't eat chicken. Kids eat, at the end of the day, it's just turn it vegetarian. So what do we have? We have birds, we have chicken, and we have meat. And they're both of them, you can make controversy. Says the Gemara. Oh my God. Shavur and Arpaka Shari. So I don't have pictures for some of these birds, like these. There's a bird called Shavur, you're allowed to eat it. Pirus in the karka, but the same in the karka, one is called Shavur, one is called Pirus, also. Listen, one of them want to remember, Pirus Rashid is a guy called Pirus is a Russian. Bunya Shari. This bird called a Bunya Motor. Parva Aser. Simona, how do you remember this? Parva Musha, famous sorcerer called Parva. He's a bad guy, so Parva is awesome. Amram Papa. Mardu, the bird called Mardu, Zogid, Bachel Shari. If he stands and he eats, then it's what to be. Zogid Bachel, if he bows and he eats, then it's awesome. Simona, let's stop it there. They're laughing. Now it bows to another god. So Layla, the ones who bow and eat, they're awesome. Or as well, Shaksa Kamarasir, there's a bird called the wine drinker. You're not allowed to eat it. You see, Mama, easy to remember. Those who drink wine as a kohen, you cannot perform that voice that day. The bird that's called the wine for, how do you say for, server, something like that. Special word. How do you say it in English? Sommelier. Sommelier. So the sommelier bird is Asira. Basmos goes, there's a bird called the daughter of the sommelier, Karma Shari. Mother. It's a man of a kind of Chabad because you remember we had the other day, the son sometimes is stronger than the father. You remember the story I said then when we learned it? But there's at every Levi they say something good about the person, they couldn't figure out something good. And they said that the father is better than the son. So they said, okay. You don't remember Maisa? So and then when the son died, they couldn't find anything. Yeah. Mom's right. Couldn't find anything. And they said, but the Maisa, they buried the father, there's the son. That's the same idea. No, if you have to have bad, you have to have. Rabbi Yudah. So Stephen, Ariki Shaka has very long legs. If you had to guess what this bird is, yeah? It has very long legs, Besuke, and it's red. What is that? No. That's what you meant. Yeah, flamingo. Motor! You let eat it. You see, Mother? Burzma. Yeah, I tell you. I did not speak into the. It's not me. It's 100% AI. ככל הנראה, העוף הזה זה שקטינה, והוא מותר באכילה. בסימניך? If it talks, it's for sure awesome thing. Gute Besuke Asiri. This I just made up. I searched for another bird that's red, pink, red, but has short legs. This is what I found. Maybe it is in the article, I don't know. It's a beautiful bird also. Really is pink. You know that it gets its color from all the shrimp it eats, or that whatever, it eats a certain fish. The flamingo. It's really not a pink bird. Because it eats that little, doesn't eat that inside, it's not pink. I think it's shrimp. Look it up. Yeah, first time. Yeah. So, but the shorter legs is ugly. You see, not as possible. A dwarf, a vertically challenged person, is possible for Hariki Shaku. It has long legs, the Eureka, and it's green. So green usually means yellow in the Gemara. And look at this beautiful account. Mamish, what is that? A yellow flamingo. I guess it eats a different diet. It turns into yellow. It does eat shrimp. It's born, when you hear that, it's born white and gray, and because it eats a lot of brine shrimp, it turns pink. Okay? So, maybe ask it, just out of curiosity, how does it turn yellow then? You see that it can change colors based on its diet. Or maybe the yellow is just a joke. Maybe this is fake. Sometimes it's really. So this is a real picture. It's a gorgeous. It is. It even has the mirror image. And what do you call the reflections? I'm living this up. This is my doubt. Hello, we were going to safari in Mendy. Look, there's a crazy eagle over there. I just want to see suckers and lions. Leave me alone from your bird. Some people they'll camp out for 4 days to see one bird. Some people have birds. I'm not a crazy bird person, but I really appreciate birds and the beauty and the colors. Anyway, so says the Gemara. Also, they fly. It's crazy. You can jump off a porch and just fly. She goes out. Says the Gemara. The yellow one is funny because no. So this is different. It's a different breed. It's the same breed. They just ate shrimp without. You want to be usher. The pink one is mutter. The yellow one is usher. Okay, so it's not this. This is just to make it more interesting to show you. It's not. But again, don't go home and bring a pelican, a flamingo home and check it and eat it because you heard in shir that's mutter. We're not. This is just for fun. All right, Shalom. I'll show you the dog in Ayam. So for this, we have some crazy pictures. First of all, this is a shalom. Cormorant, something like that. It's a fisher. But check this out. This guy did a weird thing. In China, this is what they do. They're not so friendly to animals. But this really fits right into the Gemara later on. That in a minute, the Rebbe says that Hashem treats the shalach as midas hamishpat. Not so kind with him. Check this out. How does he fish? He has 2 pet shalachs, and he ties them, and he makes them fish for him. That's a beautiful picture. That's a great picture, no? Wow. We should go there now. By the way, I never said thank you to you. Sponsors of the Torah. Wow. Unbelievable. Go ahead. Thank you. In person. Just do mitzvahs. I guess they weren't, I don't know if they were planning this, but maybe they were back in their minds. They said, hey, if you make a little money off this Torah, they didn't realize it's going to be a real fundraiser. Beautiful. Yeah. Okay, it's okay to give out. Oh, now listen to this. Duchifat. Till this very day, there's a bird called Duchifat. And the article agrees that that's what it is. And it's one of my favorite birds. It's just a beautiful, beautiful bird, and they have this in Eretz Yisrael. What's cool about this bird is that it has a crown. The art scroll has the picture of its crown open and closed. I'd like to show you some of it. Here's the crown open. These are real photos. Okay. It is? It is called the hopo. Of course it's called the hopo. H-O-O-P-O-E. Hopo. It's the national bird of Israel. Nobody, the Israelis don't even know that it exists. I thought Benny never saw one. I remember as a kid, I didn't see it in a long time, but in Bnei Brak they have them. Now, what's amazing about this bird is that this is the bird. So first let's read the words. Shahoidai kafos. The crown is bent downwards. Bent like this. I can't order this because you're not going to film. You have one chair and so you just a lot of yesterday. So this would be also, if you have like a double here and it's going down, it might be a problem. If you have here, it's a bit too fast. But one is, and I'm often too fast, show the person. His crown is bent backward. What is going on here? What does it mean? The shamer is a special worm that can cut through stone. And in the base of English, you're not allowed to use metal. You're not allowed to use metal tools to build a base of English. So how do they cut the stone? They use the shamer. And how do you get the shamer? The shamer is held by the sar of the water, the mouth of the water. And the duchifas gets access to it. He can get it. So they did a trick. So my mouth knew badly. So he fooled this duchifas, a glass over this hopo babies, and he couldn't reach them. Okay, so he went to get the shaman. Okay, back. To cut the glass, he had to make a hole in the glass. Get his baby. His chicks, whatever they call it. And when he came back with the shaman, he scared him. So he ran away and he dropped the shaman, and that's how he got it. And here's the video. We have video evidence of this. And then what happened? He hung himself. You know what it says? Once he killed himself. He's so embarrassed that he lost the shaman. He never didn't really take advantage, so he killed himself. He choked himself. Says the Gemara, and that's the pshat. V'zehu shehevi shomer l'beis hamikdash. Beautiful thing here. Beautiful idea. The day that you have a chazi shalach, when you see the bird called the shalach, you come around and you say something like that. Omar, that's the bird that the Chinese guy used to fish. So we say, your mishpat, your midas ha-mishpat, Tahaim Rabba, go deep down to find the fish, hard parnasa. Now the chazin and baba, when you see an ant, Omar, koscha hariyah. I think it's very befitting to hear the Hari Kol. Sitting in the mountains of Hashem, the greatest mountains, the highest mountains in the world, the most beautiful mountains, and it's very easy to see the beauty of the Rebbeinu and say, "Wow, look at this Rebbeinu created." Every minute you say to yourself, "Can't believe the waterfalls and the rivers and the mountains, the snow on the top of the mountains, the greenery, the whole thing." The point is to see the Rebbeinu Shalom in the smallest of the small. We're the largest of the large. And Rebbe tells us, look at the small, look at the tiny little ant. has a heart, has I don't know what he has, lungs maybe, and not lungs, but he has some sort of system to breathe, oxygen and antennas, and they have a whole, he has a brain, hands, feet, leg, carries, eats. It's unbelievable. All that small things. He says, in the smallest of the smallest, see Hashem. You hear what's going on here? It's beautiful. It teaches us. When you see beautiful things, you see Hashem's creation, you should make a comment on it. I know that you come up with the right puzzle. You say, wow. Omar, that the chesed and the tzedakah that Kosh Baruch Hu does with this ant, that he has food wherever he goes. He has food. He's never hungry this ant. He has food everywhere. So, the stuff is I always say this. To me, I don't get it. I don't get how come I personally I struggle to remember Shir Shalayim. Wednesday especially. I don't know why. And you tell me Shir Shalayim on Friday. I know it has to do something with the Kabbalah Shabbos, the small. It's like I struggle to come up with it. I say it every week. Yeah, you could say a lot of people could say a whole tefillah of Rosh Hashanah. No problem. Some you say once a year. Start you off. It's on the type of I don't know what it's just unbelievable. So one of those things that I struggle with, and I think a lot of people do, is trust. I know I do. I don't know what Hashem. Like by the second plus, get confused, and then I don't know what it is. I say it every week. Hell. Okay. Plus Hakaria. You guys know about that? You know anything about that? No, but you say what? Yes, you do. Yeah. It's the same tune but backwards, yeah. You know what I mean. Okay. Try it. You don't know actually the hard? Luca? What about Aliasha? You don't know what? How you do? Yeah. Yeah. You get to my age, you'll know. Says the Gemara, Omar Ameda. Lakmi Voti Shaya. These two birds for Lakmi Voti, you're allowed to eat them, Shaknoy Bakmi. It depends on the Shaknoy Bakmi. Mogu Shanagu Lechel, the place that you eat them, you're allowed to eat them. Mogu Shanagu Lechel, place that the minute is not in, as the Gemara, what do you mean, Mogu Tali Mosil. It goes by a minute in. It goes. Why? When is a Paris Bosnia? So maybe what you're eating is from that species. You're not eating. It's not there. It's like Moore said yesterday that the Paris Bosnia doesn't come into the people live. It's usually more in the desert. So if you find this bird, you let it eat it. I'm not about it. Here is this party. That's it. Two birds will kill you, right? Also, the Gaza, very similar wood, even the same letters. The Gaza. It's also the Gaza is more different. The Malkilavay and as the show said at the beginning, the Gaza, you get Malkis. Okay? It's not only it's not mutter, you get Malkis on the soil. There's two ways to read the word, but I like so on point. This means it's like the most. I don't say most in English, but in a nice way. It's like it's a most word. This is a better way to say it. It is. Okay, discussing. It's a simple word, discussing. So in Hebrew, in modern day Hebrew, he brings it also that this might be the Chemet. This is what the Chemet looks like in Eretz Yisrael today. Which, to me, as a spell, his face is kind of flat. It's not very aerodynamic. It doesn't have issues flying, but no. She knows how to do it. But it's considered a disgusting looking bird. You say that's the most disgusting of the birds. Maybe we're talking about Schwarzen. And then I'll be referring to not an owl, but a bat. A bat is considered, even though it's flying, it's considered a shadow. So you want to know, if we're talking about birds, you must be talking about a bird which is Shabbos, and not a sheriff, which is a bat. Why? Very simple. Amos. One of the 13 rules in the Torah. Something that you learn from is the own thing. It has to be boitzing. Same thing with verbs we learned by Shrotzim. Tinchemes Baisha with Shrotzim. The Tinchemes, which shares a name with a bird, is the ugliest of the Shrotzim, which means a bat. Talking about a bat. I'm talking about Shrotzim, I'm talking about the owl, type of an owl. I'm ready to say the Mad, the social Ezra Midish, I'll tell you the resume, I'm going to the Shrotzim, Aftam, Shrotzim, since we're talking about Shrotzim, it's the bat, not the owl. But the now, since we're talking about the owl, we're talking about the owl, not the bat. I'm about to buy some very people. The ugliest of the birds is that owl, but you can't say Shrotzim, and what's the ugliest of the Shrotzim? Not a bat, but rather this guy, a mole. And here we have a video of a mole on the ugly project. It's too bad and teeth, I know you can. Okay. Rabbi the Ka'af Zu HaKuk. So in English, a cook, Ka'af, is called a pelican. That would be also a beautiful picture. It would be also to eat a pelican. Racham Zu Shrakrak. So this is my favorite bird of all time. Only fun. Beautiful color. Look at that. Look at those colors. I saw it with my own eyes. They have it in Africa. Hard to, like, they fly, it's hard to, like, get a good look at them. And they spread their wings. So this is what it looks like when it's just sitting on a branch. So, multicolored. Beautiful color. I don't know why they're putting a feed, or maybe there's another type of bird that the architect is rolling. Not a roller, color. But another bird that the architect brings down is a magpie. So we're going to go with the magpie. I'm going to show you a video of a magpie. So it says like this. Sorry. Why is the roller called a Racham? When the roller comes, it starts raining. Racham Loyal starts raining. Bibi Barabai. It's when the roller sits on top of something and then it's how it screams, whatever it does. Makes it sound. We have a Kabbalah, we have a tradition. We also the iron, sorry, it's on the floor and it makes this noise. Also, Mashiach will come. Shenema, Eshru Kolohem, the captain. Rabbi Rothschild lives in my grand. Well, we also made trouble sharp. There's once a story of a magpie or the roller sat in a plowed field and it screamed. Great. Well, also the lull and a big stone came. I'm sick in the motherfucker. Broke its brain. Broke its head. He was a liar. He was a faker. So here's the video.
Breaking news! The magpie has been spotted. We're expecting rain!
Rabbosai, Mashiach is coming!
So I'm going to say something controversial, that our resident Lubavitcher is here already for a week. He's going to be here for 2 weeks straight. Together with me, he came for the shear. He wasn't so happy with what I'm saying, so that's why I'm saying it, just to be a little bit, I don't know. No, I'm saying you represent Lubavitcher is probably just starting over with them. But I want to say interesting story that I heard from Randy Kamenetsky. It's one of these things, don't be dishonest about Mashiach. Mashiach, we believe Mashiach is coming any day, but don't tell people that he don't affect is coming next week, because it could cause a lot of issues. So there's a thing going on in Toronto at a certain period of time where people are like, oh, Mashiach is coming. It has to be like mamish signs that this and this happens, and Mashiach is going to come within a year. So this guy took it seriously, and he closed his shop on Shabbos. So Mashiach is coming, closing his shop on Shabbos. So Rabbi Rothschild spoke to him and said, listen, very nice to close it, but I want to be clear with you. There's no more reason to believe that Mashiach is coming today than yesterday. Like nothing changed. You believe that Mashiach is coming, it's coming, today, tomorrow. But nothing special happened right now. You should think that it's coming tomorrow. So what do you care? Like, what do you care? So now you can go back and open up a shop on Shabbos. So he said, if he does, he does. But at least he'll get Gan Eden. Because even a Machal Shabbos gets Gan Eden. But if someone that doesn't believe in Mashiach doesn't get Gan Eden. And what you're causing here, you're lying to him. You're telling him that the Mashiach is coming, and he's going to say, hey, you guys lied to me. Next year he'll come and he's not here. He's going to blame you. He'll say, oh. The raven is a raven. Which is going to explain what that means. Hey, he's called Oyer, but it says, hey, he's called all. The one that's deep. You're not explaining. What about the word, yesterday we learned means the snooness, right? Snooness is that bird that we see everywhere. You guys have snooness, they're swallows. You guys, they fly erratically. You think they're erratically. Touching insects and very hard to follow. The hobby Erev Abba, the Russian Yonis. You know, there's a different bird, and it's the raven that comes with the head of the pigeon, whatever that means. You know, it's going to say, Oyer is Oyer. A raven is a raven. Yeah, I know that. What do you mean? Did you bring one to shear and say, this is the raven? I know what that meant to say is Oyer is Ukma. It's the black raven, the familiar raven that we know today. That's what they had yesterday. And that's the Oyer, you're not allowed to eat that bird. But in order because of Makalam Shchoris Ka'irib in the fruits and Tehillim that it has Shirim, it has he had, his hair is curly black hair like a raven. You see raven is black. Now what is the imki? Imki Shibara. It's the white raven. Here we go, I found the picture. A white raven, very rare, it's a real picture. So this is also true. The white raven. Okay. What does that mean? Above the table does it very showing that it comes on top of the his head. I look for a picture I couldn't find. His head is similar to that of an 8. Going back to the hawk. There's the hawk. What is the fastest bird alive? I just saw it upstairs. They were playing a game, and they got it wrong. I thought it was the duck. They were laughing, but I think I was right. I still think I'm right. The duck, the duck is not fast enough. It's the fat word. I once read it's the fastest bird, but they were talking about the falcon. The falcon, but I told them this doesn't count. The falcon, when it dies at 120 miles an hour, whatever it dies. Or something else. So no matter in a straight flight, what's the fastest bird? It's going to say it's not really one of the fastest birds, right? It says falcon? No. Diving plane. Well, how about duck? Where does the duck fit in there? It's not even close. Oh, here, Mark. Horizontal flight without diving is the white-throated needlefail. I told him it's not the falcon. What is that? I don't know what that is. White-throated needlefail. 105 miles. What? Huh? What? Is it one of the fat that have the speed? Yeah. I don't know why. So why did I have in my mind? אנחנו דנים כאן מה ההופכים היו בעולם. לא שמעת על זה. אוקיי. הנץ זה הנץ. למיניות אובי it's bacteria. אוקיי, מה bacteria? אומר הביו Shurinka. So the hawk, it's interesting. I don't know. It does, if you see the picture, you can say, what's the connection? I don't know if there is a connection. The nates is a hawk, pretty large bird. It says Luminegu, meaning in its species. What else is in its species? A Shurinka. So the arts will be like this. And Shurinka is like a lotion of screaming of a no, not screaming, of strangling. It means that it's a strangler. In Yiddish, a strangler, something. What's a strangler? It brings this bird. This is a bird, if you hear, and this is the picture that we had last time. There's a bird that kills its prey. It takes a prey, but it puts a rod right through it. What's it called? How do you say it in English? To impales it. Oh. How? It finds like a thorn. And we have a picture, and I remember I used this picture last cycle. Here, schmack. And it impales. It takes a mouse and it puts him on a thorn, and that's a Shurinka. And that's from the family of a hawk. I don't see any resemblance whatsoever. Here, you know, this is from a completely different. This is one of the artists put it together, a Shurinka, and I put this one in. It's the same exact bird. So we both came to the same conclusion. Okay, based on this on the strangler. Rabbi Yehuda, Chassida, the famous Chassida, the Dailavana. It's called the Dailavana. Here I have a picture of a stork, of a, what is it called? Yeah, a stork, a white stork. I guess that's the picture I took in the Alps. Not this one, but I took a picture of a stork. I showed a few days ago. Why is it called the Chassida? Shows a Chassidus in Chavritza. She does chesed with her friend. So the famous question and answer is, if she does such chesed with her friend, that means she's not kosher. You know the answer? Of course she does chesed with her friends, but only her friends. When you do chesed only with your friends, it's even worse than not doing chesed at all. We have a stickle video. It's always controversial, our videos. Oh, here's the white-throated needletail. Thank you, Mark. It actually looks like a. You know what it looks like? No. There's a van airplane. Look it up. There's a van R9 or something. R7. It's weird. Oh, it reminds me of a plane. Yeah, a weird shape of a plane. Anyway, it's fine. Man. Check this out. I get it, man. I know, man. You guys know what Achim is? It's the guys that are anti-Saradians, that they have to go to the army. זה בסדר? Did you army? No. Okay, you can't come in. Chasida means you do chesed even with people that are not, you're saying, Chasidus, shul. Oh, dog is the fastest game bird. I know what that means. He's still working on it. Mark, we're holding back in the Neshek now. It's a different sugar. I see that Torah. Eknisa. Such a dumb thing. Says the Gemara Anofo. That's a heron. Dayo Rabzonis. Oh yeah, we have. I don't need a picture. We have this. We have this video. I'll show you in a second. It's the angry one. Why do you call it Anofo? She gets mad at her friend. His video. It is anger management workshop. Why do you like it? I don't know. All that fun about Chisda. Who's Rav Chanan bar Rav Chisda? Omer Rav Chisda. Omer Rav Chanan bereit to Rav. Omer Rav. So Rav Chisda said in the name of his father-in-law, Rav Chanan bereit to Rav. Omer Rav, in the name of Rav. His father-in-law said in the name of Rav. As for Rabbi, if it's naming, there's 24 non-kosher birds. This is the number that Rav said. But I see that Rabbi says it's 23. It's still very, I probably knew this last time I got recorded, but random for me, as usual. There's 11,000 types of birds and only 24 in the world are also. You think it's a lot more. Like, oh, you can't eat anything, you can only chicken. No, 11,000, theoretically. Where'd you get the number 24? The birds mentioned Vayikra Esrinav, but that's only 20. The ones mentioned in the Varim, Ezra Chadav, 21. Where do you get to 24? But you name a dog, the Ksiva Vayikra, the Torah, so you have one extra one that's hidden in Vayikra, not in the Varim. You put it in the Varim. That's what it's right now. It says 21 plus 1, 22. I get 24. These are what your fathers, the father of your mother said. In other words, my father. Right? So that was the mistake I made a few, maybe a couple weeks ago. Every time I think last year, I said it was sheer. Trying to be funny, I said my son's mother, like that, or my wife's son. And then people started writing in, what? Like, you know, there was always divorced and married and stuff. No! I was just trying to be funny. You know, like my wife's son. Yeah, so that's my wife's son, my wife's mother. My son's mother? That's just more like different. So, my wife's son, he said. Oh, I said my wife's son might have a scooter. My wife's son might have a scooter. Okay. That's what Mary said. Okay. Anyway, so I believe this just reminded me. The father of your mother, in other words, my father-in-law or your grandfather, says in Rav. It says in the Torah the word Lamino, that's 1. It says again, Lamino, that's 2. Lamino is 3. Limine is 4. So 4 plus 21 is a problem. The answer is we came up to 22. So 4 plus 22 is Esri Shishav is 26. I can get rid of 1 and I'll go down to 25. How? They're very similar. Dal and Reish are interchangeable sometimes. So Davara are actually 1. So that the fact is, in fact, you think when a fight and says it's 1, but then when it comes to add, might know half of the same dog, might know half of the same raw. Why does it say in Vayikra it says da and in Varim it says raw? I'm going to say the same thing. It's da. That's why I'm in raw. Raw the da, it's 1 of the same. So maybe we're down to 25. So I asked the Gemara about having the Hamshavas is 25. Not 24. How about you change raw? I'll do the same trick again. Kaf ayo v'dayo achasi. 2 birds, 1 ayo, 1 is a dayo. Okay. We don't really find that an aleph and a dollar is interchangeable, but it sounds just 1. These are the guys, and you know, because in fact, the school really used to play really super dogs. The Varim always comes to add on to the rest of the story. So the repetition of the Torah, so we add a little bit. Might not be the same, but but why does the Torah change the way it is? Because when it comes to ayah, it says the word Lumino right away. Might not be the same Lumino adaya. It says ayah, daya Lumino. But if the word Lumino comes on the daya and daya, you should know that I am daya. See, the Torah says ayah daya Lumino, it's 1 bird. Great. Now, if it's 1 bird, if it said ayah in Vayikra and daya in Varim, great. But it says ayah, the daya in the Varim. Why did you work? He says because there shouldn't be people say, oh no, the daya is mutter, the ayah is also, or vice versa. So let's put them together. Ayah, daya, the both also. But it's 1 bird. If you have ayah, daya, achasi, the daya, sure. Rabbi Yoda Eklani Ayo. Daya Woman, no? So you don't have a guy shake it to say, oh, but this one is more like I changed the one letter and I'll read it. That's what you tell us or no, because I will die with me. Great. Oh, I have to say this. Put it in down. But that's one of the bishop man corporate sponsors in the league. I'll go out to the whole science road. But I do have to show this again. Why? Stop. Put it up there. This is the road. The valley. And that these people should think this is the whole show. Because I don't want to do a whole lot without seeing a picture of a bird. Wow. That's a bird. It's like more iron. It has two like castles on the side. Like you see, the windows in the stand, and I get two. Not for the beauty. I'm saying it's like like, that's what make it beautiful. Might as well. Yeah. This one. Oh, shit. So it says it's not on. Put up the mace thing. That's what I'm holding? Sure? Or which mace thing? Why do the Torah repeat itself? You have all the behemoths in Vayikra. Why again in Varv? And why the same thing with the birds? But behemoth Neshasua, because of this guy. Remember the Shasua from yesterday? Here we go. Shasua. It's an animal that has two backs, two spines. Okay? Why did the Torah repeat itself by birds? To add the raw. My life, but the behind the awesome like Sufe, the Shasua is an addition. Not only all these animals, but Shasua also is awesome. So I think also Oif is not only Sufe, it's the same idea. We're repeating the whole parasha by the animals. We're repeating the whole parasha by birds. And the whole parasha came to add one animal. So the whole parasha by birds to add one animal. No. But also super when it comes to bird, it comes to explain. So in Mela, the raw is an explanation of the dog. Okay, so now Rabbi Sai, we came out, so instead of 26, we actually have 24 birds. And that's where we arrived out of 10,000 birds of the world, 11,024 birds is not allowed to eat. That's it. We don't eat any of them because we don't have any service on any of those birds. But Bezer Shem, when Chef comes, we'll be able to eat all these, the flamingos and all that, for all those birds will be able to eat. Says the Gemara. This is 23, not 24. The Omar was a whole, we're holding already an hour into it. The Ra and the Ayah are one of the same. We don't believe Krishma Ra. She has unbelievable eyesight. The Oyer is like an eagle today. How far can an eagle see? So I looked it up today. We say that you can see 3 kilometers. You can see a little mouse 3 kilometers away, clearly. Now, what does Gemara say? Well, she's not dying now. Oh no? But he met his big brother, the Roy and the Vela Berg Yisrael. It says on the side here, the Social Side says Kuzma. That's a real exaggeration. But to open up your mind to understand that we don't understand. And some birds see ultraviolet. This bird could see 3 miles away, 3 kilometers away. That's a lot of down. You can see a little tiny nose. Raw and Aya. If Raw is Aya, so you can't say that a Dar is a Raw. Another one, take off. If you pick up one more, then you only have 23. But then you should thoroughly subdue that. The Barim always comes to add to the rest of the Torah. Might not with the Siv Dar. Might not with the Siv Dar. Hello. Dobro, Ba'ayo, Akasi, all three are one of the same. So then we're down to 22. With the Ra, and Ayo, the plus Dayo, Laman, Ayo. Then we're really down. Mais nós o Sigimineu, Ayo. Mais nós o Sigimineu, Ayo. Agora, with the Varm, then Sigimineu. Hello, Adaya. El Shma, oh, sorry. The Mineu, Ayo, El Adaya. Only on the Dayo it says the Mineu. Shmamino, Do, Viro, Dayo, Vayo. All these four, Achasi. So what comes out at the end of the day? 23 trade birds, not 24. So according to Ravo, it's 23. According to Rav, it's 24. So just do this little piece. Let's do this little piece. There's 100 birds that are tamei in the east. They're all part of the Ayo species. There's 700 types of tamei fish. Today, scientists say that there are 37,000 types of fish. So when the Gemara says that 700 are tamei, that means that all 36,000 plus are kosher fish. They have snapper and cascasses. You're allowed to eat them. It's crazy. I don't know if you have to have musaris. Let's say we have to have musaris on fish. Birds, you have to have musaris. Maybe yeah. I don't know. Might have to finish myself to find out. Today, science says, I don't know what if it's machlegs or not. 800 is a tremendous number. But maybe there's inbred. But they said there's 11,000. No, yeah, 11,000 types of grasshoppers. Sugar. Only 2 or 3 we have a Messiah's on. In other words, sorry, it's not a contradiction. When it says Shmoyne Minei Esmir Chagavim, it's the tamei. These are the ones that are tamei. The rest are kosher. There's an unlimited amount of birds that are kosher. As the Gemara, there's only 24 that are not a mispar. Hello. With the Oifos to Hayim a mispar. There's 24 birds. And the birds, 11,000 species times, and every species has a subcategory of the food, so it's unlimited amount. They're all called Rabbi Rothschild. Have a wonderful day.
Learning to sports that's spreading word throughout the world. Sponsor us here today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor MDY.com.
That wasn't actually Dexter. I wish I could have got it. That was just when he was in that scene. That was another actor. But yeah, that was it. That was right there on the 7th. Actually, that guy Michael, he got mad at me because I robbed him during the train. But yeah, he was right there in that scene. Yeah, the wrong time or something. Tell me about it. How do you feel that? It's just I was like walking and he was like. Grabbed the drink of something when I wasn't supposed to. He was standing there next to a drink or something. So he's too excited, because you're all excited to be on the 70
Good morning, Rabbi Rothschild. See the new smart seniors for Spotify, live from the Austrian Alps. Your voice is Alps. Not the Austrian Alps. It's beautiful to be beautiful. Today, there's Zoyka to go to the student fight. Highly recommend it to anybody that's here in Austria. Probably the #1 attraction. I think 700 steps down for those that listen. For Sham Shishtafak who doesn't listen, 1,400 steps. 700 up, 700 down. The way you do it is, you go with 2 cars. Very complicated for people to see. 2 cars go all the way up to the top of the mountain and drop everybody off. 2 cars go all the way down. You leave 1 down, and then you take the driver of the car, you take them all the way up, and you park the car up. Now you have 1 car up, and 1 car down, and all the people are up. When they walk down 700 steps, walking down 700 steps, they bumped into a guy that walked up with his 13-year-old son, all 700 steps, and I was walking down all 700 steps. After he's told, or whatever, I'm not going to get into it. How come Taki did it? He just did not pay his. Up and down? That's not bad, guys. Why just do it down twice? Why up and down? I never really done it. Everybody's going marathon, whatever. Fine. Let me show you student file. Student file is a very, very long waterfall, very, very powerful. And during the entire fall, they have a different, you take down the stairs, and there's a nice suspended bridge. And they have a few, like 4 or 5 places where you could actually, like, you feel the fall. At one point, you could actually stand in front of it and get all, it's very powerful, like windy and mist.
Like when I tried to explain to you that a lot of people were upset when they changed the comic book Adrian gets into the movie for her. No, you don't understand. You don't understand. No, you are out of control. You are overstepping your boundaries. You ever see Andy Richter talk over Conan O'Brien? It ain't fucking happening, Adrian. It ain't happening here. Yeah. You're making me turn into a dinosaur right now. It's like Christmas bonus this year, Tony.
It's in the house. It's annoying me.
You guys ready to get this show started or what? Yeah. Once again, we have about 30 comedians that have all signed up to do just 1 minute and get talked to by myself.
So it's a clear day, but it didn't rain. It rained over here. In St. Antonio, it rained for 2 hours. And people here, so Ohio told me he rented a bike. He left his bike, him and his wife. They got stuck in a 2-hour torrential rain. It fell and it was very. So he had a good time there. So because of the show, we see Loyal wants to wish 2 of the people who went on the Moroccan trip. Maya Fisher had a grandson, and younger Wyszynski had a granddaughter. And the shidduch and the engagement is going to be announced. Spotted on the New York City subways. More ridiculous. Oh, people spending their time. This is, I guess I can show this later after the year, no? Yeah. What's this? This is Yossi Klein. I just went back to my room and I saw my homeless shop was watching this. Well, not this, we're watching this. In this place. Oh, it's not me. It's always me. No. He made an episode out of it? For his people. Okay, so we're going to go straight into the sponsors, if I can move them around a little bit. Okay. The official edition of the White Shot from 7th sponsor by Zevin Yal, Sholof, Eric, Ilan, and Mary, the Vici, this is Shaya, Ben Aaron, and Korokali, That's Avram. Daf Samach Beis by David and Nancy Hess in honor of all my children and grandchildren, wishing them and good health throughout their lives. The set is sponsored by David Salomon, dedicated memory of Avi Mori with small ball, 30% speed, 30% Rafa. This year, Mark, you take out the word cheer sponsors from there, please. Here, cheer sponsors, the first word, not important. Here, not important. The missile is sponsored by the Policy Channel Information in honor of NY Latin American War Mascali, Ivan Siempre Adelante. And now, as I started looking to the guys who think this is keep voting, more on our little sister, but between our truck and not within our children. The missile is sponsored in honor for complete reform, Shteman, and Rishon, Kalei Basesta, Young Daniel Rogan, Simcha. Monthly sponsors. How come does it say over here, cheer sponsors? That's why. Take all the cheer sponsors out. Shalom Aleichem. Anonymous Nishmas, Yortanet Ben Mordechai Zeva Kohen Zechron Brocha. the Tzvi, the Nishmat, Yonatan Eitam, and Mordechai Zev, Akoin, the Chol Baruch, Higher Simon, the Refuah, Shleim Avi, Mori, Baruch, and Miriam. We can sponsor Spanish, your sponsor, the big before them, the close friend of the Harris, the guy, Besia. Anonymous, each one, the daily sponsor, each one, Ben Chayo, from the media, from Spain to Spain, the one of the Spazin, the Spazin family, the Nishmat, of Mishaya, Ben Rabbi Rothschild, Ben and Shamav and Aliyah, Aaron Bauman, and Miriam Yehudas, Chava, Bas, and Mordechai. Mr. David Nyberg for the merit of Ruben Elio, Ben Navarro, so from our friends. And the MBYR month, from Mordechai Ben Esther, Lufos Ayel Daniel Zev, Ben Ayel Esther. Rabbi Sai, we're holding today's Daf Samach Beis, 3 words before Samach Beis on Daleth. Very easy Daf. We're talking about birds today. Birds that we are actually very familiar with. And I discussed of seeing some of them today. Omer of Nachman, Hoya Boki Bohem Ubishmusam. Comes from Nachman says a Kiddush says that if a person that I don't know, what's the sound? It's not on me. But like it's on that. Okay, whatever. That's right. Let's see now. This is okay. It's not a big shout. You're fine. You know, that. Good. This is a big Kiddush. We learned yesterday that out of the tens of thousands of birds we have in the world, hundreds of thousands of birds, 10,000 species, only 24 birds are traits. 24. If a bird has one of the 4 simoni kashrus, these kosher, one of the 4 simoni kashrus, here they are. The etzba, they have extra etzba, zepek, doris, kurkavan. I can find it, and it's not very far below. Here, here's the 4. Right over here, the shmas, did a phenomenal job on it. The zepek, you see that first pouch. The kurkavan niklas is the second pouch. You could peel it off. I showed you the video yesterday. The etzba seira has an extra finger in the back, and it's not a doris. According to Rashi, yesterday means that it eats with its mouth versus with its hand. It doesn't put the food in like a human being. An eagle, an owl, they'll take the food and they put it in their mouth. Pigeon does not. So those are the 4 simon. If you have one out of the 4, kosher. So says your Nachman, are you talking about Mishmoisa? There's only 2 birds in the whole Torah that have one kosher, one out of the 4, that's a Perizin Ozniah. If you're familiar with them, and the second rule is you have to be familiar with their name, not only with them, but with their name. If you have a bird that has 1 simon, if you're not a professional in the Perizin Ozniah, the only person alive today that's a professional in Perizin Ozniah is Gershi Rose from Manchester. He's a bucky. He said so himself. He said he knows what they are. He thinks he knows what they are. If you're not Gershi Rose, don't even mess around. That's what the Gemara says over here. The way you're bucky members like me, I don't claim to be a professional. Shamsi is certainly not a professional. How do I know? Because he walked up 1,400 steps today. So, if you're not a professional, maybe what you're looking at is a person as near. So therefore, it will be common. However, if you see that as 2 simoni kashrus out of the 4, automatically it's tar. That's not as hard as a person is here. The Oirev is the common raven that we have today, the black raven. A very intelligent bird, by the way. He might be, if not the most intelligent, from the top intelligent bird. There are different things that they show that he's capable of doing. If there's food on the bottom of a bottle, he's capable of filling up the bottle with water, that it should float to the top, and then he'll eat it. Things like that. He's an intelligent bird. The people told me in Bechenish that he started off with ravens, and the ravens have packed them for a very long time. They'll come, they see him walking the street, they'll pick him out from a crowd, and they'll just dive towards him and steer him. So don't start off with the raven. Call upon him. If You find a bird that has two simanim. Let's say it has a zepek and a kurkavaniklas, and you know that it's not a raven. How do I know it's not a raven? Because it's this big, and it has a beak that goes like this, and it stands on one leg. It's not a raven. Maybe it's a flamingo. Maybe it's something else. I know it's not a raven, but it has two simanim. Kosher. I don't have to worry about it. Ask the Gemara, the Shulai. Well, there's no other bird that has two simanim. Oyer, the Shulai, the Kanya. Oyer, the Oyer. Leminoi. It's impossible. As I would say, Leminoi, meaning, and it's whole mishpacha, the whole clan. So when it says Oyer, okay, it means a raven. Leminoi, what does it mean? Well, the Oyer, the Oyer says Zarzir. Zarzir is a sterling. And the Gemara understands that a sterling has two simanim, but they're different than the two simanim of a raven. You're going to say that it's the same thing. Or the let's try to Marta, should be Udo, you know, it's a very different example. So what do people? I'll tell you, I've come across many times, even in this hotel, you ask somebody, why do you do X? You know, Allah, you know how to do it. So you tell you, we have a minute. This is a non-respectful. So it's okay, but, you know, shouldn't, I don't know, putting up something to be dining, don't ask you questions, you know, you're talking about, very stark about it. The whole city eats this bird, this sterling. Now, what is this sterling? Let me show you. The sterlings are pretty cool. There are people that are familiar with this one on the left. That's a typical sterling, but there's one on the right. In fact, Mark Ashkenazi sent me a picture of that exact one on the right. And even the one on the left, I think. We had it in the safari. Let's see if I can find this picture. Okay. I guess he's got the only one safari trip. Very cool. Okay. Not much. The colors are phenomenal. And here it is. It's beautiful. The island's fake, no? I'll tell you, I have to tell you, when I was thinking about, like, when I was in Baba Kama, Baba Tzila, I'm thinking about, wow, birds are cool. Stuck out, the birds. I did a lot of pictures of birds, and for me, it was like, wow, the colors. They able to grab shots in the internet and show I love these birds. I'm a bird guy. These people that can't stand birds. They get me because it has to do with flying and more just far from the flying. There's a joke, an interesting joke, that it's one of these jokes that half the people understand and they laugh, half the people don't understand. You can explain it 4 or 5 times, then the cat. It's so, I'm going to say it anyway. A guy comes to the circus and says, I'm very good at imitating birds. So that's you're not interested. We have a lot of these people. I'm very good at it. No. So he goes to the window and he flies out the window. That's why there's a joke. What's the challenge joke? He imitates birds to fly. He thought, and he might imitate, they can make like the no. He can imitate a bird. That's not up there. What? What did you say? You can fly? Okay, fine. But I'm into birds. And Mela, on the safari, they have these sugar birds, like the eagles, and the fish eagle, and this eagle, that. Bunch of birds, vultures, and all the killing birds. Okay. So says the Gemara. Oh my God. So he said, oh, hello. This is very important. I think seriously. Take this seriously. All these people in the city, they all eat sterlings. Why? Because nothing. They come in the family. They said, listen, the Gemara says if you have one siman kosher, you can eat. Here, the sterling has one siman kosher, we're eating. So for this, you have the story to Gary Rabbi. Gary Rabbi heard somebody saying to somebody else, told him a ginger, a redhead. So the boy from the group said, whoa, what are you doing? You know how to do that. You know how to call a friend of name. You know how to make fun of somebody. He said, but everybody calls him a ginger. He says, Ganem is large enough to have, it has room for everybody. Everybody's not an excuse. I'm serious. Everybody's not an excuse. I don't want to hear it anymore. Hey, but everybody does it. So what? Yeah, everybody in my class has a cell phone. Everybody. It's not an excuse. So that's why they threw in this video of Gingy's. So why do I call him Gingy? Because that's his name. He actually calls his barbershop. He used to call Gingy. That he called himself. No, it's not meant to be. He's a great guy. Oh, what a trip it was that. I got the challenge. I did tell. Forgot to show twice? Okay. Let's keep it on that. Yes, you can. What should I just set it up? It's a movie about it's a movie about Yosef Klein. That's what it is. Read it. I Yosef Klein. Something about it. Oh. Oh my pain, I see when we say something. So what if everybody eats it? They're gonna pay for it, figure out another way to learn it is the Minay, which is the puzzle Minay. This is another fascinating thing called swallow. Here it is. Now you might not realize, but they're everywhere. They have them in China, they have them in New York, they have them here and there outside. In fact, when I was learning this, I went outside, I just turned on my camera and I started videotaping. Is that how you say it? Video. You can see it in the video here. There they are. And I always thought that you cannot follow them more than 4 or 5 seconds. What's fascinating about these birds, they can fly 500 to 700 kilometers straight without landing because they eat while they fly. How do they eat while they fly? They catch insects in flight. And they also drink while they're flying because, as you can see, I did the pronunciation. Oh, they drink their raindrops or whatever. And I once read that some of these swallows could fly for 4 or 5 days straight without resting. Literally rest. And here's also how they make a nest. Different than all other birds. They build it almost like cement. You know how you put rebar in cement? The metal pipes? They also do that. Check it out. You get nuts from somewhere and they put the branches as reinforcement to the cement. Put a perfect circle. Very cool. You see it sometimes like in the ceiling or.
So all your gay friends are.
You ever notice them in the channel? You guys notice them? Now you'll notice them, ladies and gentlemen. Very mystic connection. So this one has a white stomach. Pay attention. A white stomach is different. Okay. Yes. Okay, cool. So says the Gemara. Lumineu, that when the Oirev, this is the mishpacha of the raven, this swallow. Lumineu. Lavisnus Lavana, the white one. You remember that? Here, another story. The people from Galil, the upper Galil, they eat it. It has an easy gizzard to peel. So what if everybody eats it? Some people hold that once the meaning already came in, so maybe it's already it's not going to punish on it. Sometimes yes, sometimes not. It's not clear. Usually, yes. Okay. So the question is, why don't you take one bird called the raven? Only raven has somebody. We have other ones. Hello, this swallow or this sterling, either way you learn, is a type. It's the min of oil. So it comes up very interesting that even though they're mishpacha, they have some things in common, like they have 2 kosher simanim, but they're different than kosher simanim. So you think, oh, it's the same mishpacha, they have the same genetic defect or whatever, the same build. No, they have different types of simanim.
Why the fuck are you
If you find a bird that has one simon, start. Make sure that it doesn't lift its food up at the second. Over here, Rashi says a different shot. Interesting. I brought it down yesterday. The Rashi says different. But here it says, third means he steps on his food while he eats. He doesn't hold the food. Doesn't bring the food with his hand to his mouth. Rather, you make sure that the food doesn't run away. They talk about it. Why Rashi says this? Here, it's different over there. What's the side? The halacha. If a bird has one kosher like a person is near, it's kosher. As long as it's not a person is near. And it says we believe dogs. That's why they ask a question. What about the chickens today? That they have the kosher simon, but they don't. That's true. I don't know. Check it. This was the base medrash today. When she was given live at 9 o'clock in every show. The guy was watching the show in every show. He said that in Qatar there were more people. I'm showing you a picture of a lot of people in Qatar in the live. Let's do this for a second to show everybody. A lot of people are leaving at 4:30 in the morning. What's going on? And here's a special assignment for there. Whoever tours, welcome to the world's greatest Afghan machine from Austria. Okay. To the world's greatest greatest, largest, greatest. I'm Voodoo. Is that missing a shot? Okay. Very good. So anyway, if the other wants to come, I think, what's the price now? He said it's a cheaper price, but I thought it's a more expensive price. It's a great deal. The price went up. Great new deal. 75 instead of 100. 1 for 10, 2 for 22. Awesome. It's a great shop. Great deal. Everybody side, seriously, I'm not joking. $1,000 for one individual for 3 days. The math is not bad. It's $580 for a couple for 2 days. Times 3 is 16 something. Over here, so you get what's the pound? 2 people, $2,000 instead of 17. It's a great deal. Okay, go speak to him. We're tired. That was tired. Very tired. I don't know what you know. No, it's okay. I enjoy it. I have a great room. Great matzah. There's no air conditioning in the entire, all the outfit of air conditioning. And I went to some great places this year. Unbelievable. And the other was great. Shabbos was phenomenal. Did you know Shabbos? Was it good matzah? Yeah, but you didn't come see with us, but it was good. It was very nice. The weather broke. Baruch Hashem. It was in the 90s last week. Now it's like the weather. 65, 70. It's great. Okay, something in that. Wow. You see how tiring it is? Benny, you went with me. All the stats, their stats, shots, And to give a share, just here, it's challenging. It's Kishma. Omarab. Are we all there? Oh, Omarab, Meimar. Oh, the Rav Nachman mind. But what are we going to do with the original halach that we learned today, the first words that we learned today? So Rav Nachman says, provided that you know when you're mumcha what a person is needed, you understand the names, then one simon is okay. Otherwise, it's not okay. You don't know what a and we all don't know what a person is. So one simon kosher won't be okay. We do the Nachman. He said that we had a sometimes really just recently we had the same nothing. I'm like, look, me, I didn't hear about it. So why now? What does it really mean? I didn't hear it. Of course you heard it. Like severely, I don't care about it. Why? What's your concern? You sure parents was you won. And when you eat this flamingo, it might be a parents was Let's be sure. You don't have them in where you live, they hang out in other places. They hang out in the jungle. They hang out in South Africa. They don't hang out here. Like so what's it called? Nachal Hula. What is it called? Agmon? Hula? Millions and millions of migratory birds come there every year. I was never there. I wanted to go many times. Every time I asked to go, it's like, you just go, there's tens of thousands of storks and all sorts of, they come from Africa, they land in Eretz Yisrael and escape. But it's in certain places. They don't just hang out all over Eretz Yisrael. They go to certain places. Less than we used to. They don't hang out where people live. All the rabbis are there. Every time I saw it, this bird that scratches, partial at the highest mitzvah. So interesting. Here's a question that I think a lot of people won't realize. I'm not asking anything. This bird right over there that we're very familiar with, what is it called in English? Sparrow? It's called a drone in Hebrew. They have it in every single city in the world, basically. It's a very, very fast bird. As a matter of fact, the day I left, the Austrian was a tiny, tiny one on my steps going into the building. And I tried to scare it, it wouldn't run away. I guess it was just born. Or hatched. And when I went really close, they just flew off. But they're very, very fast, and they can't run because they can live in a house, and you can't catch them. They feel comfortable in people's homes. They're so small, they'll fly you. You'll never catch them. So I go, is this bird kosher or not? Question, is this bird kosher? The Chayra, it's not one of the 24. But the Chayra say it's kosher. No, they say it's kosher, actually. And this is one of the birds they claim they use for the Messiah. So now that's what we're going. It's called Eva Messiah. So what is this? Zuli. This is the swallow we were talking about before that can fly days eating, catching insects in the air. When you see them flying like crazy directions, then you know that they're probably hunting for food. And this is the white stomach one. They're all black, but they have different color stomachs. And everywhere where the years would have come in, they say steak, all this stuff. Let's see a white stomach sparrow. Here we go. You know it's here. Oh, that's the white one. That everybody agrees is good for a Matzorah. You're allowed to eat it as well because the Matzorah you need a special case. So when wasn't a place to do regular patients? I found this one, a yellow stomach one. Could be just yellow. Even his mother was not building, trying to build a nice lady. Here's another beautiful picture of it in flight. Really cool. They're amazing birds, but you don't have a chance. You can't even see them. They fly so fast by you. Maybe what? Yeah, these are right. These are right. This I put in. They look familiar now. It's hard to, you don't even know they exist. And they fly so fast. We look at the movie Creation. That is us out of Rabbi Rothschild. Again, the Lord says it's not good for the Mitzvah. Oh, I should show you what the Mitzvah does. So this is real quickly. Somebody that has Saras and he goes through a very long process to become Tzar. And let's start from over here. Forget the other part. So part of the process, you take two of these birds. Now that we're saying it's the swallow, it could be the sparrow. One, you chef and you put the blood into the water, which you're gonna sprinkle them. So the other one you let loose. And you tie him to the whole thing, cut his hair off, eyebrows, everything. You clean forward. You put the blood, you put the oil on his right and left, right thumb, right large toe, you sprinkle on the rest, you see, and the rest you put on his device. So, The Lord says that a yellow or a green, call it whatever you want, is also used and to eat. Rabbi Rothschild, so you're not eating from the Torah. The emphasis on Rabbi Rothschild, it's okay. I understand the lotion over here. If you say the machlokes is in a white stomach, a white belly. What do you call them? A swallow. That's why it says the lotion the Kaisa. This is the machlokes in the white. That's the machlokes. Now the other would be right completely, but if they are in the yellow one, what is this usually Ravana? They argue. The house snooness, the house swallow, which is a black belly swallow, that one would be awesome. The white one is no machlokes with that. So here's a super interesting halacha. Nobody would ever guess this without this Gemara. The Torah says for a carbon, what do you bring for a carbon? For a bird. There's only two types of birds you can bring for a bird carbon. Koirim and B'nai Yonah. So the way to remember it is B'nai Yonah, the sons of a Yonah, meaning the baby. The baby pigeons and the adult koirim, which are very similar birds. They look similar. One is a dove and one is a pigeon. So, if I told you, you bring a tussle, you say no, only Yoina and a bird. But the fact is, a tussle is a type of pigeon. Is it a pigeon or is it a dove? She says, no, tussle, it's a type of a Yoina. So therefore, you cannot bring him as an adult. What do you bring a Yoina for? No Yoina, that's the baby. But caution should be a bring it this small, even though it's called a tussle. The tziti, the turtle tussle, these are types of dogs. So cherry, we should learn that to be a dog. Upsum should be and also when they are small.
This is accidental racism still.
A lot of us assuming it says that all the birds are tussles, fuzzy hot dogs. What does it mean? All birds fuzzy hot. Says that. What state though says that in order for a person to become hard, after he goes from a body touches the person, he needs to be sprinkled by the ashes of the paraduma, which are mixed in special water from a ma'ayan, from a spring, and you put the ashes in the water, and then you take the azov, which you saw, and you sprinkle it. Now, if you do a malacha with the water, you make it awesome. If a bird drinks from the water and he spits some of it out into it, it's like you did a malacha. It's like you used it. Use it for drinking purposes. Spit about it here. Typically speaking, a bird when it drinks, the way they drink is they gulp a bunch, like a dog. Like he licks it in, suddenly it comes down. You ever see that it drips out of his mouth? And so, pigeon is different. Pigeon puts his mouth on. It's like a suction. It's like a straw. It all goes in. Nothing spills out. Memela. When a pigeon drinks from the mechatos, he doesn't ruin it. But every other bird ruins it. But if it's true that a tussle is like a pigeon, he's not mentioned here at all. It says, a pigeon is different because it sucks the water in. Because he saw that, in fact, a tussle is a type of a pigeon. Look at the other tussle. It's a very good question. The answer is almost better than the question. I think the Gemara wants to get to the answer, is what I'm trying to say. The Gemara says, Zem moitzis to make you, Zem moitzis for any make. You should know that a pigeon, he's able to suck the water in and not spit it out at all. Whereas a tussle has the same attributes as the yaino, which means he's like a vacuum cleaner. But once in a while, he spits it back out. We have a video of a chicken doing that. I don't know why you get a chicken if it's a mistake. Oh, but maybe it means a regular bird does that. Yeah, that looks to make you, but I want to see a pigeon, a type of a pigeon, not a rooster. Something with it. Okay, fine. Listen. Should the thing. This is a little crazy. You did? For real? How many? You thought you could like that? Don't tell. For real?
Well, when you're creative and the person
Who
who
said
created
that?
you is one crack, you like cut you open. Not my mom, but the guy who brought it.
What is it? What happened yesterday? Which one was it? Ah, the ladies. Yeah, got it. Okay. Fine. We won't show them.
Well, because I was created from random
We'll show it afterwards.
So,
We have to have like a special channel for the risque stuff. No, it's like there was two pigeons going on a date. And the man pigeon is not really pigeon because you can tell from the way he breathes. He spits out his water. So she says, show it. Why show it? Mark said I should show it. But people are complaining, saying that we're magazine. Okay, we'll show it. We'll show it. The voice side for real. Now is your chance to write in. I won't make fun of you. Write in if you think it was too much.
I'm from Santa Cruz, and my mom and all her friends
The fuck up.
so I was sneaking until I got my breath.
Laughing when you they lie.
Look into my life and
Like,
I was like, screw you, I'll
I
be
was
night.
night.
I would
He's a spitter.
You are a nice fucker, but I am an extreme dog. I didn't tell anything. Rocks. The shark thing says very serious. Are you down to earth or bigger than me?
Very well. You better not get me in trouble with this.
Excuse me, Colt, but you should know I have excellent manners. I'm a third generation to seal.
Oh, because she sucks it in, but it's it.
And I would like to oddly brag that I'm actually the president.
So the guy said,
Since you brought
what?
it up,
Yeah, you're better than this. This guy's never seen her. He says, we're showing you the space stuff. She did it. Okay. I call upon him. The side is that these pigeons, a pigeon
I actually started
sucks it in like a
to
straw and doesn't spit it out, but it does.
but really I started not.
Why are you so quiet to this?
I'm serious, but it's like I've been meaning to forever, and I was like, you know what? I really recall I'm just gonna pick them up and go do it.
So, Kimara, Ever Aviuda, Hani Kufshone,
No, actually,
Tsione,
now that I'm an
these are
actress, I
types
like
of
to.
pirates. Called Tsione, Tsione, Tsione got his back. You're so kosher, you can bring it on to his back. It's like a pirate. The Rainbow Tigers go to farmer. These are the dogs of the farmer that we spoke about before.
That's the
Baseball,
guy
you have a
recently
big
who tried
dog.
to challenge me to have sex with him by saying,
Yeah. Oh. Well, let's just finish. Just something to remind me when we say Omer Rabbi Yehuda. Mason is smacking that up. Azov. When you take a branch of Azov, Hyssop, right? Is it Hyssop? Hyssop. Hyssop. It should be pure hyssop. Here's a question. Where's your Cafe Peace stuff? A Belgian waffle. I have a Shiloh. Better. You gotta ask the Shiloh. Ask the Shiloh. What do they call a Belgian waffle in Belgium? Drop the Belgian. Well, I can tell you French fries, they don't call them French fries in France, right? When in well, this is huge, you know, it's short, the faithful key. All the guys have to drink the faithful key. Do they drop the key in Turkey? They call it the Turkish coffee or not? So, why am I asking this? Because we're talking here about adding a name, what do you say? Oh. Soufflé de Bruxelles. Brussels waffle light, right there. Oh. I don't know. The Brussels style is what most of the world thinks of as Belgian waffle. Okay, fine. I don't know. I'll go for it. Hold on. Sponsor this second. Brussels sprout. Oh, Brussels sprout. There's different added name. So here's a way that you can tell if it's added or not. If in the place that it originates from, do they drop it? If they drop it, then it's not considered an added name. So, you're not allowed to use a Yavan. A Roman one, or Yavan is Greek. A Greek one, or young, or young. So there's that's the Roman one. But that's the Roman one. Anyone that has a thing, it has to be Azov, that's it. So, how can we use a bird? When the Torah says you use a turn or a yona, it shouldn't have any extra name. It shouldn't be called turn shel rechava. It should be called turn. So, two answers on Rabbi Rothschild Stanish Moikodim Matan Torah. Anything that's name was changed before Matan Torah, they treat the Torah, and the Torah will accept its name as is. Yes, Hashem Rabbi Rothschild. If you add a name to it, then it's possible. Behind the Stanish Moikodim Matan Torah. But this Torah shel rechava, your name did not change at all. Very allowed to use. That's why you stomach over. Since in their place, the cover, wherever it is, or the tsutsami, they call it Torah. That's their name, Torah. Then it's good. It's a Torah. It's not a Kushani, it's a Torah. The rest of the world calls it Kushani, right? An American Eagle. In America, you don't call it American Eagle, actually. But let's say you don't. Then it's an eagle. The rest of the world calls it American Eagle. So these birds are not called in the place in Rechava. You don't call it a Rechava, a Torah shel Rechava. You call it a Torah. Oh, that's exactly what the Torah says about. In Bnei Brak, you call it a Torah shel Rechava. That's a Bnei Brak. But in the place itself in Rechava, you don't call it Rechava. Therefore, you're allowed to use it. So the Israeli salad is also it's not called a Shem Rabbi because it's itself another type Israeli salad. And so they don't call it Israeli salad because it's a lot of soup. Rather, we had a very good Israeli salad today. You had it, didn't it? I love you. According to the dot, by God Global, the Vision Non-COVID Content of NYD, Encore Healthcare as a school for all cloud control all made. Already, how many calls is it to show you? These grasshoppers, goofy. It's like the ones that grow in the grass, show you, you gotta eat them. With the bag, probably. But the ones that grow with cabbages, I see reality, eat them. It's not like chumrah. It's malchus. Meaning, I know for a fact that they're also mishum sheretz ha'oy. I told Shamshi was a witness, walking on the thing. You know, I felt something on my tongue, like a weird thing. I took it off, and there was a dead fly. I'll show you the dead fly. It's from a shame. You can eat the fly, your oiver, and sheretz ha'oy. Eat a dead. Eat a grasshopper, and it's not kosher, you're over on cherry time. So show that video or not? So show the grasshopper video? She's a little muggy, no? What's this? Oh, that's the kid. Fine, אתה אוהב חגבים אותה? נראה יאללה בוא. תודה אחי. אני רוצה להכין אותך, אבל בסדר? רגע, יש לו אמת. רגע. אתה תגיד עכשיו, תגיד אחריי. פעל תשקסי. ברוך אתה השם, בל תשקסי. יאללה, בוא, מה, אתה אוכל את זה לבד? בוא נראה, בוא, תגיד ברכה, לא? טוב, יאללה, נו, עכשיו. איי. איך זה? היה שווה, לא שווה? לא היה שווה. אתה רוצה, רגע, תביא לו איזה כוס, משהו. הנה כאן, יש כוס מים. זה טוב? You guys didn't see that. His eyes over. Okay, good. So Gemara makes a distinction between the grasshopper that lives in the grass and the grasshopper that lives in cabbages. That's how we move the sweaters?
Yes, it's a great class. Sorry, I'm in a rush. I couldn't stand there. It's beautiful time. Let's not mercy here. Jordan.
Who made this one? Nothing. All right, jump to Gemara. Yes, sir. Over Rabbeinu Matkina Layim said, Gom Rabbi Yudit, Tzrodo Shari, a type of bird called a Tzrodo you're allowed to eat. Barda also. The bird called a Barda is also. Barmine. Barmine is like, besides this, you're not allowed to eat this one. Barda, and the bird called a Marda, Seiko, and Seiko. Over Rabbi, what is Seiko? This 8 birds that if you have a suffix, you don't know if you're allowed to eat them. What's their names? Hugo, Sugo, Barmugo, Ustamir Mardo, Himu Barnafka. Sounds like Rabbi, no? What's Rabbi's name? Rabbi No. Rabbi was the son of Nafka. Says more nice guy. Why do these 8 birds have a suffix? What's a suffix? Because we know that a kosher bird, the simon, if it has that simon that is gizzard seals, then it's kosher. And a simon of a non-kosher bird that is his gizzard doesn't kill you. The honey, they're in between. The one nikla b'sakino with the knife it comes off. As the one by Iber Abzo, that would be my small, and they have a Yaakov Shikuman. They had this duck. They couldn't feel the so yesterday in the video, if you remember the video, the guy said when he was feeling it, if he wanted to come off easier, you put it in the refrigerator. It's the opposite. Put it in the sun, it melted a little bit. The ice machine, when they put it in the sun, it became rougher, it became softer, equal if it peeled off easy. So you see that you're allowed to do something to kill that. Over there, you did something, put in the sun, but you want to kill it again. Also, after that, the rough, even though it's soft, you still need a tool. And maybe it's not kosher, maybe it's a similar trade.
I don't think I'm an alcoholic, but I did find out that shaking is my body's way of saying
Over
I miss you.
can go the Agmar,
Tequila.
have you smooth speak
I had to do it because I was having surgery.
chicken of the
Just one. Because I got my boobs done a while back. And
swamp,
it turns out that my
swamp
right
chicken.
boob is like this
A swan chicken, one of the 8 birds that we weren't sure. Bino Margin. Oh, maybe it means I saw a picture in the Sefer School, maybe it meant for this, of a flamingo. They like swans. They like to stand in one for the water. I don't know. The swamp chicken with that sounds like a Lashon Zachar is awesome. And we go, oh, Dagma, Shai. So right away you have to ask the question, how is it possible you have two birds from the same family, the male is also and the female is mother? The answer is they're not from the same family. This points out right away, we all take essentially small. That says that there's two different species. One is called a Tanagogagma, one is called Tanagogri. They're not the female and male version of the same thing. They're two different types of species. The male is Asur, and the female is Motor. Where do we see a similar thing, and how can you remember it? We see Mones, Amoini, Veloy Amoinis. You're not allowed to marry an Amoini, but a man is allowed to marry an Amoinis, a Vioris. Why? Of us, a very interesting story today. He's an older fellow that came to this year in Hebrew, and I noticed he was sleeping. So he's out. This is new this year, you know. He's told us, he didn't come because of us. And he's born. So I asked him, I posed the question. And in his sleep, he screams out. Because it's the men that didn't give the bread, and it's not the derech of a woman to give bread. Well, this is the first time. The regular day, the Gemara says if somebody wakes you up, who says it? If they wake you up, you know the answer. After God was the timer though, that was out cold. You know, all the guys. Fine. It's up to you, man. First time ever. Ask somebody a question in sleep and the answer. Doras from Yoma. And it goes to the what? And it goes to the Agua Asira. Chaziru the Dark Shalach. Well, we should maybe finish over because that's where we finish with these movies. The Hainu Gerusa, they saw that it actually grabs the food with its hand or whatever the shot is in Rashi. The Hainu Gerusa, and that is the bird called the Gerusa. That later on we say that it's awesome. Okay, fine. Let's stop over here. On both sides, have a wonderful
America's Book, a study tour throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor MDY.com.
Moving on to our final part of the show, as always, we have two lovely young rising comedians spots here. Tonight will be no different. And then our special announcement. But first, let's get it started with Sarah Mustajabi, everybody.
Good morning, boys. Live in the Alps in Austria. Mom, it's unbelievable. The place up there, everywhere you turn. You walk out of the hotel 3 steps, and there's a river, and there's a waterfall, and there's Alps, and there's snow-capped mountains. It's unbelievable. Food is amazing.
I don't know what it is, but as I've got older, my purses have just gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. Because now that I'm 29, I need a
They
full
just
bottle
brought
of
us
Xanax
cake. Our
every
son
summer.
of his yard is an amazing cake. It's gone.
I
The
don't
good one
even
is
know
gone.
what whiteout is for
Another
anymore.
one, I didn't taste.
It's
It's a big space for us to have some special guests. We have Shimi Beefman and Ziggy Bechelowitz from Manchester. You're from Manchester? Really? I mean, I thought, what wasn't he then? No, that was somebody else. Was he in South Africa? Who's in South Africa? Also, yeah, it was you. It was a different story. And we have with us we have with us the Shafrat and Leon Walter from South Africa, and the Damish the Mace Golui, maybe we'll say Golo, who's a landslide here in Austria. Where? Palestine, and 200 people. No, did anyone get hurt? No one got hurt. And Rupert Stefanski was rescued by a helicopter. Here it is. This is what a landslide looks like. That's the road that is covered with mud. If you look closely, you can see. Well, can't pass, can't do anything. But helicopter took them out. So you got a free helicopter ride. They are in the helicopter. They're taking this video. Above the clouds, above the fog. Listen, it's very, very natural over here, and so after Shalom Aleichem, thank you. I got it. This is Nachmeni, Yaiver Chaim. Another round of Midurim in Peru, the border of Syria. This is at a wedding in London. The sound guy is pretending he's doing the sound. He has the knob. Okay. In every matzah, in every situation, we learn Torah. Official edition of our Shabbos, 7 Yahweh Sholach, Peretz, Rabbi Rothschild, Vivici, Yerusha, Shaiben Aaron, Project Sava, Yisrael, Das Avram, Das Samachalot, Elis Kans, Kishmul Schuster, in honor of my wife Ahuva, a true Hashis child. Well, Miss Seth is time to do silent, dedicated memory of every murder, true boyfriend, with thanks to David Henry Rafa. By the Palace Family Foundation, in honor of Holy Palace, in honor of MBY Latin Americans and warm hospitality. Anonymous, I saw from Wilson Zuligas, his baby Chief Benny, is on his way here. Well, and I always so still being at slaughter and other girl children. Oh, in person, it's donated that Samachalot. By Anonymous, for completing from the same honor as Yom Kalei Pasester, beyond Daniel Rovito, Bruce Simcha. Most of these sponsors you know when I see over here. No. It's all on the same page. Nishmas, Jonathan Cohen, Japan Rocha, by the Tzvi, Nishmas, Jonathan Eitan, Ben, Mortenzena, Cohen, Japan Rocha, Ari Seibert, Shlema, Abimori, Baruch, Ben, Miriam, we do Spanish here, sponsors, people from Shlema, the close friend, Napoli Hertz, Ben Chai Pesia, the other sponsor, David Harfunkel, and Shlema, Esther Pesia, David Chai is having a liver transplant before Shlema, Yitzchak Weinberger, leading church of Rizz, Daniel, Yoina, Limel, Ben, David, Nea Lechem Hashem, Bosa Nafshoi, Be. Shoy, but okay. No. That's what it is. Joseph Robbins, Doc Samachalov, with gratitude to Rebelli, Yeshikaya, Stefanski Eli. And they are, Mount, the first name of Morchabenet, maybe that's what he meant. The first Ayelet, Daniel said, Ben Ayelet. The boys side we have Daf, the Jews, Agamta, and then the Shmaka stuff of the Simonim of birds, easy sugya, short Daf. Here we go. I think I might have skipped some lines because that is one of the problems of getting share with Dali Nachman and all the people. As Mendy left, Mendy Oyerbach left today, he turned around and he says he's giving you shuf. He's in the defense, he's giving weiter. Don't get 2 doses of shear. Okay. So let's just do a few lines over here that we might have missed. Smack in the middle of that Samachal Beis of Nachman Papa. How do we Gimsa? It's an opportunity to talk about a tremendous society that I think the Gemara is saying over here. Rav Nachman had a garden. Shodabay was ready to each other. He threw some seeds in there, like his knee, very Rachman. So he started davening. Also, Mitra, Tzomach, the rain came and it grew. Omar Hainu the Ravasi. That's Ravasi's soul. What's Ravasi's soul? It seems like Ravasi says that although the grasses grew on the third day of Kriyas Ha'olam, we didn't see it until Friday. Because other Mauritian had a daven for it. It's there. It's a new look. It's not the shot that you daven and then after you go thing makes it grow. The shot is it grows. It's 50% there. That final push out, you need a daven for. Hashem wants to hear you daven. Hashem is able to tzadikim. The shidduch is there. It's at your doorstep. You just have to open the door. How do you open the door? You have to daven. It's there. It's touching there. So it's mamish touching. You gotta find it how by daven. Omar Khan Baraba, Ashesua, Rio B'Kayasha. This is good. Okay, so now we're going to skip all the way to Amr Shimla. To remind the Olam that when it comes to Agadita, it's quite static. When it comes to Agadita, no one can claim that they understand what's going on. In fact, there are a lot of things. Some things you might understand. There are things, there are lines that are just, what's going on? It just doesn't make sense. It's not common sense. It's just, you can tell that there's something hidden over there. It might be one of them. How come it's right to eating with sorrow? Literally, some chicken, you should bring them. The Hagen Gufi Torah. It's telling you, you think that there's some psukim that are just don't make any sense. Why are they in the Torah? And then you get a peek. And you understand real chat. You get to see why this puzzle is super, super important. And the Gemara goes on to give examples. But the Lashon is a really strong Lashon. You should burn them. They're extra. They make no sense. Burn the puzzle. The famous story with the Vilna Gaon. And these stories, by the way, sometimes they say a story about a tzaddik. You say to yourself, are the name? Like, I wonder when that story was invented. Was it invented last year, 20 years ago, 100 years ago? Like, who saw it? But when it comes to the Vilna Gaon, most of the stories are testimony of Chaim Voloshin. He says the stories. He writes them. So he says that the Vilna Gaon had, I don't remember anymore, the amount of, you might remember, the Achois Loitam Timna. Words that, what does it mean? So, his sister, Timna, what's going on there? So he says a lot of trouble in the hundreds. That's maybe what it was on the Yeah, that's. Benegem one? Maybe that's Aluza Benegem. Okay, it makes more sense. Aluza Benegem. We'll switch the story. And say, oh, yeah, that's the story. This Stefanski said it. No, you're not relying. But he had a lot of shatim. Look it up, how many, in the hundreds maybe. Aluza Benegem. But then he thought about it. During Shemona Esrei, I think. He had a hero on the Shloop shot or something in Aluza Benegem. But he lost all his shatim. He had tremendous tsar. Chaim Voloshin asked him why, what's going on, he told him the story. And then he came back to him, he was or something. Fine. So here you have a person. He's going called the Avim, he's sitting in Chatzerim, where they live Adaza. Who in the world cares? Happened thousands of years ago. And this group of Goyim, they live next to here. So, if you don't know Chad, you don't have the Gemara, it seems completely extra burden. He says, no, it's super important. Why not Kimina long? Why not Salomina? Remember the famous Shvuah that Abimelech made Avram made? I'm making you swear that you're not going to harm me, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, kids, so you're never going to harm me and the Philistine. Now we have a problem. So we need a solution to the problem. Every problem has a solution. how in the world of Klal are going to capture the Christian and take over Eretz Yisrael when Avraham Avinu promised that he's not going to touch him and his future generation. So what HaKadosh Baruch Hu do? HaKadosh Baruch Hu lays Kaftarim Mitzvah Mavin. You know, it won't be the Jews' problem. It'll be the Kaftarim's problem. Let the Kaftarim knock out the Christian. The Abin people, which are the Christian. Deine Christian. Once the Avim are in place, and where they haven't been in place, Avim lives in Chatzerim, Gaza. They're already sitting there all the way to Gaza. And you show, we're getting the it's fine for the Yidden to go and kill the Chatzerim people. That's fine. Now, and let's look at that. Similarly, say, husband, your Sichon, never Chaneri, you will come and mail from my you know, it's a good thing. Similar, Domin HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yisrael, Al Patzar Smoyer. Don't give any tzad to Moyer. Don't fight with Moyer. Let's have a courage of charge. Domin HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Let's see Sichon, Leipig Moyer. Therefore, you don't do the job. We'll have Sichon take care of Moyer. The Leipig Yisrael, the Leipig Sichon. Then the fight can come and take away from Sichon. I know what that's what Papa says. I'm in a moral part of this. We're able to get to do the job with Maya through Sichon. You let Sichon do the dirty work, then you're not Sichon out. Don Valdika Mason, where a guy, he was feeding his cow a bunch of milk. So somebody told him, what are you doing? You don't see a cow gives milk. Does it drink milk? He says, no. This milk is chol of stam. So I give my chol of stam to the cow. The cow drinks it, and now comes chol of Yisrael. That's tiaru chol of stam, but chol of Yisrael. This is how you get. This is how you make chol of Yisrael. Same thing. Say, it's the same thing. Boyav through Sicha, divine. Another super interesting possible that you think that you have to get rid of. So because the Tzidonim equal the Chermon in Syria, what's going on here, the Tzidonim are going to call the Chermon, what about the Chermon, the mountain in Israel that has snow on it, you're going to call it Syria. On the Syria, the Syria and Mahari of Israel. These are actually mountains in Israel. There's a question that everybody that goes to the Alps has. That is, Israel is the nicest country in the world. What is going on here? These Alps are pretty nice to me. It's a big problem. Don't go off the dark because of it. There's a problem. It's like my daughter tells me, Utah's nicer than the Alps. She's never been there. Maybe 30% is the height of these Alps. And to find one waterfall in Utah, I had to travel who knows where. So, no, she doesn't know what she's talking about. But somebody once showed me that Israel's border really is all the way out here. It goes through the ocean, and there's a line, you drop a line, that eventually this is where Israel is going to be. You guys hop here first, this maybe a little far from the Faisal, but out here. So, says the Gemara, this is the Belgian told us to. Says the Gemara, showed me a whole map, how it goes, and it showed me sources. So, it goes straight out, Turkey, all. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of Yidden here. So, need more real estate. You tell that guy on the train, the Yiddish are both crazy stuff that's going on here. Shouldn't give you down the train. 2 different times, 2 different cars. People told him, go back to where you came from. Is that a Lashon? What was the Lashon? What's the Lashon? They said the same exact Lashon? Oh, we like Jews, we don't like guys. That's one guy. Don't kill Beijing Gaza. Don't kill Beijing Gaza. That's what we need. Giving those comments that we did. So for Gemara, she says, that's why we're 4 lines from the bottom. Each one of these people went and created a giant city himself, and he called it after the name of the mountains in Israel. I might have skipped this line in Hebrew. I don't remember saying the name. You know that the Goyim, they use our names, they love them, and they mimic the names for their cities as well. Yetzirah, similarly, that's how I'm having Yetzirah. So you think, if I ask you why in the world did Yosef Tzaddik take the Mitzrayim and move them to different cities? If you lived in Kaaba, he moved you to, what's the Cairo. And if you live in Cairo, you move to Sharm el-Sheikh. Why? So I think the simple shot would be to show who's the ruler. I'm in control. I'm going to tell you exactly where to live. You live there, you live there. He wants to know there's something deeper here. He was thinking about his brother. How can I make it better for another youth? Huh? Think about the other. It's all about going to know. Might not be, you shouldn't say, hey, Jew, go back to where you came from. You also go back to where you came from. You used to be in Cairo. What are you doing here? Big coffin. So everybody's mixed up. You go to this, you go to this, and maybe everybody will be okay with the Jew. Now we're going into the sugya of the birds. Let me tell you this whole sugya. It's actually very, very short. Even I'm saying Amud Aleph and Amud Beis is less than a regular Amud together. But the idea is also very short. Let me just tell you the whole daf. Mamish al regular. There are 4 simonim that we learned of that make a bird kosher. And those same 4 simonim are in the eagle, but in reverse. Make a bird trade. What are they? A kosher bird has a zepek, the first bag that the food goes into. It has a kukava, which we call it the pope, a gizzard. And I'm going to show you a video, the Valdic video, that the way the Rabbi Rothschild made it is that it needs to grind up the food, and it doesn't have good grinding. So they eat pebbles, sharp stones. And when you open up the gizzard, I'm going to show you, the guy opens it up, hundreds of small sharp pebbles, and that grinds up the food. The gizzard goes like this, and the pebbles push, and it's great. And you can eat the gizzard. So the gizzard has a little layer in it that peels off super easy. Showed it yesterday, the yellow. And the guy's going to do it on the video. So it peels off easy, assuming that it's kosher. It also has an extra finger in the back, kosher bird. And it also eats directly from the floor. You see pigeons with peck on the floor, whereas a parrot, but you saw the parrot eating an eagle. They use their hand, they use their foot. They eat. That's one shot in bird. All the Gemara is going to tell us is a phenomenal pivot. That in order for a bird to be kosher, it has to have one out of these 4 things. It doesn't have to have 4. It has to have 2. 1. If it has a zepik, kosher. If it has a finger, kosher. Think about it. I didn't look at it, but this stomach is tens of thousands of species of birds, maybe hundreds of thousands. Probably hundreds of thousands, right? We said in the Shemesh there's 250, 500 types of birds just in that area. So only 24 birds in the entire world are straight. Hear that? 24 birds in the entire world are straight. Those are the birds that are brought down in the fire. Just what? When it comes to birds, the Gemara tells us, whereas animals, we don't have this, but in birds, they have in the sodas. If you know for a fact it's not one of those 24 birds, how do you know what 24 birds are? Nobody knows what a parrot and a zebra really are. You don't know. But if you know, then you could actually eat all these different birds flying around there. There's many birds. You have a stork, you have this. The stork might be one of the 24. I think it is. But Hasidah, whatever Hasidah, what I'm saying, there's a lot of birds. Does it say the third cookie? I don't think so. But all of these is one sim in kosher, not 4. So that's the whole sugya. Just the question of the sugi is, so if one is good, so then why does the talk about an eagle? It tells it has four no good. The point is, even one no good is a chiddush. And the Torah talks about birds that have one, they have three kosher, but one are good. It's one of the 24 birds, so that's why it's straight. We really have to understand that. That's why at the end of the sugi, why does the Torah say that a kosher bird has four simanim? The Torah doesn't say it. It's a comment. It's four simanim. Why? I forgot to show these ratings. Let me show it now so I don't forget. But this is not so good. What I wanted to show is the word tzipar over here. You guys see the word tzipar? The second letter of every word. Tzadik, Pei, Vav, Rei. No, you should take out the Vav right there. So what's inside that whole thing I just told you? So what I like right now says, we learned in the Mishnah that the bird, the animals we know are Malagera, Masis, Paris, so that's in the Torah. But the simonim of a bird, that's not mentioned anywhere. Second line in the Mishnah, the Nun Tezon Gal. Simonim of a Chayim and in the Torah. Simonim of a bird, I mean. Avdar, Muchachamim, the Mishnah continues, and then it goes on to say the simonim. Hello, if there is Pagman, Koshish, that they say we're going to go in the car. The Gemara is asking, why do you say that there's no simonim of the bird? You have the simonim of the bird below. What's on your nesher? What's a nesher? So, in common Hebrew, although as an American I don't necessarily think an eagle, but in common Hebrew, nesher is a vulture. Fascinating that Toysvis and some of Gimel, Omer Aleph, Gimel Maslow, I'll just tell you, it's 10 lines in the bottom, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 lines in the bottom. It says, Gabinesh is required eagle. So Toysvis agrees that it might be an eagle. Amen. The notion is all a conflict. But I said, I'm going to show you, remember, the Nesher, the beautiful, bald, American bald eagle. It might be that, You're right, you did it. Tzipar, here now. Excellent. Okay, thank you, Mark. You're great. You almost like Dave. Says what's special about the Nesher? It doesn't have an extra finger in the back, and it doesn't have a zepek. Basically, and it doesn't feel. The greatest part of all these, just take a look at this, the valuable stuff. So let's start slowly. First of all, let's see if the running is right.
This is how we process a turkey. Exactly the same with chicken.
Turkey.
Cut around the edge of the gizzard. You have the fat on it, so it's a little hard to get through. Cut all the way around. Instead of the gizzard, you do it. Cut all the way around. You can open it up. And you can start seeing the rocks. You're looking at holes. There. See all the rocks. Everything you know. You can do it. Grab it.
Beautiful, huh? Very cool. Those little rocks, sharp, pointy ones. So that's Kukabon Miklaf. What is those? By the way, here's a picture. I don't know who. Somebody edited it. This is. I took this. I'm just. I don't know what it is. It's here now, so it's background. It's not close. See the room. So what's thirst? Thirst. So we learned thirst according to actually means that it eats food with its head. He's Rashi here, eats the food with its head. There's another Rashi, it says that he stands on it to make sure it doesn't fly away. Let's see what we call run away, and he eats the food. then you have placements that hold that it eats the food while it's still alive. We're going to Rashi right now that he's eating the food. Great, he eats it with his hand. We had this X base Sarah, according to Rashi, means the one on the bottom. But it says these chickens have that base Sarah. Therefore, he says it's up there, up above. Just to point out, there's a big problem today with today's chickens. The problem that they raise is that virus means that they use it with the hand of the chickens also eat with the hand. So maybe oxymoron, I don't know what the big problem is, but okay. Says no, it's only birds that's having chicken dogs. They I don't know how to say lions. They bred other types of birds to make it stronger, and they got one of those characteristics of another bird, and that's why it's a right that it's not a chicken. That's why they complain. Okay. So the question. Oh, so here we have the simanim. Here's the four simanim. So why are you telling me that the birds don't have simanim? Rabbi, if you look at the Mishnah, they never be using the Torah. They're deciding. And before it's in the Mishnah, what's the lashon of the Mishnah? The Mishnah says simanim never even have Torah. That's in the first simanim. What in the Torah? Okay, so Rabbi is not saying much. I think he just explained that you're right. There are four simanim. That's only in Chacham says. Okay. So then the Gemara says what I was telling you before. Any bird that has one simon, provided that you know it's not of the other 23 birds. You know what a natural is. You know okay, that's one. But provided you know the other 23 birds, it's not one of those. And he has one simon, but it's not a korka by Nikla, but has a gizzard that peels easy. Fine. Why? If you shade them, then that's right. Because it's not similar to the eagle or to the vulture with doesn't have any. Actually, the less like cloud. Oh, the like eagle doesn't have any of them. You know, and eat them. Equals usually five. And here they want to do the first. If it even has just one, so you let it eat it. So okay. Yeah. So the Gemara. Okay. I just want to tell you this story to get nice stuff. I see at least two people here heard it. I think it's important though, for the audience to hear. We got some new friends that started to share, so they need to hear this stuff. It's all the site, but it's a good one. That an eagle egg, rolled its way into the chicken egg. And chickens, they, how do you say, they got it in English, sat and they roosted it, they, I don't know, how should I know? They incubated it, okay, no, that's what the machine does, but I didn't know that, okay. So, they sat on these eggs. And sure enough, one day, out pops an eagle. The eagle looks around and sees other chickens. So he thought he was a chicken. So he's acting like a chicken. He started eating, pecking, this, that. He didn't realize it was an eagle. And just as chickens don't really fly, they flap or they can jump, 5 feet. They can, when they want to, they use their wings a little bit just to glide or whatever. So he did the same thing. And then one of these guys comes along, a guy, a Bucky, and he goes, nice. And he goes over and he tells him, Eagle, what are you doing? You can fly. Serious, you can run, fly around and see the Alps. What are you doing down there below? He says, no. So he takes him, he throws him, no. And then one day, he flaps his wings and he goes a few feet. 2 meters. And learn. The next day, a little bit more. And eventually, he realized that these guys, my brothers are very fly, but I can't. That's the marshal. The new show is that I need a lot of these people. You're never going to be good tomorrow. So he's there. He's like a chicken. So like chicken. They might say he has a good head. And he has the wings to do it, but he doesn't. He's stuck in what his Rebbe told him, and what his maybe his mother even said it once a snide remark to him. His father might have said something, then he's stuck. Emotionally, be upset at me, but our CEO Yossi Klein told me a number of times. A successful business. He could barely trust me. My Rebbe told me, I said, no, it's not a joke, it's sad. And the Rebbe did tell him. The Rebbe did tell him that. And he's running around his whole life believing he's a chicken. But he's not having an ego. He's one of the most powerful eagles I know. You just gotta flap your wings a little bit, try it out, and see. See you soon. All right, you can't say it enough, but I hear it again and again. People tell me the same. But who told me? Trust me, you know. You get down to the bottom. It turns out it's one. And then if you go meet that Rebbe, you'll see what a shaker that guy is. That guy's a real shaker. He's the real. When you're a little kid, you thought he's like, oh, the God does. No, the guy's a shaker. He talks to kids like that. He's obviously shaker, right? Yeah. Right. So, Gemara. Ask the Gemara, what else we tell you? You know, you just have to understand why you need the Nesha, why you need Torah, why you need Yashnia, why do you need all these things? The Gemara is going to make a little say to it. Let's learn from the kosher birds, the Torah. The pigeons, they have all 4. They have a zepek, they have an extra finger, they have a piece that kills easily, and they're not learning. So maybe in order to be kosher, you need all 4. You just established that 1 out of the 4 is enough to make it kosher. Maybe you need 4, like a pigeon. By the way, the Karayim, those guys that live on Hargrizim, they only eat pigeon. They won't eat chicken. As they suck because of this. That's what's in the Torah. That's it. That's all they eat. They don't eat. Doesn't say in the Torah turkey. Doesn't say chicken. They don't eat. Ask the Gemara. Yeah, I've called Lasa. Sorry. In K, Sharoi first made Lasa Rachmana. Torah says that there's another 24 birds total. It says that it's coming. Next, 20 out of the 24 have 3 simonim of kashrus. 3 that are kosher. So why would the parents say that they're coming? If even 1 makes it coming, so certainly if they have 3 or 4, I mean, the fact that the Torah says that these birds are coming is because typically they're not coming. It's only these birds that are coming. Any bird that's similar to them, that has 1 kosher simon, is Torah automatically. That's why the Torah says that these are coming. So learn from these 24 birds and not from the pigeons. In other words, even if you have 1 simon or 3 simonim of kashrus, it's still coming. You have 3 simonim of tahara that you don't need. So anything that's 3 simonim of kashrus is not good enough. You need 4 simonim of kashrus. We call it trei v'chad. Certainly, if it only has 2 simonim of kashrus, 1 simonim of kashrus. So the question of 1 along with a raven, which has an extra finger, and a zepek, which has 2 simonim of kashrus, they have to say, why do you need to tell me that if it has 2 simonim of kashrus, it's trei, even if it has 3 simonim of kashrus, it's trei. As it is possible, this is David Baya. Oh, no, sound like powerful and big. Hold on a second. Funky. Okay, you want it so badly. Turn it down. Comments. Adan Global, the official non-corporate sponsor of the NDY League and Encore Healthcare, has exposed all of Israel. So why don't we learn from a rave and knowledge and trade law? Two simonim of tahar is not enough. I call trade law. Let me just see. Hold on, Mark. 1 second. Let's do this. Eagle has 0 simonim kashus. Oznio has. Oh, maybe not. Hold on 1 second. Let's check it out. No, they only have 1. Paris is Neo. Mark, we have to change Paris is Neo to 1. From 3 to 1. And Oyrev has 2. That for sure. So you know, straight out has 2 and there's nothing. Paris is Neo has 1. Are you able to change that? Please. Gotta fix it. Okay. By the way, just to tell the other way, to share a little bit. A lot of these shiurins traveling all day. I'm having fun. Don't get me wrong. I love looking at the album. It's not so much fun preparing. Going from here today, I came from Missouri. Ryan Falls, this, that, Dinner tonight. Good dinner, no? No, for real. Did I let you down with the dinner? That first course. No, what was that? That was a quick man. That was awesome. Anyway. Right? You see how quick? Wow. It's better than Dave. Everybody's getting better and better rather than it. Look at that. All right. But, I have no idea. What? Oh, sure. Yes. I wish I had more time to prepare and to go over stuff with Yoshi and see and correct some mistakes before share. It's difficult. I don't have a computer. I don't have access to the whole thing. Okay. The kids are. It's on the road. We do the best we can. Get up a little earlier than usual. So, the label market knowledge and trade law, I've called trade law. Okay, Perez, the husband on the puzzle of one alone. Perez that has 1 similar fashion as this lead tray, this lead fat, if the raven, here's the raven, right? The raven's on the screen. If the raven, which has 2 good things going for him, you know how to eat it. So certainly the Paris goes there that only has 1 good thing going for 1 kosher. Of course he can't eat it. So why is it Thursday? Paris goes Neil. Which, by the way, we're not so sure what it is. But Gershi Rose claims he knows what it is. He did some research when he was in Australia. And when you're in Australia, you have more of a right to decide what bird is what. Because they're closer to nature over there. Did some research based on different things, the oral, I don't know what. And this is what the title came out with. So obviously, we're not going to postulate anything. This is just to make the slide nicer and more colorful. It's a very, very nice bird. And when you go through the Alps, you see these massive birds, like the birds of prey. They're looking for something. You see them also like in Miami. There's a lot of cool stuff going on here. Not a whole lot of wildlife, though. See, they have cows, horses. You don't see like fox, deer.
Yeah, your next Canadian goes by the name of Kate Quigley.
Great. Interesting stuff. What do you know? What else do you need to show? That's one more. Here's Sushi. I think this is Gershie's list. The bearded vulture. Oscar. Fish hawk. Okay, that's really cute decided. Very nice. says about the minimum perishes here. Learn from the perishes here. That what? That if it has one simin kosher, no good. Okay, Nesher, because of Rahman Allah. And then why did the Torah talk about an eagle? Why the eagle? Let's go back to that picture. Eagle has 0 going for it. If the perishing of Zneah has one good thing going for it, you're not allowed to eat it. So the Nesher that has 0 good for it, nothing, doesn't have one single minor, so of course you can't eat it. So why are you talking about a Nesher? Oh, Nesher. In case you want to learn me ask me, say, how do you do it? Look, problem with fire. But let's just say, so here's what we started again. The only thing you're not allowed to eat is something that doesn't have any simony kashrus, like an asher. Obviously, we learn from the eagle that if it has one good thing going for you, you're allowed to eat it. I goes meal. It's a special person. 1/4 bird that will fire real, which is in the thousands and thousands. Somebody look it up quickly again. Jimmy, don't try to maybe. So they can look good for you. For the month. This guy's going to picture the size of the but so it is, how many birds are there in the world? Different types of birds. Some coolest species of birds. Tens of thousands. Didn't we look it up yesterday? How much time we looked it up? 50 billion. No. That's the amount of ants, 11,000 bird species alive today. 11,000 bird species, and out of 11,000 bird species, 24 are also people. That's incredible. In the time of Mashiach, they're eating the craziest birds ever. Okay, I think that's what this said. Let's try. I just forgot already. By the way, I can tell us these names. The Medrash says, why is it called Ozniyah? Because of the azas that it has. Ozniyah is the azpanam, chutzah. So, the Shlomo Zalman Auerbach asks, so why do we say Hami Az Ke Nomer? Say Ke Ali Az, Ozniyah. He says Murder. Also, he says Ozniyah is a weak animal. It's a little bird. You will flick it, you'll kill it. But it has azas. That's fake azas. A nomer is a very vicious animal. It's a strong animal. We in South Africa saw the nomer could take a kill that's double its size and carry it up a tree as if it's nothing. It's not. We'll just climb up a tree with a dead gazelle. Right? He could have that. He could have that. You should be a real eyes. Don't be as fun something that you don't belong with. You're not. You have no shy. Oh, I'm this. No, that's. You have shyness. Really, it is. Then you should be as fun. Having Paris was really shtick soon on going there. That's the Gemara. The time does have one in that. That's what I'm only. If I skip any words, tell me. Good. The guy comes to two guys come to me in Switzerland. He said, the last time it's here. Oh, you missed this line, but I didn't want to say anything. Why not? Oh, you should be ours. Over there, you should be ours. The time does have one. This is Mama. I'm telling you this simple Gemara. You confuse back forth. It's simple. The time in the country of one in Nesher. It comes out, cause the party say Nesher, and Nesher has 0 going for it. So maybe if you have one thing going for it, it's okay. The problem is, Alavachi, but without the Nesher, later the person is here. You learn from the person that they have one thing going for it, right? The person has one, and everybody else is straight. And I would have learned it from it. Ask the Gemara classic, how many persons need sneak sumo bone kappa? If the Torah says one time, don't need a paris. That paris is one thing going for it. So you know from there, if the Torah were to stop right there, so learn the whole Torah for all the birds, 1,000 reasons. Have one thing going for it, you're like a paris. Don't eat it. But then the Torah says again, don't eat a zniya. And what is Mia? Well, there's one thing going for it. So that's, then you tell us that it's twice. One today it says the same thing twice. You can't learn now anything else. They did an interesting video. The Israelis liked it actually. They love the controversial. They love the army, the whole controversy of the army. But let me be not doing that. The story is a guy in our shield that his brother, his brother, he works in Magen David Adom. Sees a guy, comes every single night to the Yisrael. His name is Rabbi Friedman, I think. And he tells us, I'll give that to me. Piece of fresh walnut. Look at this, man. I love this. This is what I put on my floor. Never. Seriously. I have this color. I love walnut. And the first one, even the first one. Okay, anyway. This is a story. The guy just told me 2 weeks ago. He lived there. 40-something years old. Isn't it crazy? And I told him. I'll show you. They don't believe what my wife says. They're hardwood floor. Hardwood floor. Yeah, you read that loud. Really, look at some. Okay, that's some crap. Arkatim, Tarbium Shishiba Sarayim, Baruch Matzia, Rafa Nuraf, Sarayim Blokhan, and Tukala Kishi Midyomi, Lilish Mata, Yitzchak, Dor Ben Rafa. And he shows me and my wife, he showed us pictures of his daughter, a young kid, like a 12-year-old or something. And then he's wearing a kippah, and he comes with his 2 bags, not one, 2 bags of tobacco, and he's rolling these cigarettes. And I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, you don't understand how expensive it is, these things. It costs $150, and then I can get it for $20, but it's not good for you. And you know, the excuses, the typical. But the ultimate mafia, no, what shocked me is that this guy that owns the toy stores in New York, he says, people tell you, what? People tell you he died suddenly. We don't know why. Dude, I don't know why. It smells like a chimney. That could be a good reason why. At least we should think that. I don't want to say this is why. And I know. I'm just saying, let's take something positive out of it. Maybe one more guy will stop smoking. Again, maybe he died from something else. Maybe he had a aneurysm. There's no side effects. Then the family's going to call me up for burgers with me. But I just want to do something good. So a good thing should happen. And he asked me a few times, how do I really do this year? He wasn't learning much. So he looked at it and says, yeah, I got there. And he asked me a question. It's not even 2 weeks. But my story's not even done. That's what I have. And he tells me, don't pay me. I have a whole pack of money for him. Don't pay me. I'm coming back in a month, he tells me. No, I need to pay you. I don't know what got into me. I said, I don't feel good. I just need to pay you now. But no, but I'm coming back and it'll be okay. Just do me a favor. I don't want to hold on to this cash. They took it. Okay, I have to pay these Gershon and this, but it'll be like a mess. Okay, Zok the Gemara. And he's packing good. I'm confused now what to do. He's honestly like so they don't know how to do it. It's like a whole company. What? Okay. Blue guy. You come down to the shop to do it. I don't know if I can afford it. Okay, good. Come. When you come down to the show, I'll tell you. I gotta show you. You know what? But seriously, I showed people here the craftsmanship on the wood. Okay? They have these beams on my porch. I'm sure you have it on your porch. Take a look. I want to show you on my porch. And they have, wood. Like, it goes in and out. And they take this piece of wood and they stick it to here, like this, right? So in Israel, the Arabs, they just cut it straight, put it out, and then you'd have all these. Over here, they cut this piece of wood exactly to the shape of this beam. They got a million, you can't put air through it. That's craftsmanship. That's caring about your work. And like my no, I'm like, how do you notice this stuff? I worked on everything, you know. It's hard, and I was the guys that put my baseboard, they didn't do that. They took a knife, they cut squares for a circle, so and they fill it up with pop. No. Yeah, exactly. Be your best puppy. You want to give okay? We're almost done here, yeah. This guy, so we're over. I know the move. Oh, which one? Oh, I'm in the video. Yeah. I'm holding up the video. I'm about to tell you the video. Explain. It's hard to understand the video. So the guy I went to him. I don't know why I was telling you. I jumped to my arcade store because of this thing. It's your fault. Beautiful. I love this color. I love it. My favorite. So, maybe smash this. Oh, no, back there. So he told me his brother wanted to get out of the army. So what do? The whole trip. The army doesn't care. They know about the trip. They're not stupid. You come there and you do crazy stuff. You start chasing flies. You eat this. You do that. And then they say, okay, you're out of the army. That was back in the day, before there was a big fight. So his brother doesn't want to do what everybody else does because the guy is going to know. See, he has a new thing. You remember the story? His mom said, Bobby, he puts on his pajamas and he goes, but he didn't put it on like in the Mapes where he lives. He put it on right by the Shkat Deals. Come down the Shkat Deals. He turns around and sees a car following him. So he makes a left. That was left, right. He's on a bus with his pajamas and the Chayav behind him. And he has no choice. He just has to go home with his pajamas. He comes in to the neighborhood, in the Hasidic neighborhood where you can't wear a bathing suit. If you wear a bathing suit, you're done. There's no shidduchim for you in 45 generations. You're done. So he walks into this Hasidic in his pajamas. And his neighbors are looking from the porch. His women from the building are coming out and they're looking at him in pajamas. So now that you know that, but to explain, how do I explain without reading it? It goes like this. It goes like this. If one guy got a tour, then they all do the same Mishigas, and they all get the tour. So that's great. Then everybody will be happy. Because if there's one person, you learn to everybody. But if two guys get a tour, then it's only those two guys. Everybody does. Okay? So now you know this. Those who don't know, here we go. לך הביתה, קיבלת פטור אתה, לך. אתה גם לך יש פטור, לך.
Your brother. Well, you know what?
You have to recount your words, but there you go. What do you think they're saying now? They're not joining this radio. No. That's true. So the Gemara. So we have a problem. You have a Paris is one puzzle. Because there's two psukim. Anytime you have two psukim, you can't learn anything else. So the Gemara, Gemiri, Dikibahai, Lekibahai. Yes, each one has one thing that goes that's good for it, but it's different. They're two different ones. Let's say the parents has the extra finger, but those Leah has a zephyr. So they're different. It's not Sheikh's about Bang Gappa. Oh, that's the Gemara. Mr. Yeshinaba, just name out, but the husband doesn't work. But since it's 24 birds, at least two of them are going to have the same thing. You're going to have the one thing that's spoken to them. You don't have to think about it, like Bahani. Rabbi Sheikh's Bang Gappa. Like we have the problem that you have two birds that have the same thing, same similar exposure, and snake shoe are going together. So like me, that's our birds name out. 24 birds total. Valuable, Simonim, and we know that the sports that we stand for. Those are the two. There's 3 Simonim that all the birds have, SMN, Shloisha, Shloisha. One of the other 24 have the same exact 3 things going for them. 20 birds have 3 Simonim functions. You say only when the raven only has 2 going for it. And the Chag of Eretz, the Chag of Liyah, and the President only have 1 thing going for it. So all 24 birds. So what about the Nesher? 0 going for it. So yeah, that's also good. Nesher has 0 going for it. President has 1 thing going for it. Erev has 2 things going for it. And 20 birds have 3 things going for it. Oh, so now that all 20 birds have the same thing going for it, but it's the same one thing that's going for all 20 birds. And then you have the Chaz and Pez. The Chaz and the Pez, they have different things going for it. One, but different. So now the same name with me name. Maybe you should learn from the person who's near that 1 simon is not enough, it's not kosher. Rabbi said this is the whole sugi ready. Wrap it up. That's what the Torah says in English. Nesher is the less late clown, since the Nesher has 0 going for it. It's 4 bad things, 0 good things. Oh, so that's why you can't eat it. And if you have any bird out of 10,000 species, and I'm sure there's subspecies, and the khulu, yeah, species. Imagine a parrot is a species. How many parrots are there? 1,000. I'm sure there's 1,000. But anyway, whatever it is, so with 10,000 species, you can eat every single one besides 24. Or you can easily chad if it has 1 simon of chad everybody. As the Gemara, the bomb question, the question of Rahman, why did the Torah even mention the pigeon? All I care is 1 simon of kashrus. So you say, as long as it's not like the eagle, then you're not eating it. It's only to tell us that you have to, for a target, you can only use a yoina or a bentar. Have a wonderful day.
And discuss the study flow throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Rothschild. Live in the Alps in Austria. Man, it's unbelievable. Place up everywhere you turn. You walk out of the hotel 3 steps and there's a river and there's a waterfall and there's Alps and snow-capped mountains. It's unbelievable. It was amazing. They just got us cake. Our counterpart is very excited. It's an amazing cake. Yeah, he's gone. He's the one who's gone. I don't know. It's a big space for us to have some special guests. We have Shimi Fishman and Gigi Mechanel from Manchester. You from Manchester? Really? What wasn't he then? No, that was somebody else. It was him in South Africa. He was in South Africa also. Yeah, it was you. That's a different story. So we have with us the Schlafrack and Leon Watch all the way from South Africa. And the Damish B'nais Galui, maybe I'll say Golo, there's a landslide here in Austria. Where? Chinatown, and two of the people. No, did anyone get hurt? No one got hurt. And Rupert Stefanski was rescued by a helicopter. Here it is. This is what a landslide looks like. That's the road that is covered with mud. If you look closely, you can see. What? Can't pass, can't do anything. But helicopter took them out. They got a free helicopter ride. They are in the helicopter. They're taking this video. It wasn't loud. It wasn't loud. Listen, it's very, very natural over here, and things can happen. You found it. So, after all the Shalom Aleichem, stay here. I got it. This is Nachmani, Rabbi Chaim. Another round of Miluim in the border of Syria. This is at a wedding in London. The sound guy is pretending he's doing the sound. He has the okay. In every matzah, in every situation, we learn Torah. The official edition of the one shot is by getting Yal Sholas, Perek, the Rabbi married the Richi, the Shaiben Aaron, the Rabbi Kava, Yito, Bas Avram, Daf Samachalek, as the parents of the Shmuel Schuster, in honor of my wife Ahuva, a true Ashes child. So I'm this session sponsored by David Salman, dedicated memory of every married, true Borgman, with thanks to those who know the bracha. By the Politics Family Foundation in honor of Holy Politics. In honor of MDY Latin Americans and warm hospitality. Anonymous, Haslach Ruchas Ulagash, the biggest Chief Benny, is on his way here. Shmuel and Owen Schuster for cleaning up loss and nothing for our children. Oh, in person, donated Daf Samachalek. By Anonymous for complete report, name on everything. Some Kalei Basesta, Beyond Daniel Rosenfeld, Real Simcha. Multiple sponsors is the new one I see over here. No, it's all on the same page. Yunishmat, Jonathan Adam, Ben Mordechai Coins of the Rocha, by the Tzvi. Yunishmat, Jonathan Adam, Ben Mordechai Coins of the Rocha. Iris Ivan. Shlema have been married, both Ben Miriam. Lucas has been Spanish here, sponsor, people from Shlema, but close friend, Naftali Hake, and Chaya Pesra. These sponsors David Harfunkel. And when Shlema for Esther Pesra, was having a liver transplant. Before Shlomo, Yitzchak Weinberger, the interest of reading Daniel Yoina and the most Ben Reb David, Nea Lechaz in Hashem, was a Nachshoi, sorry, but okay. No. That's what it is. There's Robin. Daf Samachalek with gratitude to Rebelli, Yeshikaya, Stefanski Eli. Anyway, our mountain is within a more cabinet. If we say yellow, Daniel says, then I yell at the board side we have Daf, the Kinu, the Davito, and then the Shmaka stuff of the Simon of birds, easy sugya, short Daf. Here we go. I think I might have skipped some lines because that is one of the problems of getting here, regardless of myself here and all the people. As Mendy left, Mendy all back up today, he turned around and he says he's giving shus. He shouldn't be saying to do the weiter. You only get 2 of those a shear. Okay. So let's just do a few lines over here that we might have missed. Smack in the middle of Daf Samach and Beis, there's nothing about Papa. How do we Gimsa? There's an opportunity to talk about a tremendous song that I think the Gemara is saying over here. Rav Nachman had a garden. Shadi baby is running with Tzara. He threw some seeds in there, like he grew, for Rachman. So he started davening. Also, Mitra, Tzara. The rain came and it grew. Omar, I made the Rabasi. That's Ravasi's song. What's Ravasi's song? It seems like Ravasi says that although the grasses grew on the third day of Kriyas Ha'olam, we didn't see it until Friday, because other Mauritian had a daven for it. It's there. It's a new look. It's not the shot that you daven and then after you first thing makes it grow. The shot is it grows. It's 50% there. That final push out, you need to daven for. Hashem wants to hear you daven. Hashem is davening to us. Tzadikim. The shit is there. It's at your doorstep. You have to open the door. How do you open the door? You have to daven. It's there. It's touching there. So it's not just touching. You gotta find it how by daven. Omar Chon Barova, Hashesua Rio B'Chayat. This we did. Okay. So now we're gonna skip all the way to remind the Olam that when it comes to Agadika, when it comes to Agadika, no one can claim that they understand what's going on. In fact, there are a lot of things. Some things you might understand. There are things that are lines that are just what's going on. It just doesn't make sense. It's not common sense. It's like, you can tell that there's something hidden over there. This might be one of them. How can the Christ read the sorrow? Literally, some psukim, you should burn them. It's telling you think that there's some psukim that are just don't make any sense, but why are they in the Torah? And then you get a peek. And you understand real fast, you get to see why this puzzle is super, super important. And the Gemara goes on to give examples. But the lashon is a really strong lashon. You should burn them. They're extra. They make no sense. Burn the puzzle. The famous story of the Vilna Gaon. And these stories, by the way, sometimes they say a story that it's Sabbath. They say it's the yar of the name. Like, I wonder when that story was invented. Was it invented last year, 20 years ago, 100 years? Like, who saw it? But when it comes to the Vilna Gaon, most of the stories are testimony of Chaim Velochin. He says the stories. He writes them. So he says that the Vilna Gaon had, I don't remember anymore, the amount of, you might remember, Achois Moitam Timna. Words that, what does it mean? So, it's just the Timna, wow, what's going on here? And he says a lot of children, in the hundreds. That's maybe what it was. Yeah, that's the one. You think that these are the negative one? Maybe that's Aliza Benegel. Okay, makes more sense. Aliza Benegel. We'll switch the story. They'll say, oh, yeah, that's the story. Because Stefanski said it. No, you're not really me. But he had a lot of shocking. Look it up, how many, in the hundreds maybe. But Aliza Benegel. But then he thought about it during Shemon Esrei, I think. He had a hero on the Shnoop shot or something in Aliza Benegel. And he lost all this shocking. He had tremendous tsar. And Chaim Velochin asked him why, what's going on. He told him the story. And then we came back to him with a fever or something. Fine. So here you have a process. Ra'avim Hayoshim B'Chatzir, these guys called Ra'avim, is sitting in Chatzir, where they live Ad Gaza. Who in the world here? Happened thousands of years ago. And this group of Goyim, they live next here. So if you don't know Pshat, you don't have the Gemara, it seems completely external. This is not. It's super important. Remember the famous shvur that Abimelech made Avram made? I'm making a swear that you're not going to harm me, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren. You're never going to harm me and the Christian. So now we have a problem. But we need a solution to the problem. Every problem has a solution. How in the world the Christ are going to capture the Christian that they go over Eretz Yisrael when Avraham Avinu promised him he's not going to touch him in his future generations. What does Baruch Hu do? Baruch Hu makes sukkah story and lipku ma'avim. You know, it won't be the Jewish power. It'll be the Kafir power. Let the Kafir knock out the Christian. the Avon people, whichever person. Once the Avim are in place, and where they haven't been in place, they're already sitting there all the way to Gaza. So it's fine for the Yidden to go and kill the Kafarian people. That's fine. Now, similarly, we say, when you see how you never come out, you look on the Melech Melech. Enough to that's different. Similar, Dominating Baruch in Israel, Al Katzar Shmoyah. Don't give any tzar to Maya. Don't fight with Maya. Let have a cars with cars. Oh my God, Baruch. They say, Sichon, let it be Maya. Therefore, you don't do the job. We'll have Sichon take care of Maya. But let's Yisrael, the Likud of Sichon. Then the culture will come and take away from Sichon. I know what Papa. That's what Papa says. I'm an Maya, part of the Sichon. Able to get to do the job with Maya through Sichon. You let Sichon do the dirty work, then you go and you knock Sichon out. You found the Kamaisa where a guy, he was feeding his cow a bunch of milk. Somebody told him, what are you doing? The cow gives milk. Does it drink milk? He says, no. This milk is Chol Stam. So I give my Chol Stam to the cow. The cow drinks it, and now comes Chol Yisrael. That's Tiaru. Chol Stam, the Chol Yisrael. This is how you make Chol Yisrael. Same thing. So almost the same thing. Through Sichon. Another super interesting possible you think is actually, so because it's together equal to Chayma in Syria, what's going on here, it's together, I'm going to call the Chayman, the mountain of snow that I snow on it, I'm going to call it, the Syria and the Hurricane, these are actually mountains that are strong. There's a question that everybody that goes to the Alps has. That is, the very first the next country in the world. What is going on here? These Alps are pretty nice to me. It's a big problem. They didn't go off the deck because of it. What's the problem? Like my daughter tells me, oh, Utah's nicer than Alps. She's never been there. Maybe 30% is the height of these Alps. And to find one waterfall in Utah, I had to travel a little bit. So, no, it's not going to start out. But somebody once told me that Israel's border really is all the way out here. It goes through the ocean, and there's a line, you drop a line, that eventually this is where Israel is going to be. So you guys pop there first things. Maybe a little far from the place, but out here. So, says the Gemara, this is the Belgian called this thing. Now the Gemara showed me the whole map, how it goes, and it showed me the sources. So you know, it goes straight out, Turkey, whole. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of Yidden there. Nice show. Need more real estate. You tell that guy on the train, you hear this, our boys, this crazy stuff that's going on. Shimon Gigi down the train, 2 different times, 2 different cars. People told him, Jew, go back to where you came from. Is that a Lashon? What was the Lashon? What's the Lashon? They said the same exact Lashon? Oh, we like using one of guys. That's one guy. That's what we need. Him giving those comments every day. So the Gemara, she says, that's on the 4 lines from the bottom. Each one of these people went and created a giant city for himself, and he called it after the name of the mountains in Eretz Yisrael. Lamdecho, Shafilu Hoyer Yisrael, Chavim and Alum Torah. I might have skipped this line in Hebrew. I don't remember saying it. Shafilu Hoyer Yisrael, Chavim Alum Yisrael. Know that the Goyim, they use our names, they love them, and they mimic the names for their cities as well. Yotzibah, similarly, that's all Ma'aber Yisrael. So you think, if I ask you why in the world did Yosef Tzaddik take the Mitzrayim and move them to different cities? If you lived in Kaaba, you moved here to, what's the Cairo? Cairo, very good. Cairo's there. And if you live in Cairo, you moved to Sharm el-Sheikh. Why? Why? So I think the simple pshat would be to show who's the ruler. I'm in control. I'm going to tell you exactly where to live. You live there, you live there. You want to know something deeper here. He was thinking about his brothers. How can I make it better for another year? Huh? Always think about the others. But some everyone's in the mind of Camino. You shouldn't say, hey, Jew, go back to where you came from. You have to go back to where you came from. You used to be in Cairo. What are you doing here? In Kafir. So everybody's mixed up. You go to this, so you go, listen, maybe everybody will be okay with you. Now we're going into the sugya of the birds. Let me tell you this whole sugya. It's actually very, very short. Even I'm saying Amid Aleph and Amid Beis is less than a regular Amid together. But the idea is also very short. Let me just tell you the whole daf. Mamish al Regalafa. There are 4 simanim that we learned of that make a bird kosher. And these same 4 simanim are in the ego, but in reverse. Make a bird trade. What are they? A kosher bird has a zepek, the first bag that the food goes into. It has a kulkavan, which we call like a pipe, a poke, a gizzard. And I'm going to show you a video, this Valdic's video, but the way the Rothschild made it is that it needs to grind up the food. And it doesn't have good grinders. So they eat pebbles, sharp stones. And when you open up the gizzard, I want to show you, the guy opens it up, hundreds of small sharp pebbles, and that grinds up the food. The gizzard goes like this, and the pebbles push, and it's great. You can eat the gizzard. So the gizzard has a little layer in it that peels off super easy. Showed it yesterday, the yellow. The guy's going to do it on the video. So it peels off easy, simming that sponge. It also has an extra finger in the back, kosher bird. And it also eats directly from the floor. You see pigeons that peck on the floor, whereas a parrot, but also, but you saw the parrot eating an eagle. They use their hand, they use their foot. They eat. That's one shot in 30. All the Gemara is going to tell us is a phenomenal tip. In order for a bird to be kosher, it has to have one out of these 4 things. It doesn't have to have 4. It doesn't have to have 2. 1. If it has a zepik, kosher. If it has an extra finger, kosher. Think about it. I didn't look at it, but this stuff is tens of thousands of species of birds, maybe hundreds of thousands. Probably hundreds of thousands, right? We said in the Shemesh there's 250, 500 types of birds just in that area. So only 24 birds in the entire world are traits. Hear that? 24 birds in the entire world are traits. Those are the birds that brought them in the fire. Just one. When it comes to birds, the Gemara tells us, whereas animals, we don't have this, but in birds, that in the fire. If you know for a fact, it's not one of those 24 birds. How do you know 24 birds are? Nobody knows what a parrot and a zebra really are. So you don't really know. But if you know, then you could actually eat all these different birds flying around there. There's many birds. You have a sport, you have a this. The sport might be one of 24. I think it is. But Hasidah, whatever Hasidah, I'm saying, there's a lot of birds. Say the very cookie, I don't think so. But all of these is one single culture, not 4. So that's the whole sugi really. The question of the sugi is, so if one is good, so then why does it start talking about an eagle? It does, it has 4 no good. The point is, even one no good is a chiddush. And the Torah talks about birds that have one, that have three kosher, but one are good. It's one of the 24 birds, so that's why it's straight. You really have to understand all. That's all at the end of the story. Why does the Torah say that a kosher bird has 4 simanim? The Torah doesn't say it. It's a comment. It says 4 simanim. Why? I forgot to show the Israelis. Let me show it now so I don't forget. What? Yeah, but this is not so good. What I wanted to show is the word tzipar over here. You guys see the word tzipar? The second letter of every word. Tzadik, Hey, Vav, Resh. No, he's taking out the Vav. Taking my stuff. Mark. Maybe they got the Vav, the first Vav from Kukudan. Take that out. And then if you can highlight the second letter of every word. So the Tzadik of Etzba, the Pei of Zapek, the Vav of Eretz. Anyways, it's just a way to remember the Reish. Oh, Shkoya. Now, if you make the word Etzba a different color, and then you take the Tzadik, Pei, Vav, Reish, Tzipar, and make it all red, then let's stick that. Fine. That would be better. Very just a way to tzipar the second letter. I don't know if that's similar. And also tzipar is the only time when anytime the person says the word tzipar, it's supposed to be. Great. So let's see inside that whole thing I just told you. Simone always went number. Says we learned from the Mishnah that the bird, the animals we know are Maligera, Masaskar, so that's in the Torah. But the synonym of a bird, that's not mentioned everywhere. Second line in the Mishnah, Nun Tazal Al. Synonym of a Chaya Nemer Min HaTorah. Synonym of a Goy Nemer. Avalon, Chachamim, the Mishnah continues, and then it goes on to say the synonym, Haloi Vador Kamei, as they say, we're going to do whatever it's called. Correct. The Gemara is asking, why do you say that there's no synonym of the bird? You have the synonym of the bird alive, but I am Nesha. So what's a Nesha? So in common Hebrew, although as an American I don't necessarily like an eagle, but in common Hebrew Nesha is a vulture. But fascinating that Taisus and Nefsan Gimel, or Aleph, Dibur Masla, I'll just tell you, it's 10 lines from the bottom, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 lines from the bottom. He says, Gabines is Shikayim eagle. So Taisus agrees that there might be an eagle. The most of the result of a conflict. Well, I said some time from the show, I don't even believe, Ganesha. Paul, the American Paul Eagle. So it might be that, Great, you did it. You did it. Here now. Excellent. Okay, thank you, Mark. You're great. You almost like Dave. So what's special about the Nesha? It doesn't have an extra finger in the back, and it doesn't have a zepek. And it doesn't feel. The players are all these. Take a look at this. The value of stuff. So let's start slowly. First of all, let's see if the running is.
Alright, this one we cross up the chicken gizzard. It's exactly the same with the chicken gizzard.
Turkey.
The color on the edge of the gizzard. It has the fat on it, it's a little harder to get rid of. Cut all the way around. You can start seeing the round and round on there. You just open it, pull. There, all the round, the rocks, everything. Here, the white and the yellow. Grab it. Peel it real hard. That's when further and overnight will cool down. And as much as peel it.
That's Nikolai Kurbana. Beautiful, huh? Very cool. Those little rocks, sharp, pointy ones. So that's Kukavon Niklaf. What is thirst? By the way, here's a picture. I don't know who. Oh, somebody edited it. This is. I took this. I'm just. It's here now, so it's it's not this. Let's see the name. So what's thirst? Thirst. The word thirst according to Rashi means that it eats food with its hand. This is Rashi here. Eat the food with its hand. Another Rashi, it says when he stands on it, make sure it doesn't fly away unless he's or run away, and he eats the food. And then you have places that hold that it eats the food while it's still alive. We're going with Rashi right now that he's eating the food. Right, he eats it, he can stop. We have this. Extra base area, according to Rashi, means the one on the bottom. As it says, chickens have that base area. Therefore, he says it's up there, up above. Just to point out, there's a big problem today with today's chickens. The problem that they raise is that virus means that they eat with the hand that they have around. Chickens also eat with their hands. They have a semen of treifa. So the truth is, you don't need all semen. I don't know what the big problem is, but okay. So no, if only birds eat like that, Japanese chicken does. Maybe it's because they I don't know how to say, collide. They bred other types of birds to make it stronger, and they got one of those characteristics of another bird. And that's why it's a right that it's not a chicken. That's why they're complaining. Okay. So the question is, so here we have the simon. Here's the 4 simon. So why are you telling me that the birds don't have simon? Or Rabbi, if you look at the Mishnah, they never from the Torah. They're starving. They're before the Mishnah. What's the lashon of the Mishnah? The Mishnah says simon never been at Torah. And it says before the simon of the what? In the Torah, Avalon is Chachamim. It's through Chachamim. Okay, so Rabbi is not saying much. I think he's just explaining that. You're right. There are 4 simon, but it's only Chacham says. Okay. So then the Gemara says what I was telling you before. Any bird that has 1 simon, provided that you know it's not the other 23 birds. We know what a nesher is. We know that's one. But provided you know the other 23 birds, it's not one of those, and it has 1 simon. But it starts. Let's say it has a kurkip on Nikolai, but has a gizzard that peels easy. Why? It's the same time, and that's it. But it's not similar to the eagle, to the vulture, which doesn't have any. That's the less like cloud. Oh, the little eagle doesn't have any of them. Not either. Eagle, these like and here's what it is. If it even has just 1, so you're not eating. Want to see something? Okay. Yeah. So Gemara. Okay. I just want to tell you this morning to get myself. So I really love it. Love you. I see at least 2 people who are heard of the cheaters. I think it's important though for the audience to hear. We had some new friends that started to share, so they need to hear this stuff. It's always exciting, but it's a good one. That an egg, an eagle egg, rolled its way into the chicken pen. And chickens, they, how do you say, they got in sat and they roosted it. They, I don't know, how should I know? They incubated it. Okay, that's what the machine does. But I don't know. Okay. So He sat on these eggs. And sure enough, one day, out pops an eagle. He goes around and sees other chickens. So he thought he's a chicken. So he's acting like a chicken. He started eating and pecking and this, that. He didn't realize that he was eating. And just as chickens don't really fly, they flap like they can jump, 5 feet, but when they want to, they use the roof a little bit just to glide or whatever. So he's doing the same thing. And then one of these guys comes along, a guy, a Bucky in Eagle, and he can't believe his eyes. And he goes over and he tells him, Eagle, what are you doing? You can fly. You can run, fly around and see the Alps. What are you doing down there below? No. He takes him, he throws him, no. And then one day, he flaps his wings and he goes a few feet, a few meters, and it lands. The next day, a little bit more. Eventually, he realized, hey, I could fly. All these guys, my brothers over there can't fly, but I could. That's the marshal. The intro is that I read a lot of these people. Tell me, I'm not good at Gemara. I'm good at Gemara. How do you know? Because grew up. One of these Rabbi told me he's not going to be, you're never going to be good at Gemara. So he's big. He's like a chicken. So like, he thinks he's a chicken. Well, might say he has a good head. He's a good head. And he has the wings to do it. So he doesn't. He's stuck in what his Rabbi told him. And what maybe his mother even said it once a snide remark to him. His father might have said something to him. He's stuck. I'm going to use it as a marshal, even though he might be upset at me. But our CEO, Yossi Klein, told me a number of times, I'm a shaykhah. Well, let me say that, just like that. No, my Rebbe told me I'm a shaykhah. He really told me that. He was that. It's a successful business. He does great things in your life. My Rebbe told me. And no, I'm telling you, you really trust me. My Rebbe told me. I said, I tell him, it's not a joke. It's sad. His Rebbe did tell him. His Rebbe did tell him that. And he's running around his whole life believing he's a chicken. But he's not an eagle. He's one of the most powerful eagles I know. You just gotta flap your wings a little bit, try it out, and see. You saw it. All right, can't say it enough, but I hear it again and again. People tell me the same thing. But who told me? Trust me, Then you get down to the bottom. It turns out it's one. And then if you go meet that Rebbe, you'll see what a shaker that guy is. That guy's the real shaker. He's the real. When you're a little kid, you thought he's like, go to go. The guy's a shaker. He talks to kids like that. He's obvious shakers, right? Yeah. Right. Talking tomorrow. Tomorrow, so now we just have to understand why we need the Neshel, why we need Kar, why we need Osnia, why we need all these things. So we're going to make a little seder here. Let's learn from the kosher birds, the Torah. My turn to get through Argo, the pigeons, they have all 4. That was that big? That extra finger? They're not dirty. I got an arrow. So maybe you don't be coaching, you don't form. You just establish that 1 out of the 4 is enough to make it kosher. Maybe you don't. By the way, the Karayim, they was there. Those guys that live on high reason, they only eat pigeons. They won't eat chicken. Because of this. That's what's in the Torah. That's it. That's all we keep. When they say chicken, they don't eat. That's the Gemara. Yeah. I thought also. Sorry. Im Kain, Sharoy was made because of Rahmana. It says that there's 24 birds total. It says that are coming. Now, 20 out of the 24 have 3 simonim of kashrus. 3 that are kosher. So, why would the Torah say that they're coming? If even 1 makes it coming, so certainly, if they have 3 or 4, I mean, the fact that the Torah says that these birds are coming because typically they're not coming. It's only these birds that are coming. Any word that's similar to that, that has one kosher similar is fine automatically. That's what it's called. So learn from these 24 things, not from the kids. In other words, even if you have one simon or three simon of kashrus, you still talk. It's still talking. You have three simon of tahar. So anything that's three simon of kashrus is not good enough. You need four simon of kashrus. Certainly, if it only has two simon of kashrus, one simon of kashrus. So you want to a raven, which has an extra finger and a zepek, which has two simon of kashrus. Why does it have to say it? Why do you need to tell me that it has two simon of kashrus? It's straight, even if it has three simon of kashrus, it's straight. How do you thought simon of clean up? Is it trained with fire? Oh, so now all the sound of collar on face. Hold on a second. Okay, you want it so badly. Turn it down. Thomas, Adar Global, the official non-corporate sponsor of the Trinity Wise League, and Encore Healthcare of the sports all of Bible School. So why don't we learn from the race of knowledge and trade law? Two Simon of Shahar is not enough. A whole trade law. Let me just see. Hold on, Mark. One second. Our eagle has zero Simonic kashrus. Our neon has three Simonic kashrus. Oh, maybe not. Hold on one second. Let's check it out. No, they only have one. Paris is neon. Mark, we have to change Paris is neon to one, from 3 to 1. And Oirev has 2. That for sure. That's going to straight out. It's 2 and there. Paris is neon has 1. Are you able to change that? Gotta fix it. Okay. Vanilla. By the way, just to tell the share a little bit. A lot of these students traveling all day. I'm having fun. Don't get me wrong. I love looking at jobs. It's not so much fun preparing. So today I came from Missouri. Giant Falls. There's that. Dinner tonight. It's good dinner, no? No, for real. Did I let you down with the dinner? That first course. Well, what was that? I was. Anyway, yeah, you see how quick? Wow, it's better than the day. It's getting better and better rather than it. Look at that eye. Yes. Oh. Where was I? I have no idea. About what? Oh, sharing that. Yes, I wish I had more time to prepare and to go over stuff with Yoshi and see and correct some mistakes before sharing. It's difficult. I don't have a computer. I don't have access to the internet and the whole thing. Okay. The kids are. It's on the road. We do the best we can. Get up a little earlier than usual. So, the little mouse and trade law is a full trade law. Okay, Perez, but Osni on the cause of Mono Lomon. Perez that has one similar kashrus. This is tray, the Finon, this is Fad, the Boya. If the raven, here's the raven, right? The raven's on the screen. Let's see. If the raven, which has 2 good things going for him, you're not allowed to eat it. So certainly the Paris goes there, but only has 1 good thing going for 1 kosher. Of course he can't eat it. So why do you guys say Paris goes there? Which, by the way, we're not so sure what it is. But Yoshi Rose claims he knows what it is. He did some research when he was in Australia, and when you're in Australia, you have more of a right to decide what bird is what. Because it's closer to nature over there. Did some research based on different things, the oral, I don't know what. And this is what the color came out with. So obviously, we're not going to posket anything. This is just to make the slide nicer and more colorful. Actually, very, very nice bird. And when you go through the Alps, you see these massive birds, but they're birds of prey. They're looking for something. You see them also like in Miami, but a lot of cool stuff going on here. Not a whole lot of wildlife though. See, they have cows, horses. You don't see like fox, deer, like that kind of stuff. And I don't know. Very interesting stuff. So what else do we need to show? That's one more. There is Yoshi. I think this is Yoshi's list. Hold on. The bearded vulture. Osprey. Fishhawk. Okay, that's what we decided. Very nice. Says the Enigma Paris was here. Laura from Paris was here. That was. One Simon Kasher. No good. Okay, next one. And then why did the Torah talk about an eagle? Why the Eagles? Let's go back to that picture. Eagle has 0 going to it. If the person of Znia has one good thing going for it, you know how to eat it. So the Nesher that has 0 good for it, nothing, doesn't have one single mila, so of course you can't eat it. So why is they talking about a Nesher? A Nesher. Continua su un uomo di asti, sto fatti, non devi farmi poi. Allora questo qua, dove che so we can say together. The only thing you know how to eat is someone who's going to have any symbolic access like an usher. We will get what is the fact, we learn from the eagle. But if that's one good thing going for you, not eat it. Those meals, those are special. The first said, only 4 birds that have been fire real, which is in the thousands and thousands. Somebody look it up. Hopefully again. Jimmy, one shot to the maybe. How many birds are there in the world? Different types of birds. Those species of birds. Tens of thousands. Didn't we look it up yesterday? And what time we look it up?
Anyway, so tickets for that available. All through links at TonyHinchcliffe.com or KillTony.com, which I bought recently, which links to TonyHinchcliffe.com. Thanks, everybody. Talk to you soon.
11,000 bird species. Even out of 11,000 bird species, 24 are upper feet. So today, in the time of Mashiach, we're going to be eating the craziest birds ever. Unbelievable. Okay, well, I can't see the son of a shot. I just forgot. You ready? By the way, the Medrash says, why is it called Ozniya? Because of the azus that it has. Ozniya is the azponim. So the Shlomo Zalman Auerbach asks, so why do you say you have the az? No. Say Ki'ari az, Ozniya. She says Meridah. Also you say, so Ozniya, weak animal. It's a little bird. Give it a flick, you'll kill it. But it has azus. That's fake azus. Another is a very vicious animal. It's a strong animal. We in South Africa saw the normal to take a kill that's double its size and carry it up a tree as if it's nothing. It's not. They just climbed up a tree with a dead gazelle. Yeah, right? He can have eyes. You can have eyes. You should be a real eyes. Don't be as something that you don't belong with. You have no shaykhun. Oh, I'm this. No, that's where you have shaykhun. Where it is, then you should be asked for it. Havile Paris is sticks to my bone craft. That's the Gemara. Oh. No, time goes off morning. That's what I'm wondering. If I skip any words, tell me. Good.